Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Was in My Hero Academia Fell in Love with Momo and Kyoka. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Tale of Harsh Truths. Again. The order came from an old voice but still held power and authority, for there was no other choice. This was none other than the hero, Yoroi Musha, the samurai. However, even he knew he was no real hero. He would often admit he was in it for the fame and glory of being a hero. To get a taste of that age-old honor of being a samurai. Something from a bygone era, much like himself. He had seen the era of chaos before All Might, hell, he lived it. That is why he knew this current era would not last. When All Might stepped down, so would he. It was only a matter of time. As for his current objective, he was fighting his intern. Well, the teen was not much of a fight, to be completely honest. Mina Ishido was a flighty girl with very little attention span, something he had seen time and again. She was still raw, untempered material despite having already faced villains, during UA's USJ incident. She also did not place in the tournament, and still she chose him of all people to intern with. Musha saw the worn-out look in those eyes. It was a genuine feat to wear down a person as high energy as her. She had just about given up on his initiation. Most give up or snap at him much earlier. Interesting. Arg. Mina in a sudden burst of energy, getting up a bit slower than usual but slow all the same. She would not land a hit on him as instructed. Imagine his surprise when she did not charge at him, instead, finally using the new additions to her costume. A pair of elbow-length teal fingerless gloves. And what did she use them for? Bubbles. Of all things, Yoroi Musha did not expect bubbles to be made. Still, it made no more advantage as anything else she had thrown at himself today. With a swing of his sword, he popped the bubbles and then thrust his fist into her stomach, when she got too close. Imagine his further surprise, when she bopped his exposed nose, and then promptly passed out. It was not much, but he still felt the acid burn on his nose as he cracked a smirk. Well done, Mina Ishido. There was hope for her yet. XXX. Hours passed by and Mina Ishido found herself at a dinner table, sitting across from the person she was interning with, and she could not help but glare at the old man. He had put her through hell, and now he was eating food like it was a typical Monday. Like nothing had happened. What the hell, old man? Mina patience had run out. Musha stopped mid-bite before putting his food down. He was out of his samurai armor and in a blue business suit. It took you far longer than most to finally explode on me. I am sorry, what? You wanted me to yell at you. It would be the rational reaction to the absolute hell that I forced upon you. When you entered my agency today, I tasked you with one objective, to hit me, in a hopeless combat situation. Musha explained. Knowing I am a high-ranking hero, you tried, time and again, as I put you down. You did not hesitate, something you learned not to do from an attack by villains. However, I did not expect you to succeed in your futility. You burned my nose. I was not supposed to succeed. Mina asked in irritation. No, but as one of Aizawa's students, surprised me. Tell me, would it surprise you to find out if your teacher also learned from me? Not as an intern, but a work study, something you will learn about later in your schooling. Musha offered. This certainly surprised Mina, but the more she actually thought about it, it also did not surprise her. Mr. Aizawa was all about cold logic and efficiency. Mina scowled. No, not really. Good. Musha replied with a nod. Do you also know why he expels students? Not really, but I heard rumors after I was in his class for a while. He expels students he deems to have no potential, because this life of a hero is dangerous. Students that do not take being a hero seriously, die in the field. Yoroi explained. He expelled a whole class of students last year to teach them a lesson. He re-enrolled them later, but the message was still clear. I am also sure he warned you about me. Yes, sir. I am surprised he sent me someone like you. I am not unhappy about it, but it seems he is allowing me to teach you an important lesson before it is too late. The very same lesson he learned before coming to me for instruction. What lesson did he learn? Mina asked with wide eyes. This was all very eye-opening for her. Death. Death of a loved one. Yoroi Musha replied somberly and Mina shivered. She could not imagine losing anyone. Not yet. When you get a chance, look up the name Oboro Shirakumo. That is all I will tell you. Thank you, sir. There was quiet for a long time after that and they set about eating their meal. Mina's mind spiraled about the mere thought of losing someone she cared about. Her family and her classmates. They were precious to her. If she lost her family or even someone like Ajiro, she would lose her mind. She knew that. It also brought to the front of her memory something Kyoka relayed to the class during Naruto's tournament fight with that Bakugo boy. He had mentioned war. Had he somehow seen it, truly? If that were the case, it would also imply he had seen death as well. Is that why Naruto was so good at this? Probably. Mina felt her eyes harden. He was also preparing the class. Why he had Izuku help them so much with their quirks. That was fine. She would not lose any of them. Especially Ajiro. Oh. I see the determination in your eyes, young Ishido. Maybe something else too. Musha replied with a small shrug. I see you are ready to learn all I have to teach this week and due to my age, I have a lot to teach you. An age joke, from you sir? Mina asked, a bit perplexed. To her further surprise, he chuckled. Okay, what the fuck? This next lesson is very important. Musha replied. I keep up a persona of an unflinchable warrior hero to the public that is only in it for the fame and glory. I do not hide it and despite that, the public has deemed me a high-ranking hero. So, I keep up that persona, but in private, I am a humble man with a sense of humor. The reason for this is the commission. Make no mistake, Mina Ishido, they will come for you, just like they did for me and your other teacher Lady Nagant. Your quirk will be useful for them. They will come for me. Why sir? Because the current society is built on lies. Yoroi Musha replied and you could hear the resulting silence. All Might built this era of peace, this is true, but the commission maintains it. Often with bloodshed and death. This society creates its own villains and it was designed that way. When the rare few attempt to expose these lies, they are often cut down. It does not matter if you are a top hero or a simple writer, they will end you. Why are you telling me this? Mina replied after a moment of being freaked out and on edge. 1. Unlike so many other interns before, you have impressed me, and very few have ever impressed me. Musha replied, glad that Mina was questioning him. 2. Because, no one would really believe you, even if you ran to tell anyone about it. They would never believe a sweet girl like yourself would know the real truth of this world. 3. Because, I believe you can handle it. You have Lady Nagant and Eraserhead as teachers. They have seen things, and are preparing you to face them, much like I did for Aizawa and how I am doing now for you. The commission did not sweet talk and seduce me to their side like they did for Lady Nagant. I lied my way in. Funny, how they are the purveyors of lies and yet they cannot see others. He saw he still had Mina's attention, even if she looked to be losing it. This truth of the current world, which is why I was surprised, when Aizawa sent you to me and Principal Nezu even allowed it. I lied my way in to learn of the truth the commission, but I am a double agent and work with Nezu. I see the skepticism in your eyes, young Ishido. How can I be in the commission's good graces? I have killed a few of their self-made villains for them. And I mean real villains, not the writers and reporters trying to expose them, but true and vile killers that have gone off the deep end. It was through these acts I also met Nezu. His war with the commission has been ongoing for a considerably long time. He even chose commission agents in my agency from time to time and allowed Nezu direct access to my facility, so he can gather his dirt and trust me, there is a lot. You see, Nezu is a well-connected man and works for the World Heroes Association, who have been looking into the commission for a long time. This is all, so much. What about All Might? Does he know any of this? Indeed, it is much, and no, he does not. Musha admitted. Despite the commission shielding the public from their own creations, dark truths like the quirk thief that is still alive, and other dealings, they will not be around forever as they have succumbed to their own darkness. And if All Might knew about this, nothing would have stopped him from raising them to the ground. They know this and have kept him in the dark for that purpose alone. They cannot control him like they do others. He paused as he let all this sink in for the girl. You now know the truth now of the world, as I suspect others of your class do as well, like that Uzumaki brat. He kept what he could do to a minimum in the tournament after all. Mina blinked rapidly as she thought about that. It was true, on an internationally broadcasted event, Naruto only showed off two things. An immense amount of strength in his fox form, linking the two and making the world think that was it. Genius. Now that you know this, can you still handle being a hero? Musha asked, but he knew the answer. He saw the hardness return to the girl's eyes. I will do my best. I will not let my family nor my classmates being taken by the lies and shadows of this world. Mina declared, a certain fire entering her eyes, before a look of sadness crept in. It is a lot to take in, but me impressing you cannot be the only reason you let me in on this huge secret. You won't be around much longer, will you? Yoroi Musha's eyes widened before a sad smile appeared on his face. No, I will not be. Whether it be my age finally catching up to me, the commission killing me after deeming me a threat, or a new era of chaos emerges, I cannot be relied upon. If the last one shall come to pass, I will do as my public persona dictates and step down, as there will be no more glory or fame then. I have given my life to keeping Japan safe and will want some downtime, even if a stray explosion or a villain even would be one of the things to take me out. Also I can keep my wife safe. My children can take of themselves, I have made sure of that. Then I will have to be the next inside woman. Mina challenged with a grin. Yoroi Musha burst out laughing at that. So loud that others in the agency smiled that someone made their boss's true side come out during an internship. That road will be difficult and the commission will have their eyes on you. They will not try anything while you are under the care of Lady Nagant and All Might. They fear that team up even if they allowed it to happen. Musha frowned sadly then, but do not let them make you stain your soul with killing. I have seen that they have almost drove Kana to the brink. To see you in that same state would be heartbreaking. Fair enough, Mina replied, it making sense why Lady Nagant looked sad sometimes. Especially during their hero classes. Then I will do my best to protect my family and friends from them. Good, Musha affirmed. This is enough harsh truths for one night. Rest up, for a week of hard lessons awaits you. Thank you, sir. Mina bowed respectfully and left to her quarters. I hope we did the right thing and tell her. Musha replied to seemingly no one. His phone buzzed and Nezu appeared in video mode, looking sad as well. It had to be done, just as it was with Aizawa. Nezu stated. The commission would have come for her with her quirk. It is best we warned her now, if things do not go to plan with the commission takedown. Please, you have plans hidden in plans. I have faith you sir. XXX, Tale of Hidden Pasts. Hawks smiled as his 3 interns flew well considering 2 of them just learned how to fly properly. In the end, he could not help, but actually teach them something while they were his interns. It did not have to be some sort of fighting moves that would bring up bad memories on how he was brought up by the commission. Neji was already a great flyer and helped in most of their flight teaching, but Hawks was able to give Pony and Fumikage a few pointers from a different perspective. A perspective of having to learn to fly on his own. No, the commission never bothered actually teaching him. It would seem this internship was not a total waste of time after all. Neji commented while smirking at the hero, who winced. And given your unique way of flying, I can see you were never properly taught. It brings up uncomfortable questions. I can guess a few. Hawks replied in a clipped tone, which made Fumikage and Pony looked at each other and back up a bit to give them some privacy. One of which was why you were poaching potential flyers from the Hyuga agency. I see now that it was mostly to feel some sort of connection with them. Neji deduced, making Hawks sweat a bit. If I may be so bold, who were your parents? Honestly, Hawks replied after a beat of silence as he looked at the ground in shame. I don't really remember them all that much. Believe it or not, I was raised in the commission. From the little that I can remember, my mom was neglectful and my father was abusive. Probably because I wasn't his. Raised by the commission, Neji asked with a hard look while Hawks paled, having revealed information that was not exactly public. In fact, it probably was illegal, not that the commission gave a shit about that tidbit of information. As Neji was wrestling with all this new information that the public would freak out about, Hawks noticed out of the corner of his eye a flash of silver and then a gas station exploding. Wait, not your FA. Watch out, Hawks screamed, pushing Neji out of the way and bringing out a feather sword, ready to defend them from whatever silver thing was now flying at them. To his further shock, a bang was heard as the silver thing collided with a bullet. There was only one person he knew with that kind of accuracy. Get over here. Yup, the heroics teacher at UA. And former commission assassin, Lady Nagant. Perfect. He could keep his cool. No, he was not shaking his boots. He and his interns flew over to a nearby building that overlooked a busy street and a TV on another building spewing inane commercials. Tsutsumi-sensei, long time no see. Hawks replied professionally, but even his interns could hear the quiver in his voice. Keep it together, man. What is the situation? Not good. I feared they would have come after one of my kids when I heard they got out, but those twisted fucks just went after some random civilian at the grocery store. Turns out, they were not random. It was the hero who put them away. Hisashi Hyuga, Lady Nagant stated while giving Neji a sympathetic look. What? WHO would go after my father? Neji demanded, having lost nearly all of his composure after learning his father was in danger. He did not notice that Hawks had a hard look on his own face. The Alomancy triplets, Lady Nagant replied, causing Hawks to curse. Yup, it is bad. They were some efficient mercs for the commission, but they leaned a little too far into their bloodlust and caused many to die. Hisashi Hyuga aka Silver Wings took them down in his heyday. Now they are back and out for blood again. What she neglected to mention was they were Hawks teachers alongside Nagant back in the day. It had not been fun growing up. Before they could drum up a plan to try and deal with this, the TV across the way started to fade to static and then another image appeared. This time with a tall long white-haired man with streaks of black showing off his old hair color. All with a cruel smirk on his middle-aged face. On his forehead, a couple of black horns jut out and bent upward as if they were antennas. He wore a simple black cloak as he had not had much time to get proper attire. His red eyes leered out to all that looked up at him as he held up his hostage, Hisashi. I was wondering, who was it that stopped our attack? The only one I saw here was up in the sky, teaching brats how to fly. That was a cute sight, Hawks, but you are still too slow. Had to be someone else. Oh, there is that camera feed. Ready for a blast from the past. Too bad. Hawks, Lady Nagant, just like old times before this old shit took away our fun. His cruel smile turned deranged as. Oh, look Hisashi, you brat is interning with Hawks, would be a shame if we took your son out in front of you, wouldn't it? Hisashi screamed through the gag the man had over his mouth as he saw the image on his side. The older version of Neji screamed even more when the man holding him hostage gathered a silver alloy and shot it away. Only, nothing happened other than another gas station exploded. What manner of darkness is this? Fumikage asked. The Alomancy triplets, Jin, Kin, and Chitin, have a particular way they go about their business. Hawks replied through grit teeth. The attack will not come at you straight forward. The brothers are in constant motion and attract the alloy one of them has shot. So, in theory, we just have to wait for the object to get near us, right? Pony asked. She stood in front of Neji while Fumikage defended his back. Neji was the target after all, he was touched but he felt annoyed as well. Yeah, but they are constantly in motion, so that makes our jobs harder. Lady Nagant grumbled. That until glass shattered and Hawk's right wing exploded. She watched as the glint of silver went in a straight line. Oh, maybe not. They are old after all. That old tactic might not be viable anymore. Yeah, I saw it as well. Hawks replied, his wing reassembling itself back to normal. He had let them all go at the last second to not get hurt. Aim was off Kin. The man on the screen grumbled out before smirking back at the elder Hyuga. Oh, you seem surprised, Silver Wings. I did say your son, I just did not specify which son. At this, even Hisashi had a confused look. Hey, let me reveal some information to you. While we, taught Hawks to fight back in the day, we decided to look up his family history. Imagine our surprise when his real father was you. Gotta love those one-night stands before you are married, you never know what will come out of them. Now, the reason I am telling you this is so that when we kill him and your other son, it will break you 2 times over. This is our revenge for bringing us down. We lost years of our lives in prison because of you. Hisashi grunted as he was punched off camera. Once they are dead and you are begging for death to join them, we will gladly do so, but not before using our shared quirk to riddle you full of holes in the most painful ways possible. Then you have our permission to die. Damn, they are just as sadistic as before. Hawks replied with a deep shiver. Focus, I just spotted 2 points of where they have set up. Lady Nagant informed him. I see it, and I see the final point. Neji stated, having followed the trails once another alloy zipped past them. He felt sick that his father was in this predicament, but he wished no ill will towards his father for his past. He had a brother and that is all that mattered to him. Maybe this was what Hawks was getting at before. He wanted to ask and confirm his own theories. Well, now that cat was out of the bag. Neji, use that trident of yours to attack that point. You have my permission, Hawks ordered. Nagant and I will take the others. Tsukuyomi, Rocketee, keep a vigilant eye out for that piece of silver. I see it. Dark Shadow screamed and pointed in the direction a glint of silver came from. Lady Nagant nodded as she lined up her shot, and with a bang from her bio-sniper rifle, her bullet went through the glob of silver and went to sender. At the same time, Neji threw his trident in the exact opposite direction, attaching feathers to make sure the job was done. Meanwhile, Hawks shot a red spear of feathers in the direction he had found the leader of the triplets with his own feathers had sent out as feelers. His throw hit true as the feed on the TV went out. Crisis averted for now, but Hawks knew a media shitstorm was about to come down. Alrighty then, let's go check on your dad, Neji. Our father. If he knew you were related, he would have stopped at nothing to bring you into our family. Now, it is all but assured. Neji replied with certainty as Kana, Fumikage, and Pony all smiled at them. This was certainly an eventful internship that started bad. Though I will grill father for more hidden information. I'd rather ensure that no more secrets befall our family. I have twin sisters that are toddlers that do not need the stress. Hawks laughed in happiness, though this was potentially his own escape route from the commission. XXX, tale of reality. This was not how things were supposed to go. He was Katsuki fucking Bakugo, damn it. He was meant for greater things in life, like going to UA, learning under a legend, and then automatically becoming the number one here because he was that powerful, right? Right. Instead, he got his ass beat in record time at the sport festival and got sent to a busted D-lister. And Deidara was right, as he was, and partially still is, there would be no way he could ever breach the top 100 heroes, much less the freaking number one hero. As they strolled through the streets of Hiroshima, Katsuki noticed that while they were not getting attacked by anyone, they were all glaring at the both of them. Glares of suspicion. It sadly made sense given that after some research, there were a lot of bomb quirk users that ended up in jail. Deidara and him were the exceptions. They tried to be heroes while others turned into villains. It was earth-shattering to him as a person. Aldera propped him to be the next coming of All Might. He originally went there to honestly feed his own ego and have an interesting backstory. Turns out he let their manipulations actually feed his ego even more. Sad thing was, his parents were well off thanks to their fashion business that he could have gone to some high-end school like Some or something. Yet another thing he messed up on. Damn it. Katsuki looked to either side of him, seeing the well-dressed employees of the museum were just strolling along while he observed their surroundings. While Deidara and him got glares, Itachi seemed to get a mixture of suspicious glares and sympathetic looks. It was odd. The heck did this mild-mannered and tired-as-hell-looking guy even do? Young Bakugo, Deidara interrupted his thoughts as they rounded a corner. I have told you how people view explosion quirk users, you have seen the looks we get for your own eyes, and have no doubt done a bit of research on the why. Do you have any other questions? Yeah, why was life so easy back in Mustafu for me, and why is Itachi getting some confusing looks? Bakugo asked, noticing Itachi sigh while Deidara nodded. You must not read a lot of news. Itachi replied, and his tone was light at that. Strange. To answer your first question, Deidara answered, it is simple, you have a strong quirk, unusually strong for even as explosion kin. Must be a generational thing. Point is, there have been rumors that MLA supporters actually running schools nowadays. I suppose it could be true for you. They prop up the strong, filling them with all sorts of delusions and whatnot, while beating in the faces of the weak. Holy shit, Katsuki replied with wide eyes. Aldera did that with me. I could do no wrong there, and then shit changed when I went to UA. We thought as much. They were manipulating you so that you would see them favorably later down the line. We do not know what their end goal is, but there have been investigations on schools across Japan. Yours is hardly a unique case. Itachi replied. This cannot end well. What the fuck? Katsuki said lowly. This pushed me to bully a former friend back in grade school. Turns out we were not friends that much. Our parents were, and I was a total asshole to him. Are you telling me they would have pushed me to kill him? Just because he did not get a quirk in time like everyone else? Deidara and Itachi gave each other a look before nodding. The possibility exists. Deidara ventured. Some districts send strong but volatile youth against weaker or quirkless individuals, while other districts drive out the mutant population. Your inside perspective paints a broader picture for us. What the fuck, are you investigating this as well? Katsuki asked. We are part of an interconnected investigation. No need to worry about it too much. We brought this up to wake you up to your own manipulations, or rather redirections. Explosion kin are hard to control. Deidara explained, typing away new information of his phone before pressing send. As for Itachi, I am correcting a mistake on my part. I am not following, Katsuki admitted. You have heard of Gentle Criminal, correct? Itachi asked. That streamer, who broadcasts fake crimes to try and expose businesses. That hack. The very same. Deidara replied with a nod. You see, he was a hero hopeful who got rejected. He was so desperate, that he used his quirk in the middle of a villain attack, injuring a hero in the process. Itachi interfered with a villain I was dealing with, but I did not get injured. In fact, Itachi's illusion quirk was perfect for dealing with that situation. I just did not see it at the time, and much like with what happened to Gentle Criminal, I ruined Itachi's life. We Explosion have short fuses, no doubt you know that, and I said some things that led to him almost ending his life. I am repaying my debt as best I can and have gained a friend for it. Deidara put a hand on Itachi's shoulder and smiled sadly. He may never forgive me, but I am trying to make his life far better than what it was before. And I am forever grateful that you are helping me be a hero. It is literally all Japan cares about nowadays. Itachi replied before noticing where they ended up. He put a hand Katsuki's shoulder, stopping him. That grave is his old teacher, Sasori the Crimson Scorpions. He usually ends his patrols here and begs his old master for forgiveness. I was not the only person whose life he messed up. We brought you here, so you do not end up causing the same issue. Katsuki watched numbly as Deidara broke down before the grave. He thought about what he learned today. It only brought up uncomfortable questions. If Izuku had not moved away, would he have become so desperate to be a hero that he would have died trying? Would Katsuki allow the boy to even try? Would Katsuki have caused the boy to end his own life like Deidara almost did to Itachi? He could not answer those questions. All he knew was that he had to change before he became like the wreck before them. Maybe the school counselor, Hound Dog, could help him. Because his own issues could not just destroy himself, but others as well. XXX, Tale of Airspace. Goodness girl, you are a handful. Has anyone ever told you that before? The hero known as Airjet said once they touched down on what seemed like a random rooftop in Hosu. He was playing off his nervousness of being in the city where the hero killer was last seen with some humor. My parents, my friends, my classmates, Mr. Aizawa, and Power Loader say it all the time. Mei replied nonchalantly as she started tinkering with her left repulsor glove. It has been slightly off during flight and she would rather not die from a random fall or the damn thing exploding mid-flight. That would not do well for her image. Right, cannot say I am surprised. Airjet muttered. He was not regretting sending her an invite to his agency. In fact, she fit in quite well with all the sidekicks. You see, he was an inventor himself and founded his agency on cooperating with other scientists and inventors. They all had to start somewhere and he had seen his fair share of eccentrics. Mei might be over the top, but he was well equipped to handle that. Tell me, why did you want to do a test flight here of all places? You are not going to test something on the hero killer, are you? I do not care about the hero killer. Mei replied bluntly as her hand sparked before something clicked and she smiled. I know I can lose myself in my work, but I still have friends and I need to make sure they are okay. Tenya Iida is good friend and I wanted to check and see how he was doing. Ah, checking on a classmate. Airjet replied with a smile. Some of his sidekicks had those and even fewer stayed connected, always using the excuse of potential customers or whatnot. Humans craved interaction, no matter how introverted or smart you were. Seems Mei was no different, she often spoke of her customers or friends. She claimed to have her own network for future business. It was cute. Wait, Iida. Oh, Tensai's family. Helping your boyfriend through some tough times. He is not my boyfriend, pretty sure Mr. Roboto is ace. Nothing wrong with that, just as there is nothing wrong with me dating Melissa Shield. Mei replied in a bored tone, having gone to the end of the roof to see if she could see Tenya from their height. That certainly threw Airjet through a loop. Shield meant they were on an island, which meant long distance. Interesting. Ah, there they are. Vacuum tunnels. I'll have to ask them about that later, I am sure I can make some support gear to help with their speed. Oh yeah, their mentor is known for that. I tried making something for Jetstream a long while ago since he is getting up there in age. I am excited to see a new perspective try something in that area. Airjet replied. Challenge accepted. Mei shot back before turning back to the boys before and jumping of the building. Tenya. Inasa. Look out below. What in the world? Tenya screamed while Inasa roared with laughter, having sensed through the air that she was in no danger. Airjet just shook his head while Jetstream smirked to the side. Hey you two, how's training going? Mei asked with a bright smile. Tenya smiled gently at the girl, knowing conversations like this were not her strong suit. You do not have to push yourself so much Mei, but I am handling it. Mei's smile became strained. Look, I know I am not the social type and I kind of have to eventually navigate that if I ever want to get my company to pop off. However, if someone ever threatened the life of my family or friends, I do not think I would be taking it as well as you, Tenya. Tenya chuckled sadly, making the pro-heroes and Inasa wince slightly and they knew Tensai was a good man and loved his brother dearly. The feeling was mutual it seemed and it was never easy seeing your world shatter. Truth be told, I was and still am barely hanging by a thread, however, Naruto promised he would help with Tensai somehow. Code for none of their business. But the anger of what happened is still bubbling under the surface. Then there is nothing to worry about. Came the modulated voice of Shinso as he and Mr. Aizawa walked out from a nearby alleyway. Use that anger as fuel to power yourself in this internship to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Any word from your stab-happy cat-suited girlfriend? Inasa asked, wanting to change the subject from depressing things like Stain's attack on family. Shinso chuckled tiredly as he took off his helmet and brought out his phone to show them a video. She already has one commercial under her belt with Uwabami, she is somehow a natural. I hate to say it, but I might have to learn to be her manager someday. The public seems to like her. As the three friends continued to chat and let Inasa in about a few things, Shoto lazily made his way to the two pro-heroes that had much more energy than he did, and one was nearing retirement. No issues, I hope. None at all. We are just surprised to see you here with your intern, Eraserhead. Jetstream replied, looking a little perplexed. Well, my intern wanted to check on Tenya, so we came to visit. We won't be staying too long. Also, I checked around the back alleys and underground, it seems as if Stain has literally disappeared from the area. Keep your guard up, I have a bad feeling about this. Airjet and Jetstream looked at each other as a chill went up their spines and nodded. Stain was not done with Hosu. It was not in his MO to leave the job so suddenly and unfinished. XXX, Tale of the Hero Killer. Hold on, you want how many Nomu? Dr. Garaki asked all for one incredulously. I thought Eldritch Horror was going to be more than enough for Stain and Hosu. 4. Doctor. Stain is just an experiment after all. I do not believe he will survive the night. To achieve his simple goal for the night, I wish to break the heroes of Hosu just a little bit more. All for one replied with a chuckle. Might I suggest the worm? Orochimaru offered with a stretched grin. You cannot be serious. That one will most like take out Hosu, especially since the heroes that were mentioned to be there will be destructive. Kyudai asked nervously. What is one city when breaking the heroic spirit? Destruction on that level is perfect. Good suggestion, Orochimaru. I merely thought it would be a great tool for entertainment. This could work, especially the quirks we gave it. Kyudai replied after a moment of thought. In his old age, he momentarily thought that the worm was incomplete, then he remembered they finished that right before they put Tamura in the machine. So be it. Let the world tremble at their power. XXX. Shit, I expected Stain, not the mass mayhem I am seeing. Mirko replied as she took in the situation. It was nighttime in Hosu, but the activity was like it was daytime. From a large building, Mirko and her interns saw that large parts of Hosu had been set ablaze and people were screaming. Something about monsters attacking. Par for the course villain activity nowadays, but this was not what she prepared her interns for. Then again, they did survive the USJ incident at UA. Okay, new plan. Get down there and protect the civilians. I'd rather you not fight whatever is causing this, but defend yourself when needed. Do not be a pair of idiots. Right-o. Understood, Ribbit. Her interns sounded of before Mirko herself jumped towards the fires, somewhat missing the ground shake violently for a moment before going still. What do you think that was? Cannot be good. Naruto had a confused look on his face as he tried to feel the disturbance out. That's odd. Whatever it was huge and then, just disappeared. I see. Suyu replied with a shiver. That was never a good sign in her books. Let's get to Tenya, since I have a feeling he would go off on his own during a crisis like this to hunt Stain. Naruto just nodded grimly before the two parkoured across Hosu. XXX. Are you serious? Naruto deadpanned. What, Ribbit? How did he position himself into the exact center of all this bullshit? Naruto replied as he moved his head to the side and some debris from a building almost hit him. They had stopped at seemingly a random gap between buildings amid the chaos. Not that they ran into a lot of said chaos because Naruto and made sure they did not run into it. I am also sensing others in hiding. Su, I know you are pretty capable already, but we need to prioritize Tenya, or any other downed hero. Do you think you can pull off a human heist from atop a building while I distract them? I am pretty sure, I have lifted humans before with my tongue. Suyu replied. Alright then, let's put on a show. Naruto replied with a grin as Suyu stealthily jumped to the top of the building. Right as Stain was about to drive his katana into Tenya's head, they both froze, or in Tenya's case stopped struggling as he was already frozen from Stain's quirk, and looked in the direction of someone whistling as they strolled down the alleyway. The whistle reminded Stain of Death's whistle from Puss in Boots, a movie he watched as a kid when they remastered it. It almost made Stain chuckle at the absurdity. Stendhal, it has been too long. Naruto called out with a cheesy grin. How's the nose? Akatsuki, Stain replied after a moment of remembrance and then growled in anger at the boy. After Knuckleduster punched it in, I had to cut it off. Seriously, that is fucking metal. Indeed. Tell me boy, Stain stated as he walked past Tenya and pointed his blade in Naruto's direction. Have you come to die in his place? I highly doubt that deceitful man could have made a suitable hero out of you. Nah, I am here to help my classmate you were about to kill. Oh, and the other dude on the wall. Naruto replied with a casual grin. And what makes you think I will let you? Stain asked cruelly. Because, Stendhal, you really haven't changed all that much. Naruto replied, using Stain's old vigilante name, sending the older man into a rage that grew with each word. You were a violent psychopath with malleable convictions in the past. I was what, 9 when you attacked me out of the blue to test my convictions or whatever as a vigilante. You were also easy to control, proof being that B-villain who gave you a few pretty words and attacked me again with the crawler. It took a tough as nails old man to beat you back then with a single punch to change your views and your conviction. Now instead of petty villains, you attack heroes and deem it a noble act. Truth is, you have tasted blood and death. You want that rush like a common serial killer. I will admit that I have become a serial killer, but don't you dare mock my conviction to have true heroes in the world. Even if I have to also cull children, then so be it. With that, Stain reverse gripped his katana and stabbed into Tenya, intent on killing him in front of Naruto, a friend. Only, the clang of metal on concrete confused him as it seemed that Tenya was gone, along with Native. Froppy was really good at stealth rescue, there was no doubt there. How? Those summons. Another toad. You would dare stop me? Damn right I wouldn't, it was more of a frog. Tenya was only here to avenge his brother, who you put in mortal danger. A common response when that happens. The cycle of hatred and all that. Naruto replied with a shrug. You want real heroes. Well, there are amongst the mass amount of them, but it is a job nonetheless, much like a soldier or a ninja back home. People gotta eat whether someone like you wants it or not. That is not how it should be, damn it. Stain screamed as his eyes bleed red. I will purge this world of the false heroes. One bloodbath after another if I have to. I can see there is not much to convince you other than some truth. The commission wants it that way and I doubt your methods will work on them. Naruto explained as he took a battle stance, slightly unnerved by Stain's berserker red eyes growing more manic by the second. I will deal with them, with help from my new disciples. But first, we will kill you. Stain declared with his sword pointed at Naruto. A moment later, a golden chain shot from the darkness of the alley in an attempt to ensnare him. Huh, I wondered who the others were. Guess I was right to be cautious. Ah well, 4 against 1 though. Seems a little unfair. Naruto replied with a grin. For you. Take this seriously, Akatsuki, your life is on the line. Stain replied grimly. I did not appreciate your showboating in the sports festival. Stain proceeded to rush Naruto and stab him through the chest before he could react. Oh, you did not hear. It is Kurama, the beast hero now. Akatsuki is old school kid games. Naruto replied before exploding, sending Stain into the waiting arms of Jugo. Naruto walked out of the flames and smoke with a shit-eat grin, making him look a little ominous with the lighting. And the show has only begun. Suddenly, the golden chain appeared again and wrapped around Naruto, binding him in place. 3 figures appeared above Naruto, ready to strike. One with a mutated fist, one with a simple katana, and the last with a buster sword that looked like it came out of a video game. They crashed into him, only for a poof of smoke to blind them. Come on, you all gotta try harder than that. Naruto laughed from the end of the alley, he was leading them out into the open. Where the chaos of the night was. They took it hook, line, and sinker as they ran after him. He did wonder, why Sasuke's old rogue team reincarnated here, but that was a question for another time. It was time to get wild. Above them on the roof, Tsuyu, Tenya, and Native looked on in disbelief. That kid is going to get himself killed. Native replied weakly, still unable to move. I doubt that, I have seen him go toe-to-toe with Mirko in our internship with her. Naruto may be a showboat, but he can handle this situation. Tsuyu defended her intern buddy. It was weird, when it was just the 3 of them, Naruto acted like an older brother to her, allowing her to have fun in their internship. Something she lacked at home due to her always having to take care of her younger siblings. So she believed in Naruto. He was right, I stood no chance against Stain. Tenya replied softly before kept his eyes zeroed in on Naruto, hoping the boy could take care of himself against Stain and now these others. He really messed up, hadn't he? Please play, I'm Still Standing, by Elton John. You gotta be quicker than that. I am still standing. Naruto laughed as he dodged yet another coordinated strike from them and a few chain attacks sent by a red-haired woman, who used them like whips. Dodging them with his speed was like child's play, but he wanted to make them really work for it. But then an idea came to mind as he pressed the hacking tool on his staff. He was going to deal with Hosu's problem all in one go. An electronic pulse was sent out of the city causing radios, TVs, and other electronics to home in on him in this fight. Naturally, it caused a massive amount of confusion from the heroes defending Hosu, but it made his classmates that were helping in this mess have a good chuckle, especially when it attracted the Nomus as if in a hypnotic state. You can never know what it is like, your blood like winter freezes just like ice. And there's a cold lonely light that shines from you. You'll wind up like the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. Naruto sang while dodging every single thing the team of 4 sent his way. He even mocked Stain by tapping on his red mask, in a non-existent nose bop. XXX. How is thing this so slippery? Endeavor growled to himself as he threw a fiery fist as a gray-skinned slim Nomu that was tearing up the street with a much bigger black-skinned Nomu was fighting a few straggling heroes in the middle of the blaze. The reason Endeavor of all people was struggling was because he was off his game. Naruto words back at the sports festival had gotten to him. The boy was right, he had been treating his personal vendetta against All Might as if he was going to fight the legendary hero. He had been going about this all wrong from the get-go and he let his pride blind him. That was showing more than ever during his son's internship with him. He merely gave Shoto a few pointers here and there, not train him into the dirt like he usually did. Shoto had to find his own way to surpass All Might and be the #1 hero. He had to find his own way to have the public trust him enough to even get that far. The sad thing is, so did Endeavor, now more than ever. The hero rankings were a popularity contest and it irked him. It was so distracting that it nearly cost his and Shoto's lives during this attack. Endeavor needed to focus. He could worry about his career and barely existent family life later when this mess was over. It probably has some sort of oil quirk to make it that way. It would make sense for a creature like the Nomu to have that in others. It would be best to freeze it instead of using fire to make it sweat more. Freezerburn aka Shoto replied with a small smirk, the message implying to use the ice side of his quirk instead of the fire side like Enji wanted him to do for so long. Cheeky, fine. Freeze it in place. We still have the flying one and the muscled one to deal with. Not to mention that anaconda-sized one that has somehow disappeared, again. Endeavor growl in annoyance that the fact one keeps slipping away. It ate a whole person, how does something of that size just disappear after doing that? Just then, a pulse was felt as all the electronics started going haywire. As soon as an overturned car radio started playing a song someone young was singing, the Nomu all stopped what they were doing and then as if in a trance, all went in the same direction. The slippery one ever breaking free of the ice Shoto had trapped it in. Endeavor looked on numbly as a TV went on showing Naruto singing and dancing while dodging everything Stain the freaking hero killer and a few others were throwing at him. Father, I know where that is. I will help Kurama as best I can. Freezerburn shouted before running off. Damn it, just be careful. Endeavor replied after a moment and then went off to help quell the fires now that they had a free moment of non-Nomu attacks, only for the ground underneath him to open up and swallow him. XXX. And did you think this fool could never win? Naruto sang, basically shit-talking Suigetsu's reincarnation from atop his buster blade before sliding down it and then jump off his head, parts of it turning to water to soften the weight. Well, look at me, I'm comin' back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way and if you need to know while I'm still standing, you just fade away. This time he danced around Karen's reincarnation's chains, which he grabbed only to whip them back at her, forcing her to fall back into an alleyway. Don't you know I'm still standin' better than I ever did? Lookin' like a true survivor, Naruto belted out into his microphone, leaning back to dodge a sword swipe from Stain that would have taken off his head had he not dodged. Stain was further put off by the appearance of Naruto's old vigilante self as a kid, feelin' like a little kid. Stain naturally tried to take the illusion out, only for it to explode in his face, quite literally as he was sent flying back from an explosion clone hidden in the illusion. And I'm still standin' after all this time. Pickin' up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. Rag. Jugo screamed, his skin having turned gray from his quirk of taken in the natural energy of the world, which made him unstable and violent. The point was further proven when he ripped out his own spine with one hand to try and capture Naruto while the other hand had turned into a spear made out of a conglomerate of bones, all misshapen and twisted. I'm still standin', Naruto cheerfully sang as they made their way down the street, a chorus of clones popping out from behind car to sing, yeah, 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 only for Stain to tear into them madly, his blood rage kicking in and having splattered Suigetsu against a wall with a kick. Good thing he reformed from water to re-enter the fight. I'm still standin'. Once, I never coulda hoped to win. Naruto continued, the street being covered in more illusions, this time a training ground surrounded by forest. A young Naruto was dead tired from training as silhouettes of his old team walk away, not caring. By this time, Tenya and Native had regained their motor functions and they're following along the rooftops. Soon, Freezerburn, Gale Force, Mother of Invention, Soundbite, Maximum Overdrive, Froppy and a few of their teachers had arrived to the scene. The fire and chaos in their areas quelled by the song. Jetstream naturally went over to support his injured son through all this. You're startin' down the road, leavin' me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down, and if our love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. You know I'm still standin' better than I ever did. Lookin' like a true survivor, feelin' like a little kid. Naruto laughed when 3 out of the 4 Nomu appeared after a couple cars exploded. He danced around them to the point that they rammed into Stain's lackeys. The black-muscled Nomu getting skewered by Jugo's bone spear, Suigetsu and the lanky gray Nomu seemed to slid around each other, and Karen got taken to the skies by the winged Nomu. Karen promptly grabbed some C4 from her purse and struck it in the thing's mouth, took out a long knife to slash off its legs holding her, and pressed a button through her purse to explode the Nomu. Naruto simply caught her with ease only to fling her into another alley he passed when she tried to stab him. And I'm still standin' after all this time, pickin' up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standin', Naruto sang as the ground shook violently and out popped the snake Nomu that had grown to a gigantic size, with Endeavor barely hanging on. Boy, defend yourself. Quit dodging everything, Endeavor roared, having seen his show from the various TVs he was able to glimpse from his wide ride. Hell yeah, you have my permission to go ham, Kurama. Mirko cheered as she kicked the remains of the black-muscled Nomu at the snake Nomu, that had gained metal scales. I'm still standin', Naruto sang with glee as he dodged another downward strike from Suigetsu's buster blade and then landed on the end of the blade so he could not lift it. Naruto merely smirked before taking a page from Tsunade and finger-flicking Suigetsu's forehead with super strength, sending his watery remains everywhere that then tried to converge and regain his form. Don't you know that I'm still standin' better than I ever did? He then kicked the buster blade through the Nomu, bisecting it down the middle. Lookin' like a true survivor, feelin' like a little kid. Stain somehow fell for the same illusion, exploding clone trick, and it sent him spiraling into an already damaged car. This time Karen went to see if he was okay, but as soon as she touched him, she screamed bloody murder and then was gone. Stain's hidden quirk had activated. And I'm still standin' after all this time, pickin' up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. It freaked Naruto out when he saw it, but he did not let it show on his face because people were still watching him. Suigetsu and Jugo both ran at Naruto full speed and didn't see the blood form of Stain until it was too later. Stain grabbed them by the feet and the blood on his form traveled the length of their bodies. With a yank, the two were sucked into his own body with a liquid plopping sound. Naruto watched in awe as Stain transformed into a larger nightmarish version of himself, made from blood and bone. The carcass of the winged Nomu fell between them and Stain absorbed the two, growing nightmarish wings. He then proceeded to backhand Naruto onto the towering snake Nomu that looked ready to strike down on them, knocking away Endeavor's body, who used his own fire to stabilize himself in midair, but felt he could not do much against the Nomu or Stain at this point, especially when Stain absorbed the remains of the other two Nomu. It did not mean he won't try and defend Naruto from the two and through jets of fire. Stain merely dodged with great speed despite his new massive size and sent his massive claw into the spot Naruto jumped from. I'm still standin'. Not for long, false hero. You cannot defeat me. The only man I will allow to take me in is All Might. Stain chuckled darkly as the snake Nomu roared before it too was absorbed into the ever-growing form of Stain. As Naruto fell from the former Nomu, he saw each face that had fought him tonight, screaming out from the blood in terror and agony, reminding him of the envious homunculus from Fullmetal Alchemist. Still, Naruto was not as worried as the other that rushed to try and catch him. Now die, you insufferable brat. Naruto smiled as he pointed his finger at Stendhal, no, Stain in the familiar gun pose. A small but high condensed ball of energy formed at the tip. He moved easily despite the intense killing intent in the air that froze everyone else. You first, you old hypocrite. Bang! The highly condensed Rasengan shot away from his finger, but seemed to fade and fizzle out. The world seemed to scream for Naruto's safety as it seemed his attack was not going to work and either the falling monster Stain was going to get him or gravity. The next moment, a flash of light lit up the area as the chakra attack went off, creating a violent hurricane of blood, bone, and screams as the monstrous Stain's form was violently ripped apart and the people inside of him were forced away, shooting them all over the place. Jugo crashed into a truck, causing it to explode. Karen landed on a rooftop and Suigetsu landed in a water tower. The Nomu, who were back to full health, fell onto the street. However, not one of them moved to get up, and they were either too tired, knocked out, or traumatized. Stain was barely alive when he landed on a car and looked like he would need intensive care if he wanted to survive. The explosion of actively meant that people were just distracted enough that they missed what Naruto did to survive the fall. He smiled brightly from atop a building next to his shell-shocked classmates and mentors. His version of the vanishing Rasengan, inspired various pistols, had worked. Planting a foot on the ledge of the roof, he finished his song. I'm still standin'. Like before, he clones popped out, only this time on the rooftops. Yeah. As Endeavor watched Naruto interact and be doted on by his friends, he looked around the area and sighed. He dropped down next to whimpering Stain and muttered, what even was this shit? That Kurama brat may have done a good thing, but now he had everyone's attention on him. XXX, Tale of a Show. With Stain and various other villains that tried something in Hosu and other cities locked up, or dead, people needed a pick-me-up to raise their spirits even more after hearing that news. Better than being exhausted from the constant fear from those villains. Sure, Naruto, a hero intern, got credit for taking down Stain, but that brought more scrutiny onto heroes who could not do much against him. It made people talk. The police chief personally thanked Naruto, who only got slapped on the wrist for stepping out of his bounds as a hero intern, something that made his friends angry that he even got in trouble for doing the job of pro-heroes for them. What better way to distract people from the problems than to have a musical concert? That is what the Feather Hats, Angel, Shemage and Heartbeat had been preparing for. Now, in Hosu Park, the idea was coming to life. It was Friday night and most of the interns from Class 1A and even some from Class 1B were there. As well as their hero mentors. Izuku wasn't there, mainly because he was still in America, but Mei volunteered to record the event for him. Mei did not really want to be here, but she needed human interaction. So here she was, already getting more support item ideas for Kyoka if she wanted them. Surprisingly, Neji from 1B requested hover boots, for just in case he needed to use all his feathers for a super spear attack. It made sense. Welcome one and all. Crazy week, right? Pop Step announced with a nervous chuckle, getting the audience to laugh a little. She and the rest of the cast were on a specially made stage made from wood of someone's nifty quirk. In celebration of Stain being taken down by the hero intern Kurama and all the other heroes and interns doing amazing jobs, I present to you soothing songs after a long week. We even have our own interns, Heartbeat and Shemage. Now, put your hands together for our first act, Angel. The devilish angel costumed singer walked out onto the stage with a self-assured strut, a little wave, and a big grin. Thank you, Pop Step. However, my performance will be so good, they won't need to hear anyone else's material for the night. Oh, that confident, are we? Good luck. Kazuha replied with a happy face, but you could tell, after dealing with Angel for a week, it was grating on her nerves. Shemage quickly running over to her mentor to help calm her down. Please play the fan cover of All Eyes on Me by Victor McKnight and Squiggly Dig. It is a Bendy and the Ink Machine song. Angel merely smiled as she readied herself with closed eyes, opened them, and activated her quirk. Long time ago, I had my show. 'Twas beautiful, lovable, Angel. But he took the spotlight shining so bright, left me to fade away. But honey, now the turn is mine. Out in the audience, Naruto felt the touch of her quirk. It was a curious one, not something innately evil, but used nudging the emotions to match the ones she felt. Curious, he let it lead him away from his friends, who were distracted by her haunting melody. 3, 2, 1. A devil made from heaven sent from above. Looks like Henry's got a little date, let's have some fun. The audience became surprised when ink rose from the stage and formed both gothic furniture and floating music notes. The unnerving thing was that it flowed off her face a bit. Still, Angel smiled and lounged on the chair she made. You've got lots to do, little errand boy, come to me at Cloud 9. To be the perfect angel, some sing must be done. Taking a page from Naruto's illusion songs, Angel trained herself to tell a story via her own ink. Caricatures of a younger version of herself formed along with what people assumed was her old manager. You told me what to do and what to say. I couldn't escape. You got to choose the ending of my fate. You put me astray. The old manager was depicted as leading her down a path that led her to no longer be the singer she once was, and it set off a fire in her, fueling a hatred in her, and it made people worried. Then the caricatures both turned into her to do a little bop of background singers. It was cute. But not anymore. I'm in control. I have the stage, you can't turn the page now, all eyes on me. And like that, the villainous aspect of her song came to life as all the music noted turned into black and white hypnotic wheels that captured the attention of everyone in the audience. Pop Step was about to hop in a break it up but stopped when she saw someone she knew behind the chair Angel used to lounge in. Also, that was a lot of ink dripping from Angel's face. Was she okay? All eyes on me. So many experiments, so many mistakes, but I'll go all the way till I'm in perfect shape. By this time, ink was flowing off Angel's form, giving her an unhinged look. But the smile creeped out everyone behind stage and worried them even more when the person behind the chair became strapped to it and set in center stage. This person was a bound Naruto, who looked bored. Especially when that ink pooled to show off broken-looking people. First's the worst, maybe third's the charm. So close. Oh, I cannot wait till the demon won't take me now, cause there's a sacrifice he'll slay. An actual devil reformed out of the broken ink people and rested a hand on both Angel and Naruto, a smile stretching its face. At this point, the members of backstage tried to stop this performance but were stopped by ink imps giggling madly. You said I wasn't good enough to stay, you put me away. You took away my future and my fame, but now it will change. Angel sang, reforming the visage of her old manager before squeezing his neck so hard his head popped off. She once more turned to her captive audience with a manic ink-dripping smile. Focus on me. I'll be all that they see. I'll make them sway, no can't ran away, now all eyes on me tilde. I heard the stories, but I didn't think they screwed her over this badly to make her this mad. Pop Step said in a panic as Kyoka readied her guitar for a sonic wave to disrupt this performance. Only issue was the ink covering her equipment, making that difficult, making bother her and Kanoko panic as they tried to get the ink off. Angel made the instrument work for her for this song. Angel gained a sad look on her face as she looked to Kyoka, Kanoko, Kazuha, Naruto, and then the audience. Then an angry look overcame her face as she stared at the hypnotized masses. You don't know what it's like to drown away, in a puddle of shame. And you, yes, you, make me insane. That anger rose as she spun Naruto's chair to scream in his face. With her ever-growing madness, the ink devil himself even seemed to back away from her. But not anymore. I'm in control. I have the stage, you can't turn the page. Now do any you're told. Her small angel wings on her costume grew into huge flapping black angel wings that dripped with her own ink. She still thought she was an angel and in control of her own actions. But she had lost control a long time ago. Focus on me. I'll be all that they see. I'll make them saw. No, can't run away. Now, all eyes on me. Now all eyes on me. As the song died down, Angel started laughing hysterically until she was sobbing ink out her eyes. Her last push for fame had broken her. There were heroes in the audience who would take her away after this, she knew it. Her old manager even left her to be a hero, claiming her musical talent wasn't good enough for him to come back. She barely noticed Naruto's comforting hand on her shoulder. She hated heroes, all because of her old manager. But this one, he had stage presence and was a hero. She would let him talk to her to see where this went. Look, I can sense you have been in a bad way for a long time. I don't think I have a right to ask why. Naruto began softly, letting the audience slowly wake up and piece together what happened. The evidence was all there, dripping off her and the stage. Before you feel like you have to fully go down a villainous route just to be famous again and to spite someone that was close to you, I want you remember why you wanted to start singing in the first place. While Angel looked contemplative on the why she started singing in the first place, Naruto walked over to Kyoka to help Kanoko help her up after she slipped and fell in the ink. May I borrow that guitar? Sure, but it is full of ink and can't be used. Kyoka muttered in annoyance as she handed Naruto the guitar. It won't be a problem. Naruto replied with a goofy grin, making Kyoka blush a bit. He then walked back over to Angel and said, let's do a do-over. Wanna give me a hand? Angel got the message and pulled the ink from the guitar, but she was highly confused why this hero, even if he was just an intern, was not immediately try to put her in jail. Her old manager sure would have. Come on, you can even lead us off with a high-pitched tone. Please play, A Good Song Never Dies, by Saint Motel. Angel shrugged, deciding not to look a gift horse in the mouth for now, started making her voice go a bit high and she noticed it was affecting her ink in a positive way somehow. It was not wriggling in rage like it usually did for her singing. And combined with Naruto's playing of the guitar, it made things get weird. One moment the area around them was normal, if covered in ink, the next everything was black and white like her ink, but in the style of very early cartoons. Stop. Now let's begin. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash, it's pay to play, you want more hits that lemonade. Naruto sang jubilantly as they begun to dance on a giant keyboard, even Kyoka and Kazuha joining in, having recognized this setup from the sports festival. Even the audience was affected the old-timey atmosphere and the goofy dances. Rumi, in casual wear, even decided to bust a few moves. No, you don't own me. You don't even know me. Who, this vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond? Naruto continued, his clothes shifting into a 1920s three-piece suit, complete an orange tie, a fedora, and even a walking cane. The guitar had disappeared with a clone as the illusion brought bit of color here and there. How? Stay genuine, a ground floor op, I can help you find. Oh, you're a dreamer, call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. The illusion then shifted to that of a small musical venue similar to what was already going on. However, Angel noticed a younger version of herself with her family, all singing along to the songs that were being played for them. It was here, she remembered, that her younger self noticed that singing made her family happy and that she wanted to do the same. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were. The first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No, a good song never. No, a good song never. The first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No, a good song never. The illusion dug deeper into her memories, showing her how she learned to be a better singer and even the times when she was somewhat famous where she was happy and still singing for her family, ignoring the time where her manager would interrupt and make things a hassle. Dies. Hope, the wonder drug. Naruto sang as he fell on his back and the scene changed again, this time to one of his memories. He was lying in a grassy field in the land of snow, staring up the rainbow generator heating up the place, a grateful Princess Koyuki looking around in awe with the audience. Sweat, your equity. Make the caffeine be your weaponry. What is the reason? There never was one needed. Fear, it's all around. But it weighs too much to slow you down. Two scenes played out, a younger Angel being yelled at by her manager while riding a train. At the same time, Naruto was running from said train with Koyuki on his back. Now is the time to act. 'Cause the best defense is a timeless track. No, you don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. Naruto sang, the scene shifting to Kana, Himiko, and him eating ice cream together, music playing the background that Naruto liked so much that he decided to try it out and sing on his own for a bit. He even sang for Himiko, Shinso, and Izuku while they trained as motivation. It just reminds you of where you were. The first time it made you cry. The first time you felt alive. No, a good song never. No, a good song never. The first time it made you cry. The first time you felt alive. No, a good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky. A chance to join that pantheon. The scene changed once again to Angel walking up the stage of her first concert and that feeling of exhilarating filling her. The same feeling filled Naruto, like when he stood before a crowd in the Chunin exam finals. For all the times they never heard your battle cry. Now even angels sing along. The old stage returned as 5 people stood there, singing their hearts out as they finished the song. Naruto, Kazuha, Kyoka, Kanoko and Angel all sang while the images behind them all showed off moments they were proud of. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No, a good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, they'll pull you over to the side. Looks you straight into the eyes. No, a good song never. No, a good song never. The first time it made you cry. The first time you felt alive. No, a good song never. Once the song was done, Angel smiling with tears in her eyes, reminded of why she wanted to do all this in the first place. She would admit she lost her way as she hugged Naruto in thanks for helping her, instead of immediately locking her away. Hey, that's what heroes do. They make everyone feel better, so they can smile. Gosh, I am jealous of Kyoka, she spoke so highly of you while she was here. Angel replied, winking at the girl, who blushed but took hold of Naruto's hand. In the end, the concert continued on, much to the enjoyment of everyone. What made it even better was that Naruto was requested to lend his illusion talents to the other songs. XXX. This place was loud and full of people. She father hated busy places like this, too many quirks and their germs. The man was weird and abusive, but her father, no, not her father, her captor. Her memory was photographic and she wished she did not have that. Her real father was gone thanks to her curse, as her captor called it. Her mother had left her in the care of her grandfather, who had taken in her captor. However, even he left, thanks to her captor. She knew she was alone in this world. It was thanks to her curse and her captor, who locked her up in a labyrinth most days. Today was different. The bird people spoke about a Stain who was a hero killer, whatever that was. They wanted to recruit him, another cruel man in her life, no doubt. Her captor, deciding she needed fresh air, which was a rare occurrence, took her with him to meet the Stain. Only, he had been defeated in the monster attack. A giant monster snake, one that looked similar in her picture books to scare her, had moved over to their area and she was separated from her captor. Maybe the giant snake was not so bad. She took her opportunity and ran for it. Away from the fight, the fire, the monsters, and most importantly, her captor. He'd come for her like the last few times he let her out, but she hoped she lost him in the chaos. She did not know what she would do if he found her. So that was why she was here, in this busy place full of people, listening to sounds from a stage. At least she thought it was a stage. Her picture books said so. And those sounds, they had to be music. However, no one was paying attention to her, so it was easy to slip around the crowd of people, getting further lost from her captor. That was when she smelled it. Food. Food that smelled so much better than the slop the bird people gave her. She followed her nose to a sit-in food vendor and saw a blonde boy talking animatedly to a purple-haired girl with weird ears. They seemed nice. That was when the blonde boy startled her by immediately looking in her direction. The girl seemed confused for a moment before she looked at her, who looked at her with shock. The boy knelt by her and asked, "Hey there, are you lost?" "Yes, but it is good." She replied lowly, and despite all the noise, he heard her. She noticed both of them tense up. "I see. I am Naruto and this is Kyoka. What is your name?" "Arie." She responded again, eyes flickering from them and then to the food a few times. "It is nice to meet you, Arie. Say, are you hungry?" Naruto asked. "Yes, do you have any apples?" She had not eaten in so long, not since the monster attack. "I think I saw that this place has candy apples." Kyoka, the purple-haired girl replied, her weird ears pointed in the direction of a board with pictures of food on it, along with words and numbers. She did not know how to read, so she did not know what any of it meant. "Do you want one?" "Candy, apples. Yes." Arie replied. Kyoka nodded, gave the boy a look she did not understand, and then went to go get the food. Weird name for an apple. "While Kyoka goes and gets that for you, why don't you sit up here with us?" Naruto asked and she complied. How could she not? They were so nice and her captor was not. He wasn't even here. Still, she could not help the thought he was near and would take her away soon. Once in the seat, she noticed other people were sitting nearby, all looking at her with that same strange look. A girl that almost resembled a frog from her picture books, two very tall boys that looked a little scary in her opinion, a strange purple-haired boy that looked like he needed sleep, much like the low-level grunts that worked for the bird people, and few other people. There was even a lady that looked like Bunny. So cute. Usually, kids are asleep at this hour. "What are you doing out here at the concert, Arie?" "The big snake separated me from the bad bird people who hurt me. So, I ran." Arie replied truthfully. The more she stayed here, the more she felt welcome, but that nagging feeling would not go away. She was further distracted when Kyoka came back and handed her an apple on a stick, with gooey red stuff on it. Deciding to be brave once more, she took a bite. That was the most wonderful thing she had ever had. Good, right? Naruto asked with a big smile, and Arie felt herself lift a little at that smile. She began one herself. Ah, so this is where you ran off to, daughter. A voice replied menacingly, and just like that, her smile failed and was replaced by a look of absolute fear. She knew it was too good to be true. It is time to go home. This city is noisy and I hate it. Arie was frozen in fear, but both Naruto and Kyoka got up to stand in front of her. She also heard everyone else get from their chairs. Oh no, her captor would certainly kill them all to get her to come home. Who do you think you are? Kyoka growled protectively while Naruto put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Are you Arie's father? You seem a bit young to be a dad. Naruto asked with a disarming smile and a bit of false confusion. I merely adopted her when her father took ill. The man replied, just as casually. However, Arie noticed the man's eyes darting to the people at the table and he looked nervous. That was not good. He would hurt her new friends. It is past her bedtime. Arie, please do not throw a tantrum. It is time to go, now. Please do not make this a mess. A mess. If she did not comply, her new friends would die a bloody end like the people who failed her captor. All these people that looked happy would die too. She knew it. He had done it before. And what if Arie does not want to go with you? Naruto asked, and Arie noticed her captor play with his glove. I'll go. Arie replied, defeated. She could not let these people die for he. The man was right, she was a curse that brought misery to others. She turned to Naruto and bowed quickly. I need to go with him. Thank you for the candy apple. Once more, Naruto crouched down to her level and gave her a hug, and it confused her. Her old parents were the only ones to ever do that, so why was Naruto? What did it mean? She only knew the coldness her captor and his other bird people showed her. Then he spoke in her ear lowly and giving her a shiny round rock. Don't react. Just throw that at a wall when you feel safe back home. I will come get you. Just be brave for me. She wanted to hand him back the shiny round rock for his safety. She did not want to be given hope, but she kept it in her small hand all the same. She wanted freedom. Hope you don't mind, but I gave her a marble to play with. Naruto said, looking to her captor. Maybe you should buy her more. They are fun if you know the games. My, you spoil Arie. Her captor replied with false levity in his voice as he secured his glove on his hand. First a candy apple and now marbles. I suppose I should get her some jacks to play that game every now and then. Very well, now come along Arie. Yes, father. And Arie left with the man, but she did give one more glance back to her new friends. They all looked worried for her. All except for Naruto, who was giving her a reassuring smile. It gave her hope that she could hold on to. Maybe she could be brave, for just a little bit longer. You have never made a single decision yourself. I made you. All for One's cloned vestige screamed at Tamura Shigaraki within his, Tamura's, mindscape. It seemed the vestige sensed his imminent betrayal and decided to push things along a little too quickly. By revealing that it was All for One that orchestrated Tamura's entire life. From an idea and a twinkle in his father's eye to the hate-filled man before the ancient villain. I made you so hate-filled that you would stop at nothing to take one for all. Tamura glared at the man screaming at him. The vestige of the man that had the doctors put in him a tube and modified to be able to even handle All for One and the many quirks he would have so that he could go toe-to-toe with One for All and take it from the music-loving shinobi. While here though, he had time to think and even met his younger self. Met versions of a family he forgot he had. A family that he killed. It was panic and it was planned by All for One. He was nothing but a puppet. Once he had One for All for One would trigger his failsafe and take over his body. Tamura started only for All for One to scream at him. Once I am done taking your body like I intended, I will have my prize. You succeeded. Tamura finished, a palm in the vestige of All for One's chest. The ancient villain stopped short and stared at the younger man in shock. I am filled with hatred. For so long it was directed at that blonde imbecile you hated because he had your favorite toy. Now, it is directed at you. No, All for One whispered in denial, even as his chest caved in from the dust quirk, his limbs having disappeared. No. This is my body, and I will do as I please. Tamura replied as a black-haired little boy walked up next to him and took his other hand. For a moment, the two looked at each other in silence. Then their forms shifted in static and the younger boy was now the older and the younger boy had white hair. The young man still looked tired. But first I need allies if I want to be free from that man for real. XXX. Itachi could not believe he was this stressed out. He thought he would have less stress after that Bakugo brat finally left and he would only have to deal with one explosion user with issues. Nope. The day after he left, there had been a break in that morning and someone stole some of the actual art in the back of the museum. The front held what Deidara considered art, but he had the sense to keep the real stuff in the back. Now, he was stressed because the tour group that came later in the evening was being held hostage and Deidara was inside the building while he was on the outside. Why was he on the outside? Because he had set up layered illusions that snuck the hostages out of the building. That left his partner by himself with the villains. Part of those villains being actual art thieves while the other part were people that Deidara had pissed off at one point. He understood them and their need to antagonize Deidara. However, after he got to know Deidara and why he was the way that he was, he forgave the explosion user for their shared past and actually became friends. Click. Unfortunately, there were others that still wanted Deidara to disappear. He had created his own set of villains after all. Itachi was just grateful that the Bakugo boy had gone back to UA. At the end of the week, he would just be in the way of his beautiful illusion. Are you sure you want to do this? End me just for being at this agency? Itachi asked calmly with pointed at his face. You of all people should know that explosion user just ruins lives. They all do, just like their mutant brethren. We are doing the world a favor. The man with a gun roared. Ah, so that is what this was really about. The creature rejection clan, or what was left of them after what Deidara did to them, had gotten bold. No, it was desperation. They had been whittled down over the years and the countryside recovered from their backwards views. Quirks were here to stay and so were the mutant types. There was little they could have done to stop Japan from accepting them. And the CRC became the villains they thought the mutant population were going to be. So, this is revenge for what is left of the CRC after Deidara handled them, disguised as an art heist. It's sad. Truly. Your need for discrimination has shifted. The public is no longer on your side. Itachi goaded. Shut the fuck up. The man roared before firing his gun. For a second, nothing happened. Then a body fell, but to the man's horror and some of the hostages, the body that fell was not Itachi's. It was his own man. What? No. I did ask if you were sure if this is what you wanted to do. Itachi's voice rang out. When the man looked, he saw one of the hostages shimmer and turn into the man. This was never in your favor. The moment you entered my sight, you and your goons lost. He shimmered again and he was gone. This time he was one of the goons that had surrounded the building with the man to keep Deidara in while their more violent members took care of him. This can't be real. What is this? No matter, you still have the hostages with you and you are surrounded. The man shouted. Am I? Itachi asked, the air shimmering and the hostages replaced the surrounding villains and vice versa. Then the surrounding hostages shimmered into plants. I made sure the hostages left the area when I came out here. As for your men, well, they were less than useless to you. All caught in the same illusion as you. The air shimmered again and the villain's eyes widened in fear. His men were all on the ground, knocked out. He could only scream in fear before his world went black. Itachi's stress was diminished now that the outside goons were taken care of and the hostages were gone from the area. His illusions were powerful, but they caused him such stress and anxiety. He was getting better, but his quirk still felt like it fried his nerves. Bang! Another gunshot ripped through the air and Itachi fell forward before catching himself. He was not hurt but the gunshot still startled him. It was not any of the goons he had taken care of, so that meant. Itachi, is everyone safe? Deidara asked over their radio. Simple earpieces were effective and minimized the loud interference from his explosions. Yeah, everyone is safe and secure. The police are handling them and will soon take the goons out here away. What was that gunshot? Itachi asked hurriedly. A dirty trick. They have a sniper hidden somewhere. Itachi, the wound is fatal. Make the world see the beautiful art that is your illusions. As for me, true art, will always be, an explosion. Deidara, what nonsense are you speaking? I will be right there. Deidara. Itachi yelled in panic that his friend was in danger and speaking nonsense. Like he was going to do something stupid. Deidara. The only response he got was, you and that kid will make great heroes. Before the entire building went up in a strangely beautiful explosion that blew him away. Kra Kakum. In the distance, a teen with a sniper rifle and scope looked at the scene with a satisfied look. My mission is accomplished, Big Brother will come out of this stronger and be the hero I see him as. That explosion user deserved to die for what he did to him. The teen sighed as he slumped forward with an ashamed look on his face. Mother and father would never approve when they find out I took father's gun to avenge Itachi's honor. I can't go home after this and brother will hate me. Even if I did it for him. Perhaps, a voice rang out as purple mist coalesced and formed a portal. That is all the more reason to join us. I could use the allies. Tamura walked out, decked in a fresh suit and one hand covering his face. I am Tamura Shigaraki of the League of Villains. I came with an offer to join. The teen looked at him skeptically before shrugging. I, Sasuke Uchiha, accept. XXX. All for One sat in a throne of his own making as he wore an expensive suit. He put it on for a special occasion after all. The occasion of his own creation, Tamura Shigaraki, finally coming into his own. Granted, the miserable brat still needed some work, but that is why he was here. He was to observe the acquisition of a new ally, or Tamura gaining a new quirk. Oh, he so hoped the target would be foolish enough to refuse and fight. It was so fun to see them fail. Hey, Orochimaru's viewpoints were getting to him again. In front of all for one was Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, a young man named Dabi, a mischievous thief called Mr. Compress, and a teen by the name of Sasuke Uchiha. They were a good start for his creation and dare he even think it, son. Tamura needed more allies in his conquest of villainy to eventually acquire one for all for him. There was that odd feeling though that something was miss ever since Tamura woke up. However, he could not find it in him to care. Tamura was finally proving himself and gaining allies. He could not be more proud. Oh, how he would miss the brat when he took over his body. His own was old, weak and wrecked beyond repair thanks that idiotic brute called All Might. How else was he supposed to continue being the demon king of the underworld that the world still feared? His attention was grabbed when the door of the dimly lit warehouse they were in finally opened to their guests. The pomp and flash of these yakuza were always a cute sight. Granted, he did not see normally anymore. He had sensory quirks for that. By the dying breed known as the gangsters of Japan were cute in their own way. What with the scarves and silly plague doctor masks, their little rebellion to the age of quirks. Their own leader, a young man by the name of Kai Chisaki aka Overhaul, was an ambitious little shit, that was for sure. Oh yes, All for One had done his research and found the boy's ambitions hilarious and futile. Quirks were here to stay, whether he liked it or not. No amount of experiments on little girls would help him. Though the Garaki brothers would benefit from another master of the mind as it were. So, this is the infamous leader of the League of Villains. I must say, I find myself lacking, especially if you dare to think we would be allies. Kai replied coolly. Behind him, two of the men he decided to bring with him chuckled cruelly. Both dressed in those silly plague doctor costumes. Watch it, I didn't come here to be insulted by a dying breed. Tamura shot back. The fuck you say? One of the men with Kai shouted, this one being from the one inside a doll. Curious quirk. You will have to forgive my Tamura. He still has much to learn. All for One's booming voice caught their attention and the three froze in fear. Yes, that is Wei. Young blood frozen in fear from just the sight of him. No matter what age, no matter how skilled you became in the incriminal underground, you would never be as successful and feared as him. It is why we requested your presence. I wish for you to teach my young protege all you can and your little enterprise will benefit from our mutual cooperation. At that, there was stunned silence, but as the seconds ticks by, it was becoming increasingly obvious to all for one what was about to happen. He was here as the bait after all. Young blood so often had a hair up their ass that told them they would ever stand a chance against him battle. Like so many times before, they would fail, and it made all for one smile despite no one being able to see it from his breathing mask. It happened in an instant. The three made for a blind charge despite the 5 men standing alongside him. Numbers would not have made much of a difference, but it would have helped them. All for one merely moved behind the skinny one in a white overcoat and plague doctor mask and grabbed him by the throat. While Tamura would have his prize of a quirk in Overhaul itself, so would he. With a red glow, he ripped the time-slowing quirk away from the man and then snapped his neck like a twig. It was all too easy. "Don't you dare touch me with your filthy hands!" Overhaul screamed, as hives formed on his face, a mask of rage adding to the gross visage Tamura had to endure when he grabbed the man and pinned him to the ground. "You most of all with your vile quirk, I shall— Wait, why is my quirk not working? You touched the skin of my arm but you did not explode." "That is because I took it," Tamura replied coolly before smiling at seeing decay work quickly and was destroying Kai's arm. He saw the man panic, but it was too late. Mere moments later, Overhaul had been dusted. "What do we want to do about the runt?" Mr. Compress asked as he held up a blue marble that contained the man. "While mimicry is useful, I do not have a use for it. Tamura, take it and put it to better use. I have my prize," All for One ordered cheerfully. "Little bastard is going to put up a fight." Mr. Compress groaned but did as he was told and released Mimic, who promptly punched his face, breaking his mask. Sasuke reached out and took hold of the imp and let his quirk do its job. A shell of blue electricity covered his hand before electrocuting the imp. Sasuke then held the little bastard up for Tamura to take his quirk. Once he did, the imp turned into a beefy man that looked completely out of it. Before he could regain his bearings, pointed a finger at the man and let his electric shell travel to the finger's tip before shooting of and going through the man's head, effectively killing him. Sasuke frowned at what he did, but he had already killed Deidara. What was one more? Now that was cold. Oh well. Dabi replied with a shrug before incinerating the bodies so it could not be linked back to them. "Well done, let's head back. I would like to see Orochimaru before I send him off to Deka City," All for One declared, causing confusion for Tamura. His master had not mentioned this before, but it would present an opportunity now that the dangerous snake would be out of the way. XXX. Please tell me you are joking. Only you would look into the case I have been investigating for years now. Mirai asked before nursing the headache this development brought. Naruto had run into a little girl being held hostage by Kai Chisaki aka Overhaul on Friday during the concert in Hosu to alleviate the nerves of the city after the hero killer incident. The very same Overhaul that now headed the infamous Yakuza group called the Shihasaikai. Yep, but you do not have to worry about it or her for very much longer. Naruto replied with a shrug. After he came back from his internship, he went straight to Sir Night-Eye the next day at Might Tower, also his home. He also did not blame Mirai for being annoyed with him. Arie was waiting to be rescued after all. The luck you mentioned having, I agree, it is complete bullshit. Are you sure Arie will do as you asked and throw the summoning marble? Speaking of, that is complete bullshit as well. Mirai complained. If the people here had access to technology like that, so much unpleasantness could have been avoided in the world. He would have to ask David Shield if something like that was even possible for them. Oh, I am sure Arie will play with the marble and throw it. I can tell she wants out of whatever hellhole she is in, but she needs to do it when she is not being observed. I can tell that little girl is smarter than some other children at that age should be. Cleverness like that, I understand. Naruto sympathized. Arie had been forced to grow up much like he had. Sure, he had acted like an immature brat growing up, but that was how he dealt with life and fooled people. He was always being underestimated after all. Arie will be. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, he disappeared in a yellow flash. Here soon I hope. Mirai whispered to a now quiet room before the door opened and one of his students' sidekicks entered. Oh, did Naruto leave already? I was going to ask if he wanted to spar. Mirio aka Lemillion asked. I am sure he will be back soon. Mirai replied tiredly before an idea popped up in his head. I would wait on that spar. Why don't challenge his entire class? They may have experience fighting villains, but I feel it prudent to show them that they still have a long way to go. Plus, it will show off yours and Naruto's power to them. Good idea, sir. XXX. Arie had waited longer than she should have. She had learned that Kai Chisaki, her captor, had left the facility she was in. The guards spoke about a potential merger with another group called the League of Villains. That was unlikely. In her time here, she had heard of many potential mergers such as this. Every time, her so-called father had them killed. He would never be the underling of someone else now that he knew power. Occasionally, he would come back with stragglers, but they would never last long thanks to his short temper and his destructive quirk. She often heard her many guards call the poor fucks examples. It was why she was so afraid of her captor. He would often kill many in his way, even her. She was a clever girl, but she had lost count of all the times she died to his touch. The problem was she never stayed dead. She could never get her freedom from his grasp. Looking at the marble in her hand, the strange etchings on it gave her pause. This was not like any of the writing she had seen around the bases or laboratories. Nor from the glances at city signs she had been able to glance at while on her many runaway attempts. It was different, and it gave her a small bit of hope that maybe this could work. She waited the normal half-hour it took for Overhaul to return. His meetings were never very long. This time, he had not returned at all. That gave her pause that either this merger was actually happening or something had happened to him. Either way, she saw this as an opportunity. It had to be now or things would get worse. She knew it to be true. His many attempts at stealing parts of her away told her something was very wrong, and he succeeded in what he was doing with her. It felt wrong. Doing as she was taught by some low-level thug that taught her to play jacks, she threw the strange marble and watched as the spikes were hit, some flying up in the air. In the air, they stayed as if suspended by her curse as the marble glowed yellow and a sort of flash happened. Okay. The blonde man from earlier spoke as if in mid-conversation with someone. Arie noticed he looked befuddled as he looked around him to see her barren and lifeless white room that she had had to endure for years. Shen then noticed that he looked sick for a moment before he gulped that down and a look of anger passed over his face. So, it was as bad as I thought. I am sorry I did not take you right there and then. Father would have killed you with a touch. Arie confessed. He has done the same to me many times, but as he said, he merely reassembles me. Naruto nodded at that as he and Arie went to sit on Arie's small bed for a moment. How do you plan on getting us on of here? I doubt the yellow flash ability is two-way. Yeah, I am still working out the kinks on my father's Hiraishin. I am almost there, Naruto replied while desperately trying not to hurl. None of the man's notes ever mentioned the user feeling sick. For right now, it is a mere summoning seal. I have no idea what any of that means. Arie replied honestly. Father mentioned my power is nothing but a curse and that I am a curse for making my original father disappear and scaring away my mother. Naruto gave her a sharp look before sighing. Arie, I want you to know that your quirk is not and will never be a curse. You may not believe me now, but in time you will. I have a friend who analyses quirks for fun. I am sure we can figure out what your quirk even is so we can help you understand that and not fear it. If you say so, Arie replied with a shrug. She found that hard to believe, but if she understood one thing, Naruto came for her like he said he would. So maybe he was right about this too. She wanted to believe, but had a hard time of it. As for getting out of here, let me map the place out. I have another friend who wants to take these people out of the criminal underworld for good. Best to get evidence should any on the outside try and come for you. Though I doubt Mirai or Nezu would allow that. Again, Arie had no idea who he spoke about, but he was right. Overhaul was technically still out there, and despite losing this place and its people, he would stop at nothing to get her back for his sick experiments. She looked on with curiosity as the blonde man went completely still, like one of those statues. It was weird to see, but she had seen one of Overhaul's men eat a person, so not much weirder than that. Though, she wanted to giggle at the orange and green makeup suddenly appearing on his closed eyes. Sage mode had many uses, including sensing the world around him. It was how he was able to determine that the Fourth Shinobi War had been going on when he was on that turtle learning to control Kurama's power. The sage mode of this world was similar, and although it rejected him at first because he did not have an anchor to it, he learned that the mapping could become more detailed. Though he had to be careful because the initial rejection had gained a mind of its own. It did not like him despite this world accepting him after gaining one for all. Seeing the map of the Shihasaikai within his mind, he was able to gain a path to the outside and a plan of attack. Naruto reopened his eyes and let Sage Mode fade from his body. It will always be useful, if dangerous. It was a double-bladed sword after all. He smiled at Arie and said, "Okay, I believe we are good to go." He paused as it finally dawned on him that he did not know her name and she did not know his. I probably should have said this earlier. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Tsutsumi. Sorry, growing up an orphan does make it hard to grow out of bad habits sometimes. I am Arie. Arie replied somberly. He was like her in a way and it made her sad. Alright then, Arie, I am going to send you to the surface with a limbo clone of mine. You two will get up there undetected while I ransack the place. Naruto declared, confusing Arie. She thought his curse was the yellow flash power. Then again, he did mention it was something his father could do. Naruto smiled at Arie and said, in a way we both have a curse. I learned mine was not and actually embraced it. I now use the old fox's name as my hero name. I will help you embrace yours any way I can. What is a hero? Arie asked innocently. A hero is someone who uses their power to help those in need, like I am doing for you. They help make people feel better so they can smile again. Wait until you get to the surface, you will see them a lot. A new but familiar voice said next to her. To her surprise, it was another Naruto. To her further surprise, she found them ethereal and muted in color at the same time. Was this the Limbo clone? Looking down at herself, she was ethereal and muted as well. The original Naruto looked like his normal self and smiled at them. Before the Limbo Naruto placed her on his shoulders, she wondered what a smile even was. For now, let's let Kurama do his work. With that, both Arie and Limbo Naruto traveled to the surface. The original Naruto's smile dimmed a bit, but never let it go. It was time to take this place down. He began to glow a golden yellow cloak before blasting through the doorway and knocking out the guards posted at Arie's door. It was always fun knocking out stooges. While Naruto made his way through the compound, he knocked out all the goons he came across. He was surprised to see a couple of people waiting on him before a door that held the archives and laboratories. Both wore plague doctor masks. A giant red-headed man wore a black mask and looked pumped to fight him. The other was a short-haired blonde man in a black kimono and a brown mask. Separating them was a barrier that protected them from him. What do we have here? Naruto asked curiously. A barrier obviously. The blonde man replied in a bored yet exhausted tone. You have torn through our base, why would we not try and stop you? You have deemed yourself an enemy of the Shihasaikai. Oh, so that is what this place is called. Naruto replied with a big grin like he finally understood. You attacked us and did not know who we were. That is fucking metal. The bigger man laughed out. Told you it was pointless keeping us a secret. That secret was for a reason you oaf. The blonde man replied in annoyance. Oh, was it to torture and imprison a little girl for existing? Naruto asked dangerously. She is simply a means to an end. Our leader believes her body possessed the cure for quirks. The man replied simply while the bigger man groaned in annoyance. Can we fight now or what? That is the only reason I am here. Kai promised me good fights. A battle junkie. I can understand that. Naruto replied with an eerie smile as he flicked the barrier, shattering it much to the blonde man's horror. He is promptly embedded in the wall alongside his battle junkie friend. He did not have time to deal with these idiots. As he walked into the room, golden figures jumped from his body. They were Nana, En, and Banjo. The group searched the room, looking for anything of use. What they found sickened them to their core. It seemed the battle junkie's friend was right. They were using Arie's body as a way to produce a cure. Nana handed Naruto the tapes of Kai's experiments while En gave him the notes and the bullets. Banjo just destroyed the operating chair Arie had been forced to sit in. Nothing needed to be said for all of them knew what needed to be done. Naruto then headed to what he assumed to be Kai's office. There, he and Bruce found financial documents and plans for the Shihasaikai itself. Having that information would ruin them too and make it possible to give the assets of the business to whomever the government deemed appropriate. The Yakuza group did have a lot of money stored away after all. Naruto was about to leave this horrible place when Kurama told him to feel this place out more, and so he did. He felt the rest of the people that guarded this place were converging on him, but he was not worried about them. No, he was strangely fixated on the secret room behind the office, where a single living soul lived. Naruto broke through the secret door to find an old man in a coma. Deciding it best to take the old man as well, he ordered a couple more limbo clones to take the evidence and the old man into limbo. He hoped that was it. He was out of usable limbo clones. They were difficult to reproduce. As he exited the room, a huge man crashed through the office door and glared down at him. End of the road, you golden puny punk. There is also no reason to actually fight me. I will take all the energy you have. Oh, an energy absorber. Naruto asked as Bruce went back into his body. He also noticed his golden aura being sucked into the man's body. He heard Kurama laughing from in his own mind along with the other tailed beasts. He was an energy absorber's worst enemy. Well, come on then, big guy, eat your fill. XXX. For a while, Arie was bored. Sure, she was used to being mind-numbingly bored, while in her room in the base, but now she was out, in a sense. She learned that this limbo field had a limited range around the clone. She had tested it, which seemed to amuse the clone of Naruto, or Kurama. Whatever. Then the ground shook again and again violently. She was not affected, but the rest of the place outside the field was. The next thing she noticed was the head of one of Overhaul's top enforcer. What was his name again? Rikitaka or something. Anyway, that man's head broke through the roof of the compound, screaming in pain before he must have fallen because he did not come back. There was a boom and then nothing else from him. Even weirder though was the entire compound started to swirl down into the ground, much like the water in a toilet. It all was just gone. The next thing she knew, Naruto had come back out, took her from limbo, they boarded a train, and now, she was in a giant tower standing before a tired-looking man in glasses and a woman who seemed to make sure her blonde hero was okay. Mirai, the tired-looking man, looked through the evidence Naruto had been able to get from the base and looked green. It further proved to Arie that what was done to her was certainly not the norm. The norm here was people care for each other and rode giant metal tubes everywhere. Her basic understanding of the world had been shattered, but maybe that was a good thing. The people here did not seem as sad as her or as angry or scared as the Yakuza people were on a daily basis. So, Kai Chisaki was nowhere to be found in his base. That is odd. Reports did show him leaving occasionally to meet with other groups, but that usually ended poorly for whomever he met. If he is still around, we have enough evidence here to lock him away in Tartarus for good. Mirai stated. What of the quirk erasing bullets? They are basically made from Arie's DNA, is there a way to return it to her? Naruto asked, making Arie curious as well. That is more difficult, Mirai admitted. The genetic material has been tampered with, do what it was designed to do. I will have to speak with a few medical experts and maybe even few scientists to see if that is even possible. I fear if it is, then we will just have to destroy what created. It is fine, Overhaul mentioned he replaced what he took from every time. Arie intoned. Overhaul, it sounds like a quirk. Mirai stated. Being able to break something and put it back together. This almost sounds like alchemy. You cannot create something from nothing. Young Arie, I know you are not fond of doctors after dealing with him for all these years, but I want to have you checked to make sure you are safe and healthy. Arie looked nervous as she held onto Naruto's hand. Can he come? Naruto smiled gently at her and nodded that he would not mind accompanying to check a checkup, though he did feel an odd pulse from the tattoo on his hand but ignored it for now. Instead, he said, Principal Nezu, I know you are listening. Do you think Recovery Girl will have time to see her? A good-natured laugh erupted from the TV in the corner as it switched on to show the rat man, perplexing Arie that animals spoke, as sharp as ever, Naruto. Bring her over to UA. Tomorrow and Chio will have a look at her. Also, given the nature of her quirk, I think it best to have Aizawa around for just in case. Finally, the school will take her as a ward. I would rather not have her in the foster system or worse, the commission even finding out about her. Planning ahead, I see. Naruto replied with a shrug, but he smiled nonetheless. Arie would be right at home in the school and it contained people she knew, like him. The class would love her. Now, about the old man. Ah yes, the former leader of the Shihasaikai. Mirai replied as he looked to the cot the old man was sleeping on in the corner of the room. Whatever Overhaul did to him, it has proven hard for him to wake up. I would like Recovery Girl to see to him as well. In any event, you did good. Kana stated as she shook Naruto's shoulders a bit, pale at the prospect of the commission taking Arie in. XXX. On Sunday, Naruto and Arie found themselves at Yue's infirmary. Mirai decided not to be there as he was dealing with what was left of the Shihasaikai and actually looking for Kai Chisaki himself. Instead, he sent the goofy and lovable Mirio. Kana found his humor to be right up Arie's ally, if she ever decided to smile again. She was a tough nut to crack. The same could be said for the ever-tired Aizawa, but that was due to his past trauma. Well, she is not in the best health, but given she was kept isolated and experimented on, I can see why. Seems this overhaul kept her teetering on the edge. Chio replied through grit teeth. As for the old man, the DNA suggests they are related. Why did he keep me awake while he did that to him? Arie asked with genuine curiosity. From what you told me last night. Naruto responded, though he felt a stronger pulse from his hand tattoos he got from the sage. He seemed to hate people with quirks with a passion. However, not everyone is a rock. He seemed to have cared for the old man and wanted to keep him close. He was misguided, it seemed. I know that look, Naruto. Kana stated as she put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You have an idea. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Yeah, the sun and moon tattoos pulsed, giving me a feeling about Arie and the old man. He then couched down to Arie's level. Arie, I think I can help him, but I do need your help. You want my help? Arie asked with wide eyes. How? See these tattoos on my hands? Naruto said, showing her the palms of his hands. They were given to me by a powerful and wise old sage. Their power is still a mystery to me, but they did give me insight on a few things. It tells me that the power you view as a curse can help him. Are you willing to trust me on this? Arie thought about to for a moment, and Naruto did promise to show her that her curse was not what she was told. She guessed this was one way to find out. Nodding, she placed her own hand in his palm and felt it pulse as if in excitement. Naruto just smiled at her and led her over to the sleeping man while the other adults watched in curiosity. These people sure were different than the Yakuza people, that was for sure. She would have already been cussed out by what Kai called his precepts. Naruto placed his other hand on the old man's arm. The effect was instant. Arie's horn grew and released the energy that made people disappear, and while it scared the hell out of her after what was it did her to father, she paid more attention to it, and thanks to Naruto helping her. The energy traveled down her hand and into Naruto's, where it glowed and formed a white sun around their hands. In the next moment, a dark blue crescent moon burst to life where Naruto was touching the old man. His veins began to glow that same blue color until he was noticeably a little younger and his eyes shot open. Then, another strange thing happened. A tiny spark flared and traveled from the old man, through Naruto, and into Arie. At that point, the light show ended and Arie felt different. Better. Chio noticed this and looked her over, seeming perplexed. Strange. May I take another blood sample? Arie stared at the old woman in bewilderment before nodding slightly. No one back with Kai ever asked her that. They just took. He just took. While Chio was working on the blood samples, the old man was regaining his bearings. He looked around the infirmary with a perplexed expression until he saw hero costumes and teens. Then he saw Nezu at the end of the bed. How long have I been out? He asked weakly. That is hard to say, Nezu admitted. It would have to be 2 or 3 years since young Arie here is 6. I am surprised you let yourself be taken by surprise by your apprentice, Kureta. I made a mistake. I thought teaching the boy to not rely on quirks would lead him down a better path. What did he do? The old man, now identified as Kureta, asked. According to Sir Night-Eye, he turned it less from a Yakuza group and more in a petty villain group. Nezu explained, earning a tired groan from Kureta. then proceeded to experiment on young Arie to learn how to erase quirks from existence. He did what to my granddaughter? The old man roared before his losing nearly all energy in his body. It is unfortunate, but the truth. You can thank our resident ninja in rescuing her, but the process destroyed the Shihasaikai. Nezu declared. Kureta stared hard and long at the blonde boy next to his bed and then at Arie being looked at by Chio for a moment. He noted that her horn was a bit different but she looked healthy now. I can accept that. The Yakuza profession has been dying ever since quirks came into existence. The way I was leading it, the organization would have eventually crumbled. All because I refused to utilize quirks. Instead, it was mutiny that destroyed it. I am unsure what to do now once I recover. Given your experience and knowledge, perhaps we can use that here at UA. This way you can also be close to Arie if you wish to reconnect. Nezu offered, getting a grunt from Aizawa. Incredible. Chio's excitement cut through the air. One blood sample shows that Kai had left a deadly illness in her should he go missing or Arie finally broke away from him. Also, her quirk seemed to have the ability to reverse time on organic matter. With the new blood sample, she is at the full health that a child her age should have and her quirk seems to have evolved. I am unsure what it can do at the moment, but it is still time-related. I will have to do more research. I see, I thought I felt different when I woke up. Whatever was done to wake me up, also transferred my quirk to her. Neither quirk is one-sided now. Kureta deduced as he tried to pull up his quirk only to feel nothing. He was fine with that. It had caused him nothing but trouble and led his belief about not using quirks within the Yakuza. I accept. I mastered my quirk at a young age despite my hatred of it. I will be a teacher for your students if you wish. Very well, just recover first and we will see about your employment. Nezu stated. Kureta nodded and watched on as Arie interact with the blonde boy, Naruto, Kana, and Aizawa. She seemed happy. He was in no position to take care of her and she seemed better with them than with him. She had been sad as a baby when she lost her father and then her mother ran away in fear. He had been cold to her as was his duty as a Yazuka and regretted it. She would learn to be happy with them and maybe him too in the future but he would not push the issue. He felt he had caused all this in the first place. XXX. Arie watched in slight amusement as she sat between Kana and Aizawa in a monitor room. The class had loved her but Aizawa put a stop to their excitement as she was still getting used to people seeing her in a positive light. They needed to take things slow for her over their normally aggressive kindness they all had. So, she was here, watching a series of races the hero trainees did after coming back to classes. Kana let All Might take this one all for himself. Arie watched in curiosity who raced and who Naruto specifically interacted with. There she saw the weird-eared girl and a girl in red being the most familiar with him. Then a blonde girl with fangs, an excited girl with a bunch of devices and pink hair, a tired-looking purple-haired boy, a strange robot, and a green-haired boy talking excitedly and writing in a notebook. She would have to ask about them first. XXX. You know, you will have to show me what Star and Stripe taught you. Naruto stated, smirking at the excited Izuku. They were currently getting ready for a new rescue exercise at Training Field Gamma, otherwise known as the Industrial Field. It was a field that looked like a maze of pipes and buildings. I am excited to show you the main things she helped with, but not in this rescue field. I have another trick up my sleeve. Izuku explained, a bit giddy at the prospect. Then was the news of the hero killer takedown, Naruto's concert, and the little girl Naruto also saved from a Yakuza group he took down. Izuku just trained his entire internship. This is going to be good. Naruto replied as he and a few others got ready to race and find All Might somewhere in the field of pipes. You all are going down. Toru jumped around excitedly in her new costume that Mei made for her just before the internship. She wore a green and black battle kimono similar to the hero Edgeshot, who just so happened to her mentor as well. It was tied together by red rope. Attached to her shoulders, thighs, and shins were beige guards. Around her neck, she wore a twinned orange scarf. On her face, she wore an LED mask that showed off a cutesy digital face. On each wrist was a hookshot device for easy maneuverability in the air. Finally, her weapons of choice were a pair of tantos and a strange-looking gun that looked incomplete and had little mirrors on it. Toru giggled as she took off her mask and his face suddenly showed up with her lime green hair being in pigtails, I guarantee it. Whoa, we can see you now. Izuku and Mina exclaimed. Hey, yeah, Mei's new hero costume for me helps with that and Edgeshot showed me a few tricks. Both are helping me learn to be visible. Toru explained with a smile and some tears that people were finally seeing her. Also Izuku, maybe you can help further it along with your analysis. Hey, I bet it he would, Ribbit. Froppy replied with a challenging grin. But first, the rescue. Most of our class has some great mobility now. So, I expect a challenge. Oh, seems your internship gave you a competitive edge, Mina observed. Yeah, Naruto can attest this, but Mirko really grinds that in you with her training. Froppy replied with an eye smile. That is true, and Sue learned a few things from me as well. Before any one of them could comment on that, they heard the bell to start and all shot off in different directions, looking for the hidden All Might in need of help. Froppy showed off how she had become more dexterous and agile as she soared with each jump between buildings. Izuku's Wukong made quick work of his own jumps like a monkey would but showed off two new maneuvers. 1. He turned into pure photons as he bounced around the pipe field and to get a long-distance jump in, he turned his staff into a bow before shooting off a bolt of lightning, that sent himself flying away. Toru's Prism giggled as she mostly had fun hook shooting every which way. Mina's Venus was much the same way as she created acid bubbles that she bounced on. Naruto had to admit they all used a great tactic of being up in their air so they could look down into the field for a better view. However, he had a race to win for Arie. So, he may have cheated a bit and stayed still when the bell rung. He used Sage Mode to locate All Might in a jiffy. Once located, he shot off in the direction that man had been standing in. His sudden takeoff did not go unnoticed, however, and Izuku shot down from the heavens, hot on his tail. That seemed to get the others in gear as well, especially Froppy. I have you now, Froppy shouted as she bounded all around him. I won't let you win. Wukong roared in his electric dance around them. Over with Prism and Venus, Prism's slower pace made her notice a strange pattern with Kurama's race. He was leading them around the edges of the field and back. Oh, I get it. What? I am kind of lost here with all that madness. Mina admitted. Naruto, I mean Kurama is leading them away. Isn't that one of his powers, that black and gold energy thing? The thing he does when he summons animal constructs. Oh, he is using their competitiveness against them but leading them on a wild goose chase. Yeah, misdirection. Prism confirmed as the bell rang. Edgeshot mentioned it was a classic ninja tool. Naruto wins. All Might's loud voice rang throughout the field, almost sounding amused. What? Wukong and Froppy cried out in shock as the Naruto they had been chasing, waved and simply disappeared in a ripple in the air. For once, Katsuki Bakugo was at an absolute loss of words as he sat there at his lunch table, staring at his phone. The excitable bomb hero has had interned with, was dead. Deidara was dead. He did not understand. He had just seen the man at his internship. Not only that, but Itachi was injured and the museum was gone. What, did he blow up every statue in that place? What was worse was that the enemies the media said he faced was the last of the creature rejection clan. The very same villains Deidara claimed to have broken up. It seems they really took each other out. Katsuki's internship with Deidara and Itachi did make him reflect on himself. He thought he had everything in the bag as a potential hero, but he learned it was an uphill battle. All because of his quirk, and maybe her personality as well. Katsuki did remember his doctor telling him about his quirk being responsible for that. Quirks and personalities often went hand in hand and he let it happen. He let it destroy potential friendships and rule over himself. He understood it made him passionate and he had latched onto the violent side of heroism. Sure, it could have been much worse. He could have been exposed to the underbelly of society and latched onto that. In this instance, he was blessed. Blessed with great parents and the life they made for him. He just chose to go to Aldera, who had ulterior motives, they feed into his explosive ego. They could have easily steered him down a more malevolent path, but his own passionate ego forced him to basically ignore them if they were not blowing smoke of his ass. This was going to be an uphill battle. To listen to his own rationality, against his own explosiveness. And an uphill battle to change society's views on explosion users since they were already seen in a bad light. Both because of their quirk-driven personalities and because of society's views on violent explosion users. He did wonder what started it though. Grumbling to himself about it, he went into the folders of his phone, to a file he hated looking at. Mostly because he hated himself for how he rejected it so harshly only because Deku, no Izuku made it for him. It was just after he fell in the river and Izuku tried helping him out it. He violently rejected Izuku and his idea, all because he was helped by someone he viewed as weak and worthless and that somehow, that made Katsuki worse for it. He had blamed himself for pushing away Izuku to the point Anti-Inko moved away. Maybe it was for the best but what was done was done. Using a photo editing app he had on his phone, Katsuki modified the design to reflect his connection to Deidara, Itachi, and the museum with his own flair. As he also reflected on Obara and Neji's naming conventions for the three strongest members of their class. The high-flying Neji chose the heavenly Christian name of the heavenly hero, Archangel, mostly because of Obara's religious background. If she had followed another outdated religion, their names would have been different. As for Obara herself, she had chosen the earthly maiden, Arch-Templar. After the infamous Templars and the famous Joan of Arc. Now for himself, Katsuki would be called the devilish hero, Beelzebub. Mostly because none of those other demon names sounded good with some variation of explosion. As soon as he finished, he got up but Monoma decided to get up with him. Stay down Monoma, I am going to ask Mei Hatsume about a new costume design and I do not need you ruining my request with your gloating about our class. Well damn, spoil my fun. XXX. Naruto's face grew an annoyed look. There was another reason he hated the academy back in Konoha. Exams, where they test your knowledge on everything they taught throughout the semester. That concept had not gotten any better in this world school setting. In fact, they leaned more into it here. Now do not get him wrong, they were not actively sabotaging him here, the hate for tests in general was baked into him and he would rather not have to deal with it. Then again, there was the practical set of the tests and since he was kind of a battle junkie, he was fine with it. The annoyed look was slapped off his face though when his other classmates crowded around Momo, begging to be tutored. She looked overjoyed to be able to help them. Meeting and attending those galas, he understood hers, Tenya's, and Shoto's isolation from everyone and they made them lonely in a sense. He understood loneliness and vowed to be their friend then and there. Even if Tenya was rigid and Shoto could be cold at times. Momo was always a ray of sunshine and he did owe her a date still, or more like a dance. After all, what could you give the girl that basically had everything already? Companionship. You know, I could always lend a hand and learn a little more from you. Naruto commented as he offered to help. Kyoka smirked, didn't Izuku say you did well back in middle school? I did, Izuku chimed in cheekily. Hey, don't let Iruka hear you. Naruto responded fondly before he shook it off. Yeah, but I could always use a brush up on some things. This semester has been hectic and I sometimes don't pay attention in class. So, yeah, hearing about what I zoned out on would help. I don't believe you. Himiko responded in a sing-song voice and hung off his back. You just want to spend time with Momo and Kyoka. That is true too. Naruto replied, not missing a beat. This caused Himiko, Mina, Toru, and Setsuna to grin excitedly at each other. Plus, I can help on practical side of the exams. What, are you going to sing and dance us to death? Hitoshi snarked. Maybe. Naruto snarked back with a grin, getting the purple-haired boy to roll his eyes. Oh, and speaking of sending time, we could either have a small dance at the end of the week to celebrate and let off some steam before exams start. Oh, that would be wonderful, Momo stated with stars in her eyes. Those galas could be a bit stuffy, but having a dance with you all, I would love that. Are you sure you are not just excited to have a dance with Naruto? Kyoka asked cheekily. I won't deny that, it sounds wonderful. Momo replied with a growing blush. And do not think I forgot about you, Kyoka. Naruto replied, smiling at the purple-haired girl. I actually got us tickets to a deep dope concert that is happening right before the summer camp we are supposed to go to. Kyoka stuttered before what he said finally registered in her brain. Dude. I forgot they had a concert soon. They were sold out last time I checked. Let's just say, I got incredibly lucky. Naruto replied with a smile. He actually won them as a prize from Present Mike's radio show before they were actually available, but she did not need to know that. Which means something big is coming, his luck has two sides. Hitoshi grumbled to a pale Izuku. Oh, Mei, will you come along as well to these sessions? Momo yelled to the back the room where Mei worked. Mei looked at the class for a second and smiled, mostly at the fact they continued to include her. I don't need it as much as some, but I can come and give input to the practical side. I will partially be working on the finishing touches of Mina's new costume. And then the first draft to a few commissions for 1B. XXX. The week of tutoring went very quickly with Momo leading the charge on the educational stuff and Naruto handling the physical side. The whole class ended up coming along because they all felt like they could get something out of it. That and the fact that they wanted to attend the dance Momo and Naruto had set up for some fun before exams. Neither Momo or Naruto wanted to toot their own horn, but they thought the dance actually went pretty well. Momo had worn a stunning red dress that blew them all away. Naruto had even shown up in a fancy suit. Everyone else felt underdressed for a simple dance, but this was Momo's place. They had fun anyway. Mei actually ran DJ alongside Kyoka, and it was Setsuna that convinced the two of them to play So This Is Love from Cinderella as the slow song. One of the shipping queen's hunches was right, because while humming along to the song, Momo leaned in to kiss Naruto. It was a cute sight to see and Kyoka loved to see it. However, she vowed to top that during her own date with Naruto. The rest of the night did go well, and while confused, Izuku danced with both Ochako and Setsuna at certain points with his friends cheering them on. To the surprise of a few, Mina asked Eijiro to dance with her, and it was rather comical to see the nervous redhead trip over himself, but to his relief, Mina just made it fun for them. Of course, the other established couple in Himiko and Hitoshi had to show everyone up with their own dancing skills, and Himiko ate up the cheers. The study week and dance had gone well, and people felt ready and energized to take on the final exams for the semester. XXX. Soon, the written final exams for that semester ended, and most of the class did very well. Sure, some struggled, but that to be expected. You can't win them all. However, now they had to tackle the practical exams. Some, like Itsuka, did research, like ask their upper classmate friends what they could be facing, and they were told, more robots. However, neither Izuku, Naruto, or even Shoto believed that was going to be the case. The reason? Robots were too easy for this class to deal with. That was the entrance exams. They had grown since then. Well, that and they had fought actual villains, both at the USJ and in their internships. So there was zero chance of these practical exams being that easy. For this exam, they were all at the Center Plaza. Basically, a hub for all the training grounds. There was a multitude of buses to take them where they needed to go, in a central building where they could watch each other take the exams as well. Not to mention Recovery Girl was on standby and watching as well for certain people to go overboard. Now then, Mr. Aizawa announced, getting the class's attention away from what thing could be the renewed feeling of being in their hero costumes. Or in Mina's case, new costume. She wore a slightly baggy white flight suit with purple fur around her shoulders and wrists. White fingerless gloves. The coat had the trapping and designs of a moth on its tassels and coat trails with more purple fur. On her waist was a belt that had containers that held some extra acid that seemed to be multicolored in certain light, and a teal-colored fan device that helped her stay in the air a bit longer when she did use the flight functionality of the suit. Or more like falling with style. Her white pants ended in multicolored boots like her containers that let her slide around on the ground when needed. To top of her costume, she wore light green sunglasses in the shape of moth eyes. Finally, she had a horn-like device that was similar to that of the hunting horn from Monster Hunter. It had multiple functions, like allowed distraction and produced acid bubbles for her. It could also transform into a bubble bazooka. Let's begin the last test. Remember, it is possible to fail this final. If you want to go to the summer camp, then do not make any stupid mistakes. Kyoko voiced her growing trepidation that the whole class was feeling at the sight of not only Mr. Aizawa before then, but all of the hero course teachers as well. Why are all the teachers here for this? Mr. Aizawa just partially ignored her as his infamous creepy grin spread across his face, make them a bit nervous. I expect many of you have conducted some research on what you could be facing. I approve of your doing that, but what you have been told is wrong. You will not be facing off against robots this year. Indeed, your class have fought off things greater than simple robots. Principal Nezu said as he popped out of Mr. Aizawa's scarf, getting a snort from Hitoshi at the absurd sight. The tests this year will be different for obvious reasons. There will be hero work of course, but we have added other elements like teamwork and working under pressure. To achieve this, you will be working in pairs and will have to face off various heroes. Both Spotlight and Underground. I have chosen the best opponents for you all to face. You are looking at some of your opponents in my fellow teachers. The others, well, those of you will have to find out as the tests start. Mr. Aizawa replied to the growing dread of his class. He never half-ass his logical deceptions on them. Who knows who they could be facing? I will tell you only a few of who will be fighting who, but I will tell you all who you will be teamed up with. The team-ups proceeded to go like this. Tenya and Kendo vs. Setsuna and Toru vs. Suyu and Fumikage vs Ectoplasm. Mina and Denki vs Nezu. Eijiro and Kyoka vs. Hitoshi and Himiko vs Eraserhead. Koji and Mezzo vs Present Mike. Ochako and Pony vs 13. Momo and Mei vs Power Loader. Shoto and Inasa vs. Naruto and Izuku vs All Might. To complete this exam, you have 30 minutes. Nezu started again once Mr. Aizawa accounted for who would team up with who and who they could fight. Naturally, those that got teamed up but were not told who they were up again were more than a little apprehensive. In order to win, your objective is to put these handcuffs on your opponent, defeat your opponent, or you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage. So we need to either capture them, defeat, or run away. This could be good. Denki replied thoughtfully, his eyes darting back and forth in an electric blur as he thought, the nanobots really helping him think here. This is basically like the combat training. Mina did look concerned though. Yeah, but is it really okay to just jet? Yup, Nezu announced with a bit too much pep and sharp grin at the two students he would be facing. Oh no, it won't be like the combat training you went through earlier. You are up against people with way more experience than you. Present Mike stated with a shit-eating grin. Even so, we welcome the challenge. Mezu replied gracefully while Koji looked nervous. This could end up in a real fight. As odd as it is, please just view us as villains. It will give you the motivation to win. 13 suggested. But not to worry, All Might announced as he dropped in. You won't have to face us at full power. We have these nifty weights weighing us down. Weights? That seems uneven. Izuku pondered aloud. Naruto, annoyed that a real fight with All Might would be with a handicap, thought the same and maybe was planning to even the odds. You know, we have chakra suppressor back home. I thought some form of quirk suppressors would have been better. Pay up. Power Loader replied with a shit-eating grin as Eraserhead and a few other grumbled in annoyance. Both him and Nezu thought to do this but other teachers voted that idea down thinking no one would question it. Well, either way, they are ultra-compressed weights that are about half our body weight, so it will not be easy to move around, for most. All Might replied with a strained grin, as his body shook a bit. I wondered why you had me make those. They were too simple, I should have known better and included my usual fail-safes, like with all my other inventions. Mei replied with a disappointed snap of her fingers. Wait, you have fail-safes in all your work? Denki asked a little nervously, mostly because most of the class had her inventions in her suits. Yep, if someone were to go rouge and turn on us, then it would be smart to have them so they would not use my inventions against us, like now. Mei replied, a little miffed. This Batman-level thinking made the majority in attendance more than a little wary of her. It outright scared the shit out of Denki, whose nanites were made by her and inside his body. He made a mental note to never get on her bad side. Nezu just smiled and laughed for his own reasons. XXX. This I have to see. Naruto stated as he and a few others stayed in the observation room with Recovery Girl to watch the fights. Some to gain new ideas for strategy and other because they were last to fight and had to wait. Both Tenya and Itsuka jogged through a cityscape as they looked around for their mystery opponent. Who could we be up against? I will admit I am uncomfortable with this mystery. I do not know how to prepare for this. I understand, but that is how most heroes operate. We are supposed to face the unknown. Itsuka replied with a smile. But I have your back, remember. The reason these two were paired together was mostly on Tenya. He thrived with someone like his brother having his back, and Itsuka often acted like the class's older sister. As they passed yet another alleyway, Tenya was suddenly sucker-punched with brass knuckles. The action sadly caught them off guard, and while Tenya tried to regain his bearings through his now cracked face mask, he saw Itsuka get grabbed and thrown into the alleyway. Once he regained his balance, he rushed into the alley to find Itsuka already in combat with a brute of a man. Honestly, he looked like an uncouth biker with a bandana mask and freaking brass knuckles. XXX. Back in the observation room, those not in the know were very confused as to why Naruto had broke down laughing on the floor. I can't believe they got my old teacher in on this exam. Wait, I thought you said Mirko was your teacher. Suyu commented. She was one of my teachers. The other one was him, Knuckleduster. He is one tough old bastard. XXX. I gotta say, I was kind of hoping to kick that stone kid's face in. I took down adults with that hardening power of his. Knuckleduster commented, and he threw Itsuka back toward Tenya. But I get why they are having me face you. I hear Tensai's back to full health thanks my old student. Kid does miracles, I will give him that. He healed my daughter after all. Wait, Naruto healed my brother. You mean to tell me that you taught him? Tenya asked in disbelief. I don't really look like the teachin type, do I? Knuckleduster asked with a shrug. No, you don't. Itsuka cried as she dropped down from above from fire escape, having used the conversation as a distraction. Her giant fist cratered where the old bastard had been before she was roughly kicked back to Tenya's spot. The narrow alley was difficult to fight in, especially for the speedster, but Kendo was a close-range fighter and excelled at this. This test was an intentional mixed bag. So what are you punks going to do? I lured you in here for my advantage. I got experience on my side, so I can easily take the girl. Your speed can only do so much, brat. Clearly it did not do you much good against Stain. What did you say? Tenya asked as a chill ran down his spine. Not many should know about that. I am not one to apologize, but you can blame me for Stain. Knuckleduster admitted with a sigh. I am sure you got a look at his ugly mug. Back when he was just a violent vigilante named Stendhal, I issued a challenge to the so-called sublime superior being and knocked in his nose. I guess I knocked a few more screws loose as well that he turned into Stain the hero killer. Shame. You are the cause of all this. Tenya asked with a dangerous edge to his voice that Itsuka could not help but look sideways at him in worry. Iida. Yeah, I am. And I beat the little psycho with one punch back in the day. Tell me, how are you going to beat me when even you could not beat Stain? You had to let my student save you and then sing and dance around him. Kind sad if you ask me. Knuckleduster chuckled as he used his foot to draw a line the dirt between them. Tell you what, I am nice guy, so I will issue the same challenge I issued him back in the day. You can walk away quietly and escape from me. Just know that if I were a real villain, that would mean I would get to torment someone else. That's option A, or you can cross that line and that's when you eat a knuckle sandwich. Hey, and you saw how well that went for Stain's face, it might be worse for you, kid. Care to test option B? I can see that hard look in your eyes despite that mask. I know what I should do. Tenya replied, that dangerous edge in his voice coming out like a rasp. Run away and get help would be the smart option, but he had Kendo to look after. Sure, she could take care of herself, but still. He was supposed to be a chivalrous knight, a beacon of heroism. But, this man had created the man that almost took his brother. In the next moment, everyone had their answer. Knuckleduster saw Tenya start to move forward, so like before, he crossed the line first. Or he would have if Tenya's cry of "recipro burst" did not come immediately after. Having been the old hero o'clock, Knuckleduster was used to this type of speed and merely spun away from Iida, though he did wonder why the boy did not look like he was going to throw a punch. Click. Iwao blinked owlishly for a moment and tested his range of movement. Yup, those handcuffs were on him all right. Sneaky brats. Tenya, Iida and Itsuka Kendo have passed. A voice rang over the intercom. I cannot believe that worked. Itsuka shouted in mild disbelief. While Knuckleduster was issuing his challenge and it looked like Iida was about to rush forward in a runner's pose, he had signaled to Kendo that he had the cuffs behind his back and wanted her to be the one to catch him. It was one of the plans they had set up for just in case. It seemed it worked. I figured that was your plan when I saw he was not going for a punch. Knuckleduster replied, breaking free of the cuffs, much to their disbelief. But Iida was going so fast. How were you able to process that so quickly and dodge at the same time? Itsuka nearly shouted. Hey, you could say I am used to that type of mobility. Iwao stated with a chuckle. He was always amused when teens lost their shit like that. I am technically a retired hero. I used to go by the name O'Clock before I lost my quirk. Now I just go by Knuckleduster. I got my ass kicked by an old man without a quirk. That is awesome. Itsuka replied with stars in her eyes. When I get experienced as you, I will be able to kick so much ass. Wow, my brother told me how O'Clock had been one of his inspirations. Tenya replied while taking of his cracked helmet. That dangerous look in his eyes was gone, replaced with a tired resignation. Iwao chuckled at Kendo's starstruck look at his badassery before nodding to Iida. It is not easy dealing with emotions you are not used to, and going against them takes a lot of self-control. Tensai will be proud of you, Iida brat. And you, Kendo, will certainly be a badass one day, that is for sure. Itsuka pumped her fist while Tenya smiled brightly with tears in his eyes. XXX. Where is that music coming from? It sounds awful. Toru asked as her and Setsuna also walked through a similar cityscape. In fact, it was the very same one that Itsuka and Tenya were just at. No way. Setsuna yelled, suddenly very alert and starstruck. That sounds like Pop Step's early work. Are we dealing with a super fan that is also a hero? She cannot be here, she is in America now. Pop Step, Idol work is not my jam, but I can respect the dedication. Toru replied as they came upon an odd scene. One where there was a crowd of one-pointers and medical bots vibing to the idol music of Pop Step herself. She was bouncing and singing along the tops of light posts. Oh, she is here, and now I remember that she was actually in Hosu. Apparently, they had thrown a concert to ease the public's nerves over the stain incident. She was here and I missed it. Setsuna cried out in horror. Yup, I was. That was where Kyoka and another girl from 1B interned. Hey, it was nice seeing Naruto again during that concert as well. Pop Step chimed in from above, her concert stalled as the robots eyed the two of them. Setsuna breathed in to calm her nerves and annoyance. I am so angry at them, but I can't be because I never told them I was a fan. Pop Step, you are my hero because you make everyone feel better with your songs and the way you dress is awesome. Aw, thanks. Also, would you believe me if I told you I dress totally opposite when I am off duty? I used to be ashamed of both sides of me, but now I am not. Pop Step stated, much to the lizard girl's amusement. I mean, Miss Midnight does the same in art class. Setsuna replied with a shrug. Oh yeah, she does. She looks happier too, Toru replied. I bet, she was the one to help me deal with my insecurities. Now, I know you probably want my autograph, but you will have to catch me first. That is my exam to you. I am known as a rescue hero and not many villains have caught me. Pop Step sang out before bouncing away with a giggle. Oh, you are on. Setsuna cheered before breaking herself apart to fly after her. Toru herself grinned as she went invisible and followed suit. XXX. Setsuna Tokage and Toru Hagakure have passed. A robotic voice rang out through the intercoms about 25 minutes later. Naruto smiled at the scene as he watched his old vigilante buddy converse casually with the two girls. She led them on a merry chase through the cityscape. At the same time their exam was going on, Tsuyu and Fumikage were facing off ectoplasm. Both exams made Naruto beam with pride that his friends and classmates were doing so well for the practicals. Tsuyu had caught the cloning teacher so off guard with her new fighting moves that they had easily won their fight. And Toru ended up being the MVP of their match-up. Setsuna had kept Pop Step guessing with all her parts flying very which way and that she never saw Toru coming. The invisible girl had set up a mirror trap with her new mirror-producing gun that when Pop stepped slammed into one, she was momentarily stunned. That gave Toru enough time to bounce between the mirrors like Haku had done so long ago and capture the bouncing rescue hero. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami have passed. Oh yeah, Naruto had a good feeling about these exams. They had all practiced a lot and had a few surprises of their own if things went south. XXX. Another one. Denki shouted in panic as yet another building in their area was toppled and he shielded both himself and Mina from the debris with his nanites having created a solid electric shield for them. I have a bad feeling I know what this is, considering the rumors I heard about what Principal Nezu went through. Mina replied, her face actually going green at the thought of people experimenting on animals. Here, let's get to the top of that building and see for ourselves. Denki reluctantly agreed as he created small electric constructs to get to the top. Meanwhile, Mina blew a vast number of large bubbles from her modified hunting horn. With a leap, she bounced off one and into another, repeating that process a few more times until she was at the top. Not one bubble popped from her weight. Soon, Mina joined Denki up top and they both grimaced when they saw their small principal in a crane above the buildings and destroying small sections at a time. The problem was that those small sections of destroyed building would set off chain reactions that would destroy larger sections of the fake industrial district they were in. Ah crap, he is boxing us in. Denki grumbled. Worse, look at those sections, we are in a maze and there is only one way out. Mina cried as her worst fears for her principal were true. He had been a lab rat and was forcing that same treatment on others, on them. Good thing we can fly now. What, do you have a mouse in your pocket? I can't fly. Denki groaned out. True, and what I do is not really flying, more like falling with style. Wait, hold on, since when can you fly? Oh, since May gave me this flight suit. She said I can mostly just glide around like one of those flying squirrels. Mina admitted. But you can also stay above the ground by making electric platforms while I glide and bounce on my bubbles. You did not think I accounted for that. Nezu's voice sang out from a nearby drone. With a click, turrets popped out and started shooting rubber bullets at them. Stay in your maze, my little mice. As Nezu was laughing like a crazed villain and shooting them, the two dodged as best they could but still got hit. After one hit too many to the head, Mina growled in annoyance before unconsciously sending her prior bubbles at the drone. When they made contact, it got melted. Did it work? Denki asked pitifully. You do realize, Nezu's voice rang out from another drone before it and a multitude of others rose up from the ground like a small army. This means war. Run to the exit, Mina cried before she let out a klaxon from her hunting horn, the sound messing with their sensors as she created a large number of bubbles to shield them from the drones. Oh, nuts to this. Denki roared, sending out a small wave of electricity that seemed to combine with the acidic bubbles. Denki, Mina replied nervously. Oh ho ho, that last-minute addition makes this dangerous for both sides, Nezu chuckled before a crazed grin crossed his face. Too bad for you, I am at a safe enough distance. Let's see, what shall I play? Oh, Tchaikovsky's Overture 1812 works perfectly for this. Enjoy. As soon as the music began to play, Mina's face became a paler pink. She knew this song from the few pranksters who played it at her old school. She enjoyed it then, but she knew she was not going to have a good time today. Denki, get to the exit. Like a bat out of hell, the two made a mad dash across the rooftops to the exit. As soon as the music reached its crescendo, the drones shot at both them in the electrified acid bubbles. Like loud fireworks going off, the bubbles popped. The results were devastating as the rest of the buildings and structures all began to crumble and fall violently down to the ground. Thankfully, both Mina and Denki dove through the exit just in time to avoid any harm to them. Well, any harm that already was not done before in the panic-inducing heart attack he just gave them for trying to drop a small city on them. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari have passed. All was well, even though they had passed out. XXX. While Hitoshi and Himiko were playing cat and mouse with Eraserhead, Naruto was observing Kyoka and Eijiro try and run from his mother, Lady Nagant, in a high-rise area. They had learned early on that who they were up against was the legendary assassin, Lady Nagant. All from a spiral bullet that got lodged in Eijiro's hardened arm. Now they running away from a number of bullets as they tried to make it to the exit, because the best course of action if you could not see or even find your opponent was to get someone who could. Only problem was that she was constantly on the move and driving them away from the exit. Kirishima, I think it's time we bust out our new moves to buy us so time. Kyoka announced. They had been working on some possible new moves during the lead up to the exams, so they had something to combat this at least. Izuku and Naruto helped me create 2 forms, let hope this works. Eijiro announced as he stepped into the line of sight for a possible shot, only nothing came just yet and it made Nagant think on what they had up their sleeves. I have to go as deep and hard as I can. Eijiro yelled. Later both Kyoka and Kana would work on his phrasing, even if he was right. Eijiro had to use every layer of skin and harden as much as he could. The result was that people could also most see all of his muscles underneath as his skin became like diamonds. Only, this was not the typical clear diamonds, this resembled blood diamonds. Diamonds are unbreakable. Kana took the shot as a test and instead of drilling into his hardened skin like last time, the bullet completely shattered on impact. That did not bode well for her, especially when Kyoka walked out with a new mode on her sound pack. Instead of one giant sonic cannon, she sported 2. The immediate results from twin blasts of sound shattered all the windows in the area and cracked concrete so bad that the buildings began to fall under their own weight. Kana had to quickly get to safety or else she would be buried in the rubble. By the time she found them again, they had already crossed the exit. Kyoka Jiro and Eijiro Kirishima have passed. Hitoshi Shinso and Himiko Tsutsumi have passed. Koji Koda and Mezzo Shoji have passed. Ochako Uraraka and Pony Tsunotori have passed. Lady Nagant was incredibly proud of her students, but damn did her ears hurt. XXX. The next match was Momo and Mei against Power Loader and he felt like he had to pull out all the stops to try and beat them. Power Loader had confronted them on a construction site with his own construction-themed exoskeletal suit. Seeing this was already intimidating as it was because he always fought smarter than others and they did not have to wonder for long how he would up the ante. The ground around them exploded upwards as 2 zero-pointers popped out and then a flood of what can only be described as 4-point robots followed them right after. Not only that, but flying drones crowded the skies, making the girls gulp for just a moment. Well, this will surely be a great way to test out all my new babies. Mei replied, nonplussed by the overwhelming force before them. I'm glad we got to fight together again. Momo replied shortly after with a smirk and popped a super food pill in her mouth. The 2 girls nodded towards each other and got battle ready, only for both of the zero-pointers to slam a fist down upon them. TCH, you see an army of robots and you get cocky. I would have thought you were better than that. Power Loader sighed out with a shake of his head. Actually, Mei's voice rang from one of the zero-pointers as they both took their arms away from the spot where the 2 girls had been to reveal holograms that shorted out. Since we knew who we were going to face, we came up with a plan beforehand. Oh, hell no. You did not just hijack my giant robots. Power Loader raged as he took out a wrist-mounted computer to try and counter-hack them, only for water from a squirt gun to short it out. He looked up to see Momo with a cheeky smirk before running into the crowd of robots, which he thought to be odd at first. That is until they all went after him instead. This is some bullshit. I'll say, you have some pretty weak security if I can just take your stuff. Also, the heck is the Voltron initiative? Mei asked. Don't you dare activate that initiative. Power Loader roared with a red face as he was forced to take out his own robot army. I think we should do it, Mei. Momo sang out via the same intercom now. Don't you dare. I'ma do it. Mei replied anyway and pressed an unseen button. There was a loud tone that echoed throughout the field that stopped all the robots and made Power Loader pale. The 2 zero-pointers shook for a moment before transforming. The right and left sides of each respectively seemed to cave in as they combined and then bulked up to form armor. Their heads went into their bodies as well before the horde of robots and Power Loader's exoskeleton were pulled in to form the new head. And Power Loader. He was trapped within the robot he could not control. Damn it, Power Loader whine echoed in the bot. I was going to look all badass when I had to resort this form because I knew you could take out my army with just those guns you 2 made. You just made me look foolish. Maybe if I had been your student full-time in another life, you would know better. Mei replied next to Momo as they made a pose, not far from their starting position. They had barely moved thanks to hologram technology and hacking. After a moment, Power Loader let out a longer suffering sigh. I have heard stories from Aizawa, and working with you on and off is starting to give me gray hairs. I probably would have lost my mind if I had you full-time. Fine, you two pass. Just let me out of here. Mei Hatsume and Momo Yaoyorozu have passed. Both girls high-fived each other as Mei pressed a button to give up control. XXX. In a grassy training field, both Shoto and Inasa looked around confused as to who they would be facing. It was not a UA teacher, that was for sure. The Lady Nagant one was Fluke, so who in the world would they have to face? Interesting. A familiar voice to both boys sounded out as the owner of said voice landed with jets of fire from his hand. Both boys looked gobsmacked to see the number 2 hero, Endeavor, leering down at them. I thought that when Nezu roped me in this little exam that it would be a waste of my talents. I see now that it will not be a waste when I have to face off against my son and a former fan. Honestly, I figure they would have me fight that Naruto boy. I am satisfied with this turnout. Endeavor. The fuck is this? Inasa growled out. I find this hard to believe, father. Even with weights, you are number 2 for a reason. Shoto pointed out evenly. Was the school trying to make them fail? They both had beef with Endeavor. That may be true, but I understand why I was chosen for you too. You are powerful in your own right, but you hold a grudge that could hamper your abilities as a hero in the future. I am that grudge, Enji admitted. That is rich, coming from you. Inasa replied with a glare. It is, I know that now. Endeavor replied with a nod, catching both boys off guard. Truthfully, a classmate of yours gave me a talking to during the sports festival. That Naruto boy, he used a powerful and suffocating force to force me to actually listen to his words. Most of my life I have held a grudge against All Might because he was someone I was not. I tried to surpass him all on my own, but I reached my limits of strength and my quirk. So, I used you, Shoto, as a means to surpass him for me. However, I was viewing it the wrong way. I was preparing you to fight the man like I had. As if that was the way to overcome All Might. If I wanted to be the number 1 like All Might, I had to be public friendly, and I know that I am not. At that, Enji stared directly at Inasa now. I remember you, boy, you asked for an autograph. Most of my fans like my hard-ass personality, and for the life of me I cannot understand why. So, when I saw you after I rejected that notion, I watched the adoration turn into anger, something I see every day in the mirror, when I look at myself for my failures. Endeavor then did something that shocked both boys further. He bowed to them deeply. I am not one to apologize for my behavior, but I will change, I must. I apologize to you both and swear to do better. I will try to be the man the public wants of me, and I will try to be a better father. I know you have been visiting your mother Shoto, and I am happy to see you finally reconnecting. I have spoken with Fuyumi about this at length. If she accepts me, she will help me be better as well, so that I may find the same courage as you. Despite our past, I still love your mother and wish to speak with her once more. Neither boy really knew what to do or say at this point. Inasa knew in his heart that his hatred for Endeavor was childish, but his brashness had led him down that path. Could he get over himself to forgive Endeavor? As for Shoto, his world was once more shattered as his father finally apologized to him for their past. For his abuse. He had noticed his sister looking out of it the other day, and now he knew why. She always excused their father for everything, just trying to keep the broken family together. She looked happy and hopeful now. Out of all his kids, she had known him the longest outside of the departed Tuya. Maybe there was a light at the end of the tunnel. You do not have to answer now. Enji Todoroki stated as he fully stood back up, a somber look on his face. We still have an exam to deal with. I know where power is against yours, so your objective is to capture me. I will stand right here, you just need to beat the heat. At that, they watched as the grass around him ignited and could see the wavy hot air all around him. It would not be a walk in the park, as they say. Aw shit, Shoto, do you have any ideas? Inasa asked, not sure how to deal with this. Just the one thing from the week's training. Both Izuku and Naruto thought it had merit. I just need a bit of time to start it up. Shoto admitted, getting a grin from his friend. See if you can take away his fire with your wind. Oh, I cannot believe that did not come to mind. Inasa roared while slapping his face. He quirkily turned to Endeavor with a smirk. Some part of him felt vindicated that would be taking away Endeavor's pride. His growing forgiveness for that man that scorned him was confusing and new, but he had accepted Shoto. This had to be similar, right? His confusion showed in his wild movements and his quirk as he commanded the wind to start spinning around Endeavor in a tornado. He was slow about it though, and that proved to be to Endeavor's favor, who nearly upped the heat to destabilize the tornado. However, it ended up turning into a giant fire tornado that cut them off from Endeavor, making their job hard to do. Shit, I am sorry, Shoto. Inasa stated over the roar of fire and wind as he tried to make the wind go in reverse, but the fire was just eating it. It is fine, Shot replied after a moment, his chest glowing in a brilliant X of both cold and hot energies. This proves as good testing ground for the technique. Slowly, as if moving would break his concentration, Shoto walked until he was a foot away from the raging inferno. Normally, most would have felt the intense heat burning away at them, but he felt nothing. This technique that he would later call phosphor, combined both aspects of his quirk perfectly by using his heart as the base, where he would then pump both energies throughout his body. It created a sort of cold flames that protected him from all sort of heat and fire. In a way, it was his ultimate, fuck you, to his father. Enji's flames could not hurt him anymore. He showed this by harmlessly walking through the wall of flame and straight up to his stunned father. Once the handcuff was on Enji's wrist, Endeavor regained himself and cut the flames and heat. Only then did Shoto stop his technique and fell to his knees, panting. It took more out of him than he would like to admit, but it was a new technique after all. Shoto Todoroki and Inasa Yoarashi have passed. Enji just continued to stare at Shoto in amazement. XXX. Naruto and Izuku calmly walked through the very familiar streets of their original entrance exam testing grounds, another cityscape. Despite looking calm, Izuku was a bundle of nerves like he always had been. Could you really blame him though? He was going to face All Might with Naruto. He could trust Naruto to have his back, always had, but this was All Might, his personal hero and the freaking #1 hero in the world. You're muttering again, Naruto said with a lopsided grin. Can you blame me? Can we really do this? I feel like I will just slow you down. Izuku admitted. Izuku, your hero worship of All Might is amusing still, even after all these years. It reminds me of my own with my dad, before I knew he was my dad. Naruto said and grew serious. All Might is strong, that was never in question, but you cannot let that hold you back. The changing of the guard has to happen sometime, and you have proven to me that you are capable. We can defeat him together. Izuku began with a smile but was interrupted by a wall of pure force barreling straight for the two of them. The boy nodded and leapt out of the way just in time. Well said, my boy. You two will make a great changing of the guard, as it were. All Might declared in his usual booming voice. But when your hero becomes the villain, what will you do? Pause. Naruto announced to the sound of whirring in the air, and All Might froze in mid-step. His blue eyes darting all around. We have sparred before when I was younger, mostly to get used to All for One. But you have denied me a real fight since then, and you come at us in these exams with a handicap, and I find that insulting considering you know my full power. So, take them off. Resume. Naruto, are you sure we can do that? Izuku asked worriedly as All Might unfroze and looked at them with a serious look. I do, especially with that overcharged form you stumbled upon during our training. It might not put him down, but it would do you some good to show it off and get used to it. Remember, you are not fighting alone, you have me to back you up with my own forms. Naruto declared, and after a moment, Izuku steeled his nerves and nodded. If that is what you want, very well, I really wasn't going to hold back on you anyway. All Might stated as he dropped the weights, making dents in the ground that Naruto chuckled a bit at. The reason I did not give you fights, my boy, is because I was still getting used to my new power after I gave you One for All. David called this power, Endless Loop, while Melissa wanted to call it Midnight Lost Child. Interesting, Izuku said, pulling out a random notebook out of thin air. We are not talking about our midnight, right? All Might looked a little embarrassed at that. No, and that would have certainly been awkward. David described it as this. He took the embers of One for All, amped them up to such a degree that it is like I never gave up the quirk to begin with. Then trapped that in a spherical cage that is in an endless loop of power, but the problem is that it can end. If I use it all up somehow, then I will lose this power. To rectify this, at the stroke of midnight, it all comes back in a regeneration of sorts from just one morsel of power. By that logic, if you haven't used any of your power for that day, it would all double. Izuku deduced with a gulp, but Naruto had a big grin. Got it in one, young Midoriya. All Might confirmed before his smile scared the green-haired boy. And I have not used my power in quite some time. Now, young heroes, do you think you can stand against me? We have too. Izuku replied with his back straightened. Oh, I have been waiting for this. Let's get wild. Naruto announced, bouncing on the balls of his feet before rushing the 7-foot-tall man. All Might roared in laughter as he blocked a couple of powerful punches that sent shockwaves from the two of them, something he reciprocated in kind. XXX. What does that oaf think he is doing? Recovery Girl roared in annoyance to the confusion of those watching the final fight. They had been concerned when Naruto somehow froze All Might mid-step but did not cuff him. Instead, he took off the weights. I get that he has not been doing a lot of hero work so he could focus on you lot, but I didn't realize he was this battle-starved. It looks like Naruto convinced him to take them off. Kana sighed out with a small tired grin. Naruto has been hounding All Might for a real fight for a while now. Looks like he got it. What type of collateral damage are we talking here? Momo asked nervously. I have been curious about the upper limits of Naruto's strength. He barely built up a sweat in his full spar with Mirko. Ribbit, Suyu announced. If we are lucky, we might get a glimpse of that power. Kyoka replied enthusiastically. Ah, that city might not even be there by the time the fight is over. Hitoshi groaned. Don't forget, Izuku's got that overcharged form he stumbled upon during training. Himiko sings song. Oh yeah, this will be apocalyptic. I cannot wait. So many new baby ideas will come from this. Mei replied cheerfully. You all are insane, Recovery Girl grumbled to herself, ignoring the rest of the class's nervousness. XXX. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am. All Might announced from the ruins of a destroyed building Naruto had sent him in. Although, he felt he should be concerned about the constant cracks of thunder and lightning coming from Izuku's direction. Not to mention the gathering dark clouds, but his current objective was the ninja from another world in front of him. Funny, I want to say the same thing. Feels like I live in a world made of cardboard sometimes. Naruto stated as he rushed the big man, their fists colliding with each other once more and creating shockwaves that could be felt from the command center. All Might laughed as he punched Naruto away from him. Welcome to my world, kid. Take this. Ohio smash. Then proceeded to perform a supersonic clap that sent Naruto from his feet and into a building. Guys, it is time. Naruto said excitedly, the merriment of his tenants. Finally, Kurama roared in excitement. Let's see how he takes version 1. Naruto roared out, his chakra coming to life all around him in a version 1-1 cloak, but instead of being red, it was all the colors of One for All and the tailed beasts. Another thing of note were the eyes of his various tenants peeking out from the power. Let's get wild. Naruto ran on all fours back to All Might and rushed him with a claw strike that came with the form. Like his battle with Sasuke back at the Valley of the End, the chakra had a mind of its own, or in this case many minds. Dozens of energy fists and claws came at All Might in rapid succession. Oklahoma smash. All Might called out, blasting them all away with his own rapid punches and sending Naruto away again. Pulling out the big guns are we. Yeah, but we are not the only ones you have to worry about. Naruto replied slyly as Izuku crashed down like lightning behind All Might and threw the large man away. When All Might looked back at what had become of Izuku, he was unnerved. Every inch of his body was as if it was made up of pure green lightning, and the way Izuku came at him next was fluid and snake-like. He felt the heat of the energy and it burned as he punched the boy away, only for him to phase into nearby electronics and ride the lighting as it were. All Might grinned as he clapped his hands in amusement, each clap sending waves of force at the two energy-clad boys. I applaud your efforts, boys, but you are not the only one who gained forms. All Might stomped his foot, creating a mini earthquake as he drew upon even more of his infinite power. His hair started to become golden fluid as it stayed on end. Great! Izuku shouted as he disappeared from his spot and reappeared before All Might with an uppercut. Ion Smash! All Might's face moved upward but his body never moved an inch. The man just grinned harshly at the electrified boy, who backed up to Naruto for just in case. You boys have great power, I can feel it. To force out your power even more, I will show you what this form is really capable of. All Might smirked as he brought all of his now endless energy to the surface. The gold energy that encased his hair in a flaming aura began to case his whole body. He looked like a buff version of his inner vestige, but he modeled this form after his own favorite superhero, Superman 1,000,000. All Might just looked more majestic as the energy rolled off him in curling clouds. Only Naruto's six-path Sage Mode could defeat me in this form now, but I want you two to hit me with everything you have. I can take it in my endless might form. Naruto grinning excitedly, he really wanted to go six-path Sage Mode to really turn up the heat, but Izuku was not up to that level yet. Instead, he went Ten Tails Chakra Mode, which was just his flaming Kyuubi Chakra Mode without the trench coat design and multicolored. He sent a challenging grin of his own toward Izuku, who seemed just as excited and looked up. The storm he had created was massive and roiled and coursed with electrical energy. Naruto understood Izuku's plan in an instant. For his own part, he held both hands away from him and formed two special Rasengan. The magnet-style Rasengan with help from Shukaku's disembodied curse-marked arms and the lava-style Rasengan with help from Son Goku's disembodied lava vein arms. Go! Naruto roared as he threw the magnet Rasengan into All Might's gut. Rage and Storm. Izuku roared as the sky burst open to rain down thousands of lightning bolts on All Might. With the addition of the magnet Rasengan, they were all directed at him, but he just smirked as he began to rapidly punch the lightning away from him. This seemed to irk Izuku to that he joined his lightning to attack All Might from every direction she could, his glitchy overcharged form aiding in his unpredictable movement, making him seem like a wild animal in berserk mode. What he did not account for was for the excess lightning energy to redirect into him, forcing him to absorb his own lightning storm when All Might punched it away. The power was almost too much, that is until two arms made of pure green energy appeared above and below his normal arms covered in that same energy. With his vast knowledge of quirks and mythology, he had subconsciously redirected his own energy so it could not overwhelm him. His now 6 arms carried that energy, along with his hair that he may or may not take from All Might's new form. The rest of his body free from the overwhelming energy, and he would later coin this as the beginning of his Raijin form. As All Might dodged Izuku's lighting storm and his now 6 arms, he also had to look out for Naruto as the blonde boy's magnet Rasengan dissipated. His instinct saved him again from the ninja's lava Rasengan that hit the ground instead of him. The result was a superheated rocky landscape with lava veins. He chuckled nervously as he could still feel the heat from that. Thankfully, Naruto followed up with the water jutsu that cooled it down a bit. All Might then grabbed Izuku in his golden grip and threw him into Naruto, sending both boys tumbling backwards, but throughout the fight, everyone noticed how the 3 boys could not stop smiling as if they were having the time of their lives. Are you thinking what I am thinking? Naruto asked. He held up a small black orb at the tip of his index and middle fingers as the 2 boys regained their footing. Railgun. Izuku asked excitedly with electrified excitement in his eyes, to which the blonde just nodded with a grin. The 2 boys stood shoulder to shoulder and pointed one arm each towards All Might, who stood a stance, ready for anything. 2 of Izuku's energy arms came up next, as if triangulating Naruto's lone arm. At the tip of their fingers was that same marbled-sized orb of black energy. A severely depowered tailed beast bomb. Jackpot. Both boys said with large shit-eating grins as the attack shot of like a railgun that May would be severely jealous of. All Might anticipated this, and with a mighty uppercut similar to Izuku's Ion Smash, he sent that electrified orb of pure destruction into the air, instantly dissipating the storm as the force of both attacked blew as away in the wind. Florida Smash. The force of the railgun still forced All Might to the ground and his body cratered the ground beneath him. For a moment, nothing happened until All Might started laughing uncontrollably as he let his endless form go, ready to be used in the near future. That was the most fun I have had in years. All Might roared victoriously as he forced himself out of his crater. Your teamwork to overcome an overwhelming force is a passing grade to me. Naruto Uzumaki Tsutsumi and Izuku Midoriya have passed. XXX. The command room holding the rest of the students was in chaos. The students could not utter a word that would not be heard over Recovery Girl's sailor mouth as she cursed out the images of All Might, Naruto, and Izuku for going all out and Nezu's insane laughter. God damn it, Mr. Aizawa replied as he held the bridge of his nose before addressing his class. Utter destruction of a test city aside, this is the power of when powerful pro-heroes go all out. Indeed, Kana replied after a moment of their class digesting this information. 13 did warn you all how our quirks could hurt or even kill. You are heroes in training and we will help you mold that power to help those in need. And that is what the summer camp is for, to build that power so we can help mold it later. Since you all passed, you will all be going to the summer camp. Tamura, what do you see around you? Sasuke asked as they strolled through the mall in hoodies. While Sasuke was not sure he would attract any attention, his idiot boss would, with his childish personality, on top of his scarred and severely chapped face. Then again, Sasuke felt he should be extra careful given the way he just left his family. Itachi was a full-blown hero now while he was the new family disgrace. He did it all for his brother, so he was not complaining. Too many annoying-ass people that I would like to kill. We barely got access to the new expansion of League of Legends, Tamura griped. While true, the masses could be thinned, look harder. What does their mood and general state look like? Tamura grumbled to himself, but he was appreciative that his new best friend trying to help him focus. They are way too happy and carefree. It annoys me especially when a big-time villain comes knocking that they leave everything to the heroes. It is like they have given all their own power up. Exactly. Sasuke nodded. He was partially distracted by some people with way too much energy. They were just so exhausting. It reminded him too much of something. But you know, once All Might is out of the picture, All for One is just going to swoop in and take it all from you. He is the demon on the underworld after all. I know. Tamura growled out a bit too loud, scaring a nearby kid that caused the mother to glare at them before walking away. I know all too well, his vestige already tried before I took it out. Knowing a piece of ourselves is always part of our quirk still baffles me. Sasuke replied. Despite being evil and on the wrong side of the law, they were still human and craved connection. While mostly quiet, Sasuke got along with Tamura and they confided in one another. It was how Sasuke knew what Tamura really wanted to do. Are you going to go through with it, end them both? The world can't truly move on until they get their power back. Tamura replied evenly. It can only do so with them both gone. I will concede to that point, but there are other factors to account for. Sasuke advised. Like the MLA, for example. Did you say that Orochimaru got sent there? That group is massive. Then there is the Hero Commission protecting the status quo. Those two are going to be massive obstacles as well. I knew Orochimaru was going to be a problem ever since I met the snake, and then your reaction to him fully cemented that. How are your headaches? Tamura asked and Sasuke just grunted as he rubbed his head. He suspected an earlier encounter that Sasuke was forced to forget. After all, the boy gained certain insights here and there that did not make sense given his background. Born to a somewhat wealthy family whose name was barely tarnished thanks to their oldest trying and failing to be a hero like that one random civilian years ago. But then there was Sasuke himself, a runaway, and his family has no idea where he was. They did not even know where their youngest was, but Sasuke did suspect they knew in some way somehow. When Orochimaru could have acquired the boy, he did not know, but he would not put it past the freak to mess with someone even if they were high class. I am putting a plan together with info that Sensei acquired from his spy in UA. I know who I am going to take. Once shit hits the fan and the Titans take each other out, we will be on our own. Will we go by the same organization name? Sasuke asked as he caught sight of a particular style of blonde hair and his headache came back in full force that he almost missed what Tamura said. Probably not. My ideals are not his anymore and I have his quirk. I will overhaul this world. People can rely on themselves over heroes and self-made villains. Great, I gotta piss. Well, hurry up, I wanna play this game, before everything goes to hell. Tamura squawked as he leaned on the hallway entrance to the bathrooms. He barely acknowledged as someone passed and leaned on the other side of the hallways as he reread the description on the game box excitedly. I did not expect to actually see you in a crowd full of happy people, that game must be something. You have no idea. Tamura lit up with excitement. Ever since they recovered League of Legends, they expanded the world of Runeterra and actually made more than just a MOBA, they made a full arcing RPG across all lands. It probably helped that they recovered the Arcane show so they knew what they were actually dealing with. Oh damn it. I should have expected you were going to be here. No wonder the mall has extra happy energy today. You hero brats are here. It does help their peace of mind. Naruto replied with a shrug and looked like he was not about to get Shigaraki where he stood. I also heard a bit about your plan and your supposed spy. I see you also wish to revamp this world so there is not an underlying current of fear. Do not get me wrong, I am not going about it your slow way. I intend to make things happen sooner. Tamura growled out. And no, the spy sensei talks to say they are not even in your class, much to his own disappointment. So what? Are you planning to kidnap someone? You actually. Tamura admitted casually. Well, you and that violent explosion brat you humiliated on live TV. He would make a good anti-hero, or anti-villain like us. This is all in a bid to get the Titans to kill each other off, publicly. Naruto snorted. I doubt All For One has the means of killing All Might, but good news for you, All Might does plan on retiring soon. He seemed excited about something that last time I talked to him about it. Well, the guy has to be in his late 50s or something. Tamura replied with a shrug. Look, I hate All Might and all that he represents in this world, but if he is actually retiring, that is good enough for me. People will see they need to take their own power back, and if he takes out my sensei in the process, all the better. I sense something major has happened to make you turn against him. Naruto replied before pushing off the wall and started to walk away. I know you and whoever you have with you today are leaving soon, but you better make it quick. I am sure someone saw a dangerous villain nearby. Yeah, Tamura replied, waving off the blonde. All throughout that conversation, he felt tense because he knew Naruto was way stronger than he looked. The blonde could have killed him at any moment, but he did not. Naruto wanted to see how this played out. Tamura promised himself that he would succeed. Now he just needed to find some villain to weaken Naruto enough to have him taken, or just have Mr. Compress sneak attack him and seal him in a marble. XXX. Toshinori grunted as he felt a bit of uncomfortable in his airplane seat. Despite his new Endless Might form, he was not invincible. He got hit by all those elements and Recovery Girl really let him have it when she healed him. At least he was not crippled or something, that would make everything worse. The reason he was currently flying right now was because he and a few others were headed to Island, not that Dave knew. Melissa was very adamant her father was not to know until the last second. Something about a breakthrough on a project he had been working on in May had given him an idea. Plus, he was allowed to take anyone he wanted, so naturally, he took his wife, Kana, and daughter, Himiko. Naruto had won the sports festival and secured a ticket all on his own and invited Mei Hatsume and Izuku Midoriya, who were bouncing in their seats in excitement while Naruto was casually leaning back in his chair. However, Toshinori knew that this was a front. Naruto did not like flying. Something about a screaming metal death trap. Naruto would have felt better with his girlfriends Momo and Kyoka on the plane with him, but they were taking the Yaoyorozu jet, seeing as Momo was representing her family for the upcoming Island Expo. And apparently so were Shoto and Tenya. The only other ones from UA that were coming were Denki, Hitoshi, and Monoma, but they were there because they needed money and would be working a few of the restaurants on the island. The best part, Toshi could be his normal self at Island and no one really needed to know that some hippie-looking dude was All Might. It was a mini vacation and he is so here for it. Sure, All Might was invited to the investors' party like usual, but the rest of the time was his. He would be spending his time with his family. That felt really good to say after so many years of being alone. XXX. Uncle Toshi. Melissa screamed in happiness as she came in, bouncing on a red pogo stick she made. She almost called him Uncle Mite like she used to do, but after learning of his actual name, it made more sense to call him this. Still, old habits die hard. It has been forever since I saw you face to face. I mean, I see you nearly all the time in video call, but this is better. I agree wholeheartedly. Toshinori laughed out as he hugged the girl. I am truly grateful for the invitation, though it is disorienting to see you so grown up. Of course, anything to get my favorite uncle and his new family here. I finally get to meet Aunt Kana, Himiko, and Naruto in person. Hey now, do not forget about me. Mei replied from behind the blonde. Melissa and Mei gained soft smiles as they then hug each other warmly. Wait until I show you some improvement schematics for those pogo shoes you made. I am very excited to see them and maybe pick your brain for a secret project I am working on. Melissa replied while holding Mei's rough hand. Mei was not usually one for touchy-feely stuff, but for her girlfriend, she made an exception. You two are so cute. Kana stated as she walked over to Melissa, hoping to get on the girl's good side. So are you and Uncle. I am glad you make him happy. Melissa replied with a quick hug before going back to Mei. And I mean real happy, not the fake mask he puts on for the world. I have always known the difference. Perceptive, aren't you? Naruto replied with a smirk, knowing a thing or two about putting on a mask in front of everyone. Yep, and it is great to see you as well, Naruto. Melissa replied. Likewise, this trip will be a wild time, I can just see it now. Naruto replied, smiling. So are we going to see your dad now or later? Actually, Toshinori interjected sheepishly. I was hoped just Kana and I could sneak in some alone time with David, and surprise him in general. Ah, bummer. I was hoping we could see Uncle David right away. Himiko pouted cutely before a koi crossed her lips and she elbowed Melissa softly. Though that does give us time to prank him with a twin act. Oh right, your transform quirk lets you do that. Melissa replied thoughtfully. How good is your acting? Passable, most can't tell the difference. Himiko replied with a cute grin. I can tell the difference between my friends. Other people, not so much. Mei admitted. Maybe later then, but let's not to do it on the first day here. Melissa stated, making the rest of the teens shrug while squeezing Mei's hand in comfort. Come on, if they are meeting Dad, let me give you all a tour of the expo and the island. XXX. Sam, David Shields' assistant, walked out of the hallway bathroom to see two things and only one concerned him. There was two people waiting to knock on their lab door. He figured the blonde man to be the civilian form of All Might, Toshinori, that his boss was so fond of, and the other to be the man's wife, Kana. He had to admit, they looked like a good couple and Toshinori looked way happier just chatting with her. This did remind Sam of his own wife and he smiled as he thought of something good to give her just because. She put up with him and his schedule here at Island all these years, so she deserved it. However, he was concerned of the door to the lab just opening and an older man in his 60s walked out with the tapping of a cane. The old man was completely bald with a few liver spots here and there from his age. An odd feature was his knife ears, as if he were an elf. He wore half-moon glasses and a goatee on his face and had his lab coat buttoned up. He glared at the couple for being in his way and the atmosphere of the hallway just went sour after. I see our resident star has some guests. Do take care of the weak-willed fool, will you? He replied in a mocking German accent. What did you do this time, Dr. Nakmar? Sam grumped, already feeling the passive effects of the old man's quirk. Sam considered this man a dark stain on the island despite being a value asset. Too bad the grumpy old man was an asshole and his quirk thrived off negative emotions. For that, he worked with very few people. I went for a walk and decided to stop in and chat with David about his breakthrough. The old doctor replied before a ding on his phone caught his attention. Reading the message, he smiled sardonically. His guests had arrived. He left without saying another word. What was that about? Kana asked, a bit on edge. Sam gave them a sympathetic look and led them into the lab. There they saw a depressed-looking David Shield looking at his notes. Sam sighed, figuring this was the case. Time to run damage control. Dave, I know Dr. Nakmar takes a toll on everyone here, but maybe you will be happy with your guests. David looked over hollowly for a moment and then the world came into the color for him at seeing his best friend and the man's wife. Toshi. Kana. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? What are you doing here? Toshinori smiled warmly at his best friend. Your daughter invited us to celebrate the breakthrough on your project. Dave smiled happily at that. They had a lot to talk about. XXX. I feel so at home here. Himiko cheered happily at the cafe they stopped by after getting an early viewing of the expo. It was great, but she was not interested in a lot of that stuff, same for Naruto. The others, however, were the complete opposite. It was how Momo, Kyoka, and Setsuna joined them after all. Mei, Izuku, and Momo gushed at all the new tech, to the amusement of the others. As for the reasons Himiko felt at home in this little cafe they found was 1. Her boyfriend Hitoshi was serving her and 2. He was serving her a blood smoothie. It seemed blood quirks were more common in other countries than Japan and they catered to them. There were even people whose quirk produced way more blood than they needed, which made some give away to blood banks. She was very much in heaven right now. I still cannot believe you convinced the local blood bank to give you samples. Hitoshi deadpanned, causing Naruto to snort in laughter. I'll admit, I am still jealous you all got to work with famous local heroes. Melissa replied wryly. What are you jealous of? A new voice interrupted the group that got Izuku to vibrate in his chair. It belonged to none other than Star and Stripe herself. You and your dad get to work with all sorts of international heroes all the freaking time. Melissa, you provide a lot of much needed help that you are gaining a name for yourself despite still being in a school. Sensei. Izuku cheered from his spot, still careful not to leak out electricity in his excitement. And there is my only student so far. Ha. Kathy Bates grinned excitedly herself. How's work on Project Atlas? It is going great. Naruto here helped me finish it during the prep time for exams. Izuku replied even more excited as he put an arm around his best friend. I had some experience with that type of technique, just in a different way. So, we refined it and made it a combination technique. Naruto explained. Wait, you guys aren't taking about that overcharged form that he showed off in their fight against All Might, right? Setsuna asked as she leaned on Izuku's shoulder a bit to tease him. She did feel bad that she was starting to win against Ochako, but she let it slide. She was being slow. Unless. No, the Raijin form was more of an accident, but we are still working out the kinks to it. Speaking of kinks, Setsuna snickered playfully, causing Izuku to blush a bit. I am trying to improve my DNA-infused costume. I thought it consisting razor-sharp scales and having my ultimate move being that tornado attack Naruto used in his giant fox form would work, but it feels unfinished. Oh. Izuku replied, a spark arcing across his body as his eyes lit up and his brain started chugging out ideas. You could add an element into the attack. While your quirk is best used for stealth, I have seen you use it in other ways that are brilliant. You could use a weapon or your suit's scales could generate that needed element. As Izuku continued on, Kathy whistled, not missing the sly look Setsuna had as she had Izuku's full attention now. Wow, forgot about his idea storms. At least he is not muttering. True, though he does lapse back into it occasionally. Naruto replied and Kathy eyed him for a moment and then smiled. Ah, Izuku mentioned you. I gotta say, I am a bit jealous that you and Himiko are All Might's kids. Kathy stated in a somewhat joking manner. Don't think less of us because we are. Naruto countered with a grin. I got my own path to follow, same for Himiko. Plus, we don't want to raise the stakes too high, or else Arie will be left in the dust. Himiko chimed in, though she does not seem all that interested in hero work. Arie, who is that and why is she not here? Kathy asked, genuinely interested in All Might's family. Where Kana and him working that quickly? Arie is our new baby sister that Naruto saved from some Yakuza asshole that was experimenting on her. We did not think it was a good idea to take her with us so soon. So, we left her the care of Nezu and the new dubbed Uncle Aizawa due to his quirk-canceling powers. Himiko explained. If that Yakuza was left standing, I would tear it down myself. Star and Stripe declared menacingly. No one did that to a child. It is not, I turned the place into a sinkhole. Naruto replied casually as he took a sip of his drink. I worry about you sometimes. You were way too casual to just say things like that, Hitoshi grumbled. On to lighter matters, Melissa said, cutting off all conversations in her panic to change the subject to something less dark. Why don't you all join me at the investors' party tonight? Even us, Kaminari and Hitoshi asked. Inside they were giddy, but Monoma was on break somewhere and would not be attention anyway. Dude was still an asshole for really no reason. Yes please, Melissa replied. In the meantime, I can show the rest of you the sights. There is even a contest down the street where people show off their battle powers. XXX. A clearance time of 20 seconds. A peppy announcer cheered as the group made their way to the battle arena. Naturally, a place like this only had robots be the obstacle instead of humans. As for who beat them all that quickly, it was Tenya Iida. Though if he was not so stiff about everything, he could have gotten a faster second. Yeah, go little brother. Tensai, did not expect to see you here. Naruto casually said to the man in the wheelchair. While Naruto may have helped him regain power in his legs, the doctors still insisted he use a wheelchair and go to physical therapy. In any case, Tensai was grateful his old vigilante friend, Naruto, helped him out. Our family gets invited here every year. Since I was already here due to the medical miracle. Tensai said, shooting Naruto a knowing smirk, I had Tenya come visit me. The rest of the family was a bit preoccupied. Either way, I think I will give this course a test. Naruto replied with a smirk. It turned out that most of the group wanted to give it a try. Only Himiko, Mei, and Setsuna decided to watch the others alongside Melissa. As much as Kyoka wanted to use her sonic cannon, this was a timed test, so she could not lug around her transforming backpack into it. Instead, she took out her melee weapon. A guitar that was currently in its tuning fork sword and sonic shield mode. With a few sonic bursts, she destroyed all robots in about 25 seconds. Momo created a grenade launcher that blasted them away in 20 seconds, matching Tenya's time. Shoto, who showed up midway, got it down in 15 seconds with his ice as he felt his fire was too slow still for this contest. He was only there to represent his father's agency since the man was busy as well. Shoto did find it odd that his father seemed sad, or was it annoyed that he could not go this time? His father was just less after the sport festival. Less angry at he world. Very odd indeed. Izuku hyped himself up and zipped through all the robots in about 12 seconds. Naruto, knowing he could take everything out in less time, paced himself. They did not need to know his true speed for a fun contest. What he did was take out his lightsaber version 2 from his microphone staff and decimated them all in about 10 seconds flat. He, of course, used his 1 for all speed as well. His sager-tailed beast speeds would certainly be overkill. XXX. As the group all got ready for the upcoming party, Melissa walked into her room lab with a happy smile because Mei came with her. She watched as her girlfriend marveled at her lab and all the babies she had made. It really was thanks Mei, Naruto, and their other friends that she was doing so well. She feared that if her dad had not introduced her to Naruto and her friends, her depression at not having a quirk would have overtaken her at some point. They never looked down on her for her quirkless, and she needed that. Mei had even told her that her own scope-like zoom eyes were not much help in other areas of her life, so she related more to the quirkless and even the weak quirks. So Melissa had nothing to worry about. Still, she wanted to be of more help. It was why she had joined her dad in helping heroes with their support gear. Star and Stripe was right on the money about that. But if push came to shove, Melissa wanted to be there on the field if ever they needed it. Mei, there is something I want to show you. Do you remember those schematics I showed you a while ago for my secret project? Melissa asked, ready to show it off. Mei hummed out, startled from her inspection of some tech on her workbench. Oh, how is that going? Well, you saw the spring boots when I came to get you. Melissa offered as she went over to a panel on the wall. Mark 1 of the main project was a complete disaster and blew up in my face. Mei snorted because that happened to her all the damn time. Something Melissa knew intimately about her, with all the video calls being interrupted with at least one. Marks 2 through 6 were much the same way, but I learned a lot from those failures. So recently, I started making each piece individually and it has been going swimmingly. Melissa pressed a button and the door opened to reveal her project. May looked in and was mesmerized by what she saw. It was not complete, much like her own super suit, but that is what made it all work. It was beautiful in her eyes. She said as much to Melissa after seeing her nervous look. It is beautiful, just like you. A compliment from May was genuine and everybody knew that. It was what made Melissa a step towards her space and then kiss the pink-haired girl. As the girls moved away from the door, it never closed. If one were to look inside, and that while May's costume was more Dr. Octopus in nature, Melissa's was more Medusa and Iron Man mixed into one. It was not complete, but that was fine. Progress was slow. She had the boots and legs ready to go alongside the chest armor. The arms were missing, but oddly enough the hands were there. As for the helmet, the face was exposed, but the head was completely protected and provided the most utility. What with all the tentacles inspired by May's costume and Medusa's hair. May would later on learn that the helmet was also inspired by something called a beholder. XXX. I expected you to be late, not everyone else. Tenya stated with his arms crossed and impatiently tapping his foot in his fancy suit. A ninja is never late, nor is he early, he arrived precisely when he means to. Naruto replied with a shit-eating grin in his black suit with bright orange tie. No more Lord of the Rings for you. Tenya stated with a hand chop and a supremely unamused look on his face. I still thought it was clever. Izuku muttered. Of course you did, Hitoshi groaned alongside a snickering Denki. What is Lord of the Rings again? Shoto asked. An old movie about dropping a cursed ring in a volcano. Denki replied with a shrug. That was of no help to Shoto. Besides, I expected to wait on the girls. Naruto stated. They usually want to look their best. Pretty sure Tensai mentioned that to you, once. I am sure they will look fine, but they need to be punctual. Tenya replied. Yeah, that is probably never going to happen, dude. Better get used to it now. Denki deadpanned, causing Tenya to nearly have an aneurysm. Just as he was about to say something else, Himiko walked through the door in a red and black dress, with the red made to look like blood splotches. True to her theme, and neither Naruto nor Hitoshi ever expected nor wanted her to change. Setsuna came in next. She had a green and purple tube dress made of scales that showed of her curves. She could not help but wink at Izuku, who blushed. She smirked at the thought that she still had it. Momo and Kyoka came into together and latched onto Naruto's arms. Momo actually wore a beautiful yellow dress and anyone could tell she was excited for the party. Her excitement stemmed from attending many of these fancy parties with Naruto, so it was never boring. Kyoka, who still was uncomfortable with these fancy parties, wore a pink and purple dress and even had her signature jacket to make it punk, but in Naruto's eyes, she made it look good. Finally, Melissa and May came in. Melissa wore a charming blue and light blue dress and chose to wear contacts instead of her glass. As for May, most would think she was incapable of wearing a dress, but she cleaned up nicely. She wore a red and black dress, which seemed to complement Melissa's dress. They did look cute together after all. With everyone here, Tenya nodded and moved to the door of the party. However, that was when their night of fancy parties went awry, for it was locked and soon so were the windows. XXX. As the announcer told everyone at the party to enjoy themselves, Kana frowned a bit. The kids are late. They probably got sidetracked by something or had trouble with their fancy clothes. I know Naruto has trouble every time since he is not one to actually want to go to these things despite the need for his contributions to the medical field. Toshinori chuckled a bit. I have to agree with Toshi on that. David chuckled. I bet it was the girls. Kana smirked a bit, daring them to agree with her. We do like to look our best. Indeed, you do. Toshinori replied lowly as he smiled lovingly at his wife. David rolled his eyes at the affection but smiled as well. After his own wife passed, it was weird for him seeing other couples interact. Was this how he acted before? While David was speculating on his past love life, something he knew hurt Melissa because her mom passed when she was young, someone gripped his shoulder. Turning to see who it was, he was pleasantly surprised to see Kathy Bates out of uniform. In fact, she was not using her out-of-this-world quirk to make herself buff like her hero. Instead, She just looked like herself, beautiful. Especially in her red and blue dress she brought for the occasion. He supposed it made sense. People barely recognized her out of uniform and there were plenty of uniformed heroes at this thing. It ensured she could take a break and enjoy the party, just like All Might. She was not clever. What's got your head in the clouds? Kathy asked curiously while stealing a look at Toshi and Kana. I thought you would give that big brain of yours a break after that breakthrough. David smiled. She was always invested in his work despite not always knowing much about it. Not to mention she was here a lot, something Melissa enjoyed because she was a big fan. Kathy took that in stride and warmed up to the girl on her own. Stealing a glance at All Might and Kana and then to Sam and his wife, he felt a pang in his heart. Sam noticed and gave him a knowing look. Damn it, okay fine, he had a thing for Kathy and she him. It was just his brain and heart got their wires crossed a lot. His missed his wife and having feelings for Kathy did feel like a betrayal to his dead wife, whom he would never get to see again. But Melissa never really knew her mother and imprinted on Kathy in some way. Was it right to be happy like this again? Putting on a smile and banishing his negative thoughts, he said, well, I have been contemplating your offer. Kathy's eyes widened at that and a ghost of a smile crossed her lips. I would like to give it a try. David did not get to finish his sentence because the room had gone unnaturally quiet and he felt the negative emotions return. They brought on a momentary thought of if she was just getting close to him for the military. But he shook that thought away when he saw Dr. Nakmar slowly making his way to the center stage, the taps of his feet and cane echoing loudly in the now quiet gallery. It was his negative emotions quirk though that commanded such attention. It was horrible. But before he could say something that would undoubtedly cause the group attending to plunge deeper in the black water as it were, the doors to the party burst open. For a moment, David felt hope that it was just the late kids making an entrance in the now quiet room, but that hope died when it was not them. It was worse. Armed thugs came rushing with heavy assault weapons and started screaming at people to get down, and their leader, some guy in a twisted metal mask, just grinned at them. Before any of the costumed heroes could do anything about it, he merely held up a finger. Just in time for Island security and alert system to kick on. This is an announcement from the Island security system. We have received a report that an explosive device was discovered somewhere on the Expo grounds. Island will now be in high alert mode. Your safety is our top priority. Residents and tourists should return to their lodgings. Anyone remaining on the street after 10 minutes will be in a violation of the law. Please clear out of the public areas. As a precautionary measure, most of the main island building will now be sealed off. Wait, that was not the bomb protocol. Was this a poor attempt at a die hard? Seriously. In case you haven't caught on, the thug leader in the twisted metal mask and white trench coat spoke out in the resulting panicked silence. The security system is under our control now. I know we've got a lot of heroes in here, but if you decide to make a scene, at that, one of the giant TV screens in the room shifted its image to those outside the building and they all looked afraid of the robots surrounding them in a threatening manner. I'll make sure the security sentries think the good people they've got their sights are dangerous criminals. So, I'd play nice if I were you. Because everyone on this island is my hostage. Naturally, that includes all of you. He whispered something and then glowing restraining bindings popped out of the ground and immobilized the costumed heroes. Both Toshinori and Kathy looked about ready to do something, but David and Kana held them back and shook their heads. Now was not the time to reveal themselves. They had to play this right. You're late. The man in the mask smirked as he looked to the one who spoke. His boss, Dr. Nakmar. You said to make an entrance and we did. Indeed, but anyone with a thinking brain here will know those are not the protocols for bomb threats, but I understand your hacker is fighting the superior technology of the island security system. It is only natural that lesser minds will have difficulty. At least have your hacker patch me in. I wish to speak to our victims. Dr. Nakmar ordered, making the masked man frown in irritation as he called his guy. Wait, so Dr. Nakmar was actually in charge of this farce. David dreaded what that could actually mean. He knew the man was a crotchety old asshole who everyone treaded around like they were walking on eggshells, but this was ridiculous. He was not villain, not at his age. Wait, why did he look a bit different? Are we on? Nakmar asked impatiently, and the masked lackey merely nodded. That meant he would be broadcasted throughout all of Island. Some were even recording what they were seeing to the outside world since internet access was not taken away. I will keep this brief and simple for all the lower-thinking individuals on this island. I am known as Dr. Alp Nakmar, and I am one of the leading researchers in quirk analysis. I will spare you the details of my early life and just say I came from the uncertain and dangerous time before All Might graced us with his peace. In my long years of research, I have come to many conclusions about quirks. One being that we are inextricably bound to our quirk. Ever wonder why a person with a bomb quirk is so violent? Or why a fire user is so passionate? Because their quirk influenced the mind and drives personalities. You can try and control your quirk and its usage all you want. Certain countries like Japan are rather strict about that, but sooner or later that powder keg will burst and there will be pandemonium. I like to think of myself as an agent of chaos, bringing that eventuality closer. Just like an old colleague of mine predicted with quirk singularity. I am that old, yes. You see, my quirk, negative demon, runs off negative emotions and gives me power. I have been subsisting on small, base emotions for a lot time. But I need more, and that is why all this is happening. I am bringing back a bit of that darkness from before All Might's time. What better way to do that than to attack Island, whose security is par with Tartarus? Proving that nothing is foolproof and even those dangerous criminals can get out if the right variables are set. You won't get away with this. A random hero shouted. Oh, my muscle-brained captive, I already have. Just taking over this party gave me so much energy, and now that the entire island knows, Dr. Nakmar's posture straightened and his face grew younger as a negative image glow surrounded him. While he mostly stayed bald, a red and black energy grew in place of his hair. Long and flowing, he then took out a remote from his pocket. I am young and powerful again. Having walked with people like the All-for-One, the quirk thief Boogeyman, who is still very much alive by the way, I have learned to survive in this world full of heroes and make myself more powerful. Oh, and I know there are heroes out there coming to rescue these people, but you will have your hands full with those robots, my negative demons, and, he pressed a button on his remote and the island was rocked with a few explosions. After all, your 10 minutes are up. The feed was cut and David felt a cold sweat as his negative emotions drove his mind to the dark place. He was suddenly restrained and pinned to the ground by a negative image of himself, smiling cruelly down at him. He eyed those close to him and saw that Kathy, Toshi, and Kana were restrained by their own negative versions and were whispering horrible things to them just like his was. In a way, Nakmar's quirk was self-sustaining as it dove into the victim's psyche. However, David was barely listening to his because his mind was on one person. Melissa. Oh, his negative demon noticed that. Dr. Nakmar's quirk was fucking terrifying. XXX. Oh my. Dr. Nakmar roared out happily as he and his mercenary, Wolfram, exited the building. Wolfram observed the mad scientist carefully and was weirded out by the man's smile. The fact that his clothes were straining on his more muscular body did unnerve him a bit. I knew leaving the internet open would be a good choice. I feel the negativity around the world surging through my veins. So you weren't blowing smoke out of your ass after all. Wolfram stated with a smirk. You really can handle yourself. Yes, but do not leave my side. Heroes incite positive emotions in the masses, and when even one gets here, I fear I could lose. Alp admitted. Sure thing, boss, but I thought the plan was to cause chaos and leave. Are we not leaving yet? No, I plan to confront a hero and kill them to demoralize the world a bit more. Oh, this negativity is so juicy. Alp exclaimed, making Wolfram nervous that his boss might be losing to the power. The breaking of glass and metal was heard and a blonde boy in a damaged suit came crashing down in front of them with what looked like a negative demon on top of him. A challenger. So soon and so young. Perfect. However, the evil doctor was thrown off guard when the negative demon got off his counterpart and offered him a hand up. Always wanted to do that. It said, and only then did the doctor realize the construct had red eyes. I just had no idea I could leave our body. What in the ever-living fuck? Someone so young had faced their inner darkness. That's some bullshit. Yeah, I bet. Now do you want to help me beat this asshole or not? The blonde boy asked his dark half. Nah, I can't do much in this construct. Besides, I would rather watch from the depths of our mind. The construct replied before dissolving. Damn, I knew I could be an asshole, but geez. The boy grunted before looking back at the two men staring at him. Hey, how are ya? Name's Naruto and I will be the one to kick your ass tonight. Naruto finished with a dramatic flourish as he took out his new microphone staff and pressed a button. And the world will know that it was the students of UA that did the deed. What the hell? I lost contact with my hacker. Wolfram raged. Oh, seems this one had some inside help from someone on the island. Cute, but it will not help. As we speak, my negative demons are restraining, or killing people on this island. You sure you do not want to help the real heroes out, whelp? Nakmar asked. I have faith they can handle things and besides I am not alone. Naruto replied with a cocky smirk as other students dropped down and back him up. One even came flying down in a half-made metal suit. That was David's daughter, oh joy. Overwhelming force it is then. Alp sighed out as he took out a device and attached it to him wrists and head. He took out another and gave it to Wolfram. I have no problems killing children, I have done it before in the chaotic times. Oh, and just so you know, I have been given multiple quirk by All for One, it is how I am so powerful, boy. You stand no chance. At that, both men began to change. They both became beefier and ripped through their cloths. While Wolfram gained glowing pink skin, Nakmar was the one to change the most. His skin became black and gray and his energy hair became a roaring mane of chaotic energy. Then a guardian made of his negative energy was formed and towered over them. It looked like a giant humanoid horse. Its energy then trapped Naruto in Fist of Energy. See boy, you are out of your league. I stole some quirk regeneration and amplifier research from David Shield and made a better version. I already had amplifying quirks from All for One but what's one more? Now face the German nightmares of old. Out of the horse construct spawned even more negative demons that rained down all around them. And they were growing. That was file with Alp. He planned on sinking Island anyway and make his escape. Is that all you have? A deep voice rumbled and it shook Alp a bit. That voice held power. Your plan was to infest us with negative emotions to the point of immobility. That is sad. But if you wanna play, let's play. It said as music began to play all around them. Please play, come play, by Stray Kids and Young Nico. The deep voice roared out for all to hear as a giant golden fist punched the guardian horse off it and sent Nakmar and Wolfram out of Island, to the ocean outside. You're not alone. Look at my shadow, I'm behind you like a ghost. Mission, Die a Legend, is a go, the way I flow, taking all the shots. Landing free throws, beast mode. Double snake eyes, turn 'em all to stone. With the battle taken to the edge of Island and beyond, Melissa, Mei, Himiko, Hitoshi, Izuku, Kyoka, Momo, Setsuna, Shoto, Tenya, and Denki all found themselves floating above the outer wall, confused on what was happening but no less prepared to fight. Oh, you are that brat from the Hosu incident. You are all show, let me show you what real power is, boy. Nakmar screamed as his horse construct grew to titanic levels. Then Wolfram used his quirk to bring metal plates from Island to give it a thin layer of protection. However, that was not all. He called over the most powerful negative demons out of Island and grew them to his guardian's size, giving him a small army of negative energy to work with. The world fears me now, boy. All their negative emotions are fueling me. There is nothing you can do. Naruto just snorted at the challenge. While he could not believe Kurama actually started the song, he and the others would finish it. Still, he had to thank Kurama for his help. As Kurama's golden chakra image formed all around him, 10 multicolored tails swirled behind them. Naruto smirked and pointed at the two men in the nightmare horse as he sang. And you're a student of war. When I pay you back, I'll leave you begging for more. You'll feel it deep in your bones, the moment you open that door. There's no more game, the other answer is none. It's a sight you've never seen before. Try me, I dare you to try me. Naruto sang while Kurama and him gave, "Come at me," gestures, causing both older men to growl in frustration as they commanded the giant armored horse Nightmare to charge at them and throw a gigantic fist at them in hopes it would knock Naruto out of this illusion they thought him to be in. After all, there was no way this construct was real, right? Kurama sidestepped it with a shit-eating grin and prepared to bring down both fists down on the head of the horse. Took me long, but I'm here, coming down like lightning. Taking back what's mine, it was a matter of time. Suddenly multicolored strings materialized between Kurama's 10 tails and the floating students at Island's wall, and they were pulled forward into the fight as constructs began to form all around them. May and Melissa were taken into the form with the 8-tailed octopus ox with a spectral form of All Might doing the steering. It just winked at them in their gobsmacked state. For the 7-tailed horned beetle, Hitoshi was joined by Nanashimura. He was put off by this development of Naruto powers but was not completely surprised that Naruto really wanted to show off against these guys since they caused so much chaos on what was supposed to be their vacation. He did find it funny that Naruto could play this off as massive illusions since he did it regularly at his concerts. For the 6-tailed slug, Setsuna found herself with a guy in a red trench coat called Antayutai. Since she was the most out of the loop here, she suspected it was just someone Naruto knew to go along with his illusion, but damn, was this the most intricate one yet. This was going to be fun. For the 5-tailed dolphin horse, Tenya was joined by an older hero that he vaguely recognized from a book he read. That meant to him that this was indeed one of the men inside Naruto's quirk. His name was Diagoro Banjo and he looked rough around the edges, and while that irked Tenya to a point, he was learning how to be a hero and had to work with all types. This would have to do. For the 4-tailed great ape, Shoto was joined by a white-haired man with a face scar called Hikage Shinomori. On some level, Shoto always figured he would meet one of Naruto's inhabitants, but not like this. He did appreciate being paired with someone with a similar scar to him, even if it was different. On the other hand, he was just getting used to his fire again, so he was only slightly annoyed by being paired with the fire monkey. For the 3-tailed turtle, Izuku and Denki were paired up with a serious-looking gray-haired man whose hair was done in a top knot, only known as Bruce. Having known about Naruto and his powerful friends, they were kind of hoping for the 8 tails. Ah well, they could make the giant defensive turtle work, especially as it whispered how to use their quirks with its form. For the 2-tailed cat, Himiko was chosen alongside a man named Kudo. In all honesty, Himiko got along with her beast counterpart due to her costume choice and past interactions, since she was one of the closest to Naruto, being his sister and all. She only got along with Kudo on account of wanting to protect Naruto when he got too reckless. The form of the 1-tailed tanuki was still made of sand and decided to stay near the wall. Its swirling mass of sand preparing to catch any stray attack that would hit Island. In its epicenter, Yoichi sat on Shukaku's face like it was a throne. As for Momo and Kyoka, they joined Naruto inside Kurama's construct form. As soon as they entered, they knew what they could do alongside Kurama's chakra. Momo created a version of her armor around Kurama's form. Red on gold was something to behold. As for Kyoka, she created sonic gauntlets with the chakra. Naruto smirked at their handiwork as he continued singing the fight as Kurama's giant gauntlet-encased fist slammed down on the horse's head, shattering its armor with a sonic boom. However, Naruto was not the only one singing at this point. Everyone decided to jump in for a chorus of voices that confused the men. If you wanna come play, you gotta start with me and the monsters in my head, I've got blood on my hands and you're my revenge. And you push me to the edge. Do you wanna come play? Nakmar and Wolfram both found themselves hard-pressed to even penetrate this new armor of Naruto's construct with their newfound strength or their armored horse construct. So, the evil doctor commanded his other massive constructs to hurry up with their own massive fights in the now churned-up ocean. He was further surprised to see the gigantic hero, Godzilla, join in on their fight by jumping from Island to them. There probably was not much he could do to help the tourists. Kyoka with her beautiful singing voice stepped up with the next part. You acted like you didn't believe in me. We arrived with the crew, ready to mess things up. Watch out. I've got a short fuse, and I might blow up. Let's see if I light this fire and burn all your goods. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I go with the flow, and to all these people, I'll slam them down. If they want to measure strength, I've got a warning: bad luck with the girl who shoots and never misses. As Kyoka ended her verse with another sonic punch, knocking down the horse construct and peeling away more of the armor. Meanwhile, the others were showing what they could do with tailed beast-enhanced quirks. Himiko was transforming into the other constructs, disappearing into the crowd, and then Kudo stopped them in place for her to obliterate them as they changed back. As for Izuku and Denki, they were joined by Star and Stripe, who used her quirk to make none of the guns work and took out all the thugs at the party with ease before joining them. She used the very air around them to create Bowser Pinball, which consisted of Izuku and Denki electrifying the turtle's shell and blitzing through their chosen enemy. Shoto froze his constructs before blasting them with lava or having Tenya speed through them. Setsuna was having a blast by filling her field with smoke before her entire construct split up like her and attached themselves to the other constructs, melting them away. Hitoshi found that his voice was enough to stop his opponents in place, and then in a bright flash, they were gone. As for Mei and Melissa, they were having a blast. It turned out Melissa's new head armor was very much like a beholder from Dungeons & Dragons. While not all powers fit the situation, she was able to, with Mei's pinpoint accuracy, slow, paralyze, petrify, and disintegrate their opponents with ease from the various tentacles that Yuki had. Those constructs stood no chance, especially with Godzilla and Star and Stripe helping out. When Nakmar saw all this working useless, he growled in frustration before forced that feeling down. He knew from the start if other heroes got involved, their positive energy would negate his own negative energy. It was why he had an escape plan, even this far out to sea. He nodded to Wolfram, who understood it was time to go. Still, he would allow his main horse construct to fight these surprisingly strong kids. Looking to Naruto, there was no way all of this was some sort of illusion, but if not that, then what was this shit? Ah well, he would have time to ponder that mystery later. With a simple thought and final power-up, Nakmar told his construct to get back in the fight. As the giant horse nightmare monster rushed forward to meet Kurama, its form flicked a bit at all the positive energy returning to the area. Try me, I dare you to try me. Took me long but I'm here, coming down like lightning. Taking back what's mine, it was a matter of time. Naruto sang as Kurama knocked the horse back again. Only then was it surrounded on all sides by the tailed beast constructs, Godzilla, and Star and Stripe. They all rushed forward in a brilliant display of teamwork to destroy the horse construct. If you wanna come play, you gotta start with me. And the monster's in my head. I've got blood on my hands and you're my revenge and you push me to the edge. Do you wanna come play? With the horse completely obliterated, the nine-tailed beast constructs all formed a pose similar to the Ginyu Force, making Godzilla and Star and Stripe chuckle. Yet no one even noticed as they returned to Island, a heavily damaged helicopter making an escape into a glowing green Ouroboros portal. Naruto smiled in his sleep as he sat in his bus seat with Momo and Kyoka, who had also nodded off. It was a bit of a tight fit, but they made it work and they were basically ignored by the class as they all chatted amongst themselves loudly, much to Aizawa's dismay. Not to mention Tenya utterly failing to keep the class in order, but since he failed, he merely sat in his seat looking at the view, though he did feel Naruto was too lax with the class. They were on their way to the summer camp that had been enlisted in by Aizawa for more hero training, or so they were told. In reality, the training camp was supposed to be a complete secret. It was not only to power up their quirks in secret in order to advance quicker, but to also be prepared for when, not if, their class got in trouble with a villain situation, again. There had been more villain attacks than any other year and Aizawa was going to make damn sure they were prepared. His own paranoia with what happened to his best friend was rearing its head with his students. The USJ, Stain, and Freaking Island were weighing on him. Aizawa smiled sadistically to himself when the checkpoint came into view and the driver stopped the bus. Alright, everyone out and stretch your legs. We are halfway there. That was a nice nap. Naruto replied blissfully as he joined in stretching his muscles. I thought this was an actual rest stop. Hitoshi stated, he had to go, but could still wait a bit. It was just disappointing to him that this was how the rest was turning out. Man, that was a long trip. Denki belted out. Gotta admit, this is not much of a rest area. Eijiro pointed out. Hey, you were right. And Class B is not here either. Kyoka observed, getting a pit of something in her stomach. She looked towards Momo and then towards Itsuka and both looked uncomfortable as the anxiety crept in on what this was about, especially with Aizawa. This is actually not just for you to stretch your legs. Aizawa pointed out a bored tone as a black car came rolling up to them. Out came two women in cat costumes, and a horned kid. "Heya Eraser." One of them called out cheerful while Aizawa just nodded at them. The one who had called out was a brown-haired woman in a red band-like costume with cat accessories and decided to put on a show for the class. The two stated posing in a much-rehearsed catchphrase and mini-dance. "Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls." The woman, a blonde with a blue version out their outfit, replied in a cutesy voice. "You can call us, the Wild Pussycats, half edition." They finished together, with the horned kid behind them looking disturbed, while the rest of the students looked confused at the introduction. "Oh my god," Naruto said, trying and failing to hold in his laughter. "They are just like Jiraiya with his introduction." "I don't know what you are laughing about," Kyoka replied with a sly smirk. "Your version as Akatsuki is still on the internet. And kids get free passes." Naruto shot back, still chuckling. "These are the pro heroes you will be working with for the summer training," Aizawa stated dully, purposefully ignoring the comment about the blatant former vigilante in his class that he knew about. "Oh, they are a 4-person hero team who specialize in mountain rescues. The blue one is Pixie Bob and the red one is Mandalay." Izuku spouted off his extensive hero knowledge excitedly, getting the class to smile at his usual behavior when it came to heroes. "The Pussycats were founded when we were kids like forever ago. This marks their 12th year, working as a..." The blonde woman quickly put her cat-pawed hand over Izuku's mouth to prevent him from saying any more about their possible ages with a manic look in her eyes. "I am pretty sure your math must be off. I am 18 at heart." Izuku gave a muffled affirmation while some of the guys in the class looked at her wearily. "Not sure what the big deal is," Naruto pointed out. Back home, the older heroes still looked pretty good because they were always fit and did not worry about their age. "I mean, Miss Anko basically just wore fishnets, a trench coat, and a skirt and she had no issues finding someone, I think." "Seriously?" Setsuna replied, weirded out. "What was your home village like?" "Not bound by the same societal norms as here, for one." Naruto replied with a shrug while the blonde woman looked at him oddly. Aizawa just sighed. "Naruto, please don't encourage her." "Anyway," Mandalay replied, trying to steer things back on course and gestured to the large forest off the mountain road they were on. "We own this whole stretch of land out here. Everything you can see. The summer camp you are stay at is actually at the base of the mountain out there." Then why did we stop here then?" Ochako asked, trying to feign ignorance. Both Tsuyu and Setsuna both put a hand on her shoulders and gave her a sad look. "Well, I guess we all know the answer to that," Naruto stated simply as he walked to the edge of the road and started walking down the side of the cliff. "Better to just go with the flow before the flow forces you along." Hitoshi glanced down the side of the cliff and said, "Again, your powers are bullshit." "And how does he know about mine?" Pixie Bob asked as the ground started moving underneath their feet. Aizawa said, "Let's just say Naruto's chakra energy quirk is weird and leave it at that." "Oh well, the current time is 9:30 in the morning and if you are quick about it, you might make it there by noon." Mandalay replied cheerfully as some of the students started panicking. "Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 don't get any lunch." The earth started the flow and the students were not prepared with thrown off the cliff side. Those that were, well they had an easier time getting down. Like Momo, who created giant cat paws and claws and used them to slide down safely. Kyoka found an outcropping of rock and used that to surf down the softened earth from Pixie Bob's quirk. Izuku nearly teleported in a thunderclap with Himiko and Hitoshi. And Pony, Setsuna, and Ochako managed to float down safely with a bit of teamwork. The rest, they all fell in a heap on the ground. "Man, Aizawa, you got some clever kids this year," Pixie Bob commented. "And they are driving me up the wall. Now if you will excuse me, I will be taking advantage of the peace and quiet on the bus now and take a nap." XXX. Good news. Mandalay's voice spoke into the minds of the class, once they had all recovered from their fall. "Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want to. You got 3 full hours. You should be able to make it to the facility in that time, that is how you can get through the beast forest." Oh, just like the forest of death back home for exams and training, well except that exam was 5 days long and we have to fend for ourselves. This should be fun. Okay, what the fuck have you dealt with back home? Itsuka shouted in shock and worry for the class president. The rest of the class looked between Naruto and the forest with worry as well, unsure how to process all of this. Enough. Naruto replied dully as he looked into the forest to see the ground already moving to form giant beasts. Koji, I don't think your power will be of much use against fake animals. Stay in the middle of the pack unless you feel up to punching them. Koji looked nervous but nodded silently in understanding. While they did not interact all that much, Naruto did look out for the silent member of the class more often than not. In fact, form a diamond formation. Naruto ordered, getting many comply and very few to argue as this was a side of Naruto they had not seen all that much. He was the class leader for a reason after all, and when it came down to it, he made sure all his classmates were taken care of. Eijiro, you take bow and be our front shield, plow them down. Denki, you be our eyes and shield in the stern, make sure nothing sneaks up on us. Kyoka, Mezzo, I am counting on you to be our ears and back Denki up. Izuku, Tenya, Itsuka, you be our torpedo defense behind Eijiro. When they hit him, you shoot out and hit harder. Shoto, take starboard, Inasa, take port, hit them fast and hard with your elemental prowess, keep them off us from the sides. What about you, boss? Mei asked. I, along with Tsuyu, Fumikage, Momo, Pony and Setsuna will protect our airspace while Koji and Itsuka help protect our core. Naruto's eyes shifted into Rinnegan mode as he thrust his hand toward the forest where a few earth beasts came out to meet them in their impatience. They crashed into the ground and broke into pieces under Naruto's gravitational forces. Look, I know I am using boat terms here when in a diamond formation. I do not know all the terminology, but this works. This formation will keep us safe and we do not need to take every single enemy down. We will be here a while and need to pace ourselves. Mei, please tell me you snuck a few of your gadgets along. Mei gained a shit-eating grin and produced a metal cube. Don't leave school without it. This cube was basically a pocket dimension like Momo's bag of holding that help all her inventions and gear. It was very useful. I knew I could count on you. Naruto replied with a smirk, especially at the class finished forming their diamond formation, inspired by Naruto's planning, especially Tenya who was worried Naruto would just wing this. Class 1A, are we ready to go plus ultra? Yes. Move. Naruto ordered as they all ran in, Naruto himself taking to the trees, feeling at home. XXX. What the shit, Eraser? What are you feeding these brats? Pixie Bob cried out at the edge of camp. It is nearly 12:25 and they are already here. Aizawa groaned as he picked himself off the ground from his napping position, in the middle of the camping ground. I did have a great class this year and that is why they drive me insane. Just do not tell them I said that, I will deny it. He groaned out. There are those with power, that is certainly true, but there are those who inspire others to do better and that makes them dangerous. Tell me, have you heard of the vigilante named Akatsuki? The kid who went viral with his silly frog dance. The same kid who went dark after a while. Mandalay asked, confused on why he was asking them about him. Yup, that is Naruto. The leader of the pack making them come here sooner. The same brat helping them take down my earth monsters like a well-oiled machine. Pixie Bob freaked out. Wait, I thought the kid summoned animals as his quirk. Mandalay replied. It seems his chakra can do a lot of things apparently. Clever deception. Mama likes. Pixie Bob purred. Pixie, no, Aizawa replied seriously, causing her to grumble before the class bust out of the forest, looking like they were dead on their feet. Ah, slave driver. Eijiro cried out on the ground, his body shaking from using his quirk so much. Oh my goodness. Pixie Bob shouted happily, gushing about all the young men were perfect for her to groom. Most chose to ignore her. You guys did far better than I thought you would. I thought it would not be until evening for you all. I'll admit, Mandalay replied, it took you all about as long as it does us wild pussycats at full strength to get through a forest like that. I am impressed. It would be a shame if we did not have food for you all. You did make it within the time allotted after all. Alright then, since you are all done with this stretch of the training early, Go get your stuff off the bus, put it in the cabins, and then go eat lunch. Aizawa ordered the class. After that, you all get to the summer training a half a day earlier. You are showing progress, let's keep it up. Before that, I just have one question. Who's the kid? Izuku asked, pointing to the horned kid glaring at all of them. Oh, this little guy. Mandalay asked, he's actually my cousin's son. He just lives with us now. Don't be shy, Kota. Say hi to everyone, you are going to be around them for the next week. Hey, there. My name's Midoriya. Like them, I am from the UA high school course. It's nice to meet you. Izuku said, walking up to him to try and be friendly. Kota said nothing before punching Izuku in the nuts and walked away. Or he would have if Naruto had not gotten in his way. Naruto looked to Izuku, who was being taken care of by Tenya and Hitoshi before looking back at Kota. The look in the kid's eyes was something Naruto all too well. He saw it all the time in Sasuke. Inari had that look for a long time too. Naruto just sighed and patted the kid's head. Don't let it eat you whole. Talk to someone if you can. The last thing I want is it to ask help from some wannabe heroes. Kota growled out, though he was put off by Naruto not trying to help as a hero, but as a normal human. Naruto nodded at that with a sad look in his eyes. Never said it had to be heroes, kid. XXX. Aizawa made sure that his class was told they would have to make their own meals throughout the week and that the lunch made for them was a one-time thing. After that, he led them to an open field to begin their training. Alright then class, this afternoon we will begin a training camp to increase your strength. Our goal is to increase your skills exponentially so that each of you gains a provisional license. This will allow you to face the dangers that continue to fester in the darkness. Proceed carefully. Now, normally I would have one of you throw a ball with your quirk like we did on the first day, but I will just tell you it won't be much further than then. It has only been one semester and despite what you have been through, most of you have not advanced enough to make a noticeable difference. That is what this training is for. We are going to go all in. Well, Naruto probably would, but Aizawa figured he was holding back a lot. There was no way those illusions from his silly dance numbers could do all of what was shown. XXX. Naruto smiled faintly as Aizawa steered him down away from the others in the class. Out of all the students, Naruto was the only that was hard to form a plan to improve his quirk. That was because he oddly hid most of what he could do, relegating himself to cheap tricks and stupid song and dances. I will cut to the chase, I need to know all of what you can do as I know you are holding back. I cannot help you improve if I do not know where you are at in terms of strength. I was wondering when you would ask about my quirk. Naruto replied faintly with a small smile. To be honest, it is a collection of abilities what weren't quirks before gaining my anchor. Collection of abilities. Anchor. I am afraid I do not understand. Mr. Aizawa, what I am about to tell you is not something you should openly blab about in public. I have a small collection of confidants that know what I can do, including my friends, David Shield, All Might, Lady Nagant, and Nezu. Can I trust you to be in on this? Naruto asked, his entire being turning into one of seriousness that put Aizawa on edge. It is my duty as a teacher and a hero to help you in any way I can. If it means I need to know a powerful secret and keep it, then that is par for the course. I already know you were Akatsuki. What you saw was a kid with unstable powers that could have killed him if he didn't get an anchor quirk. Naruto replied, making Aizawa pale. Tell me, have you ever seen the night sky open up as if the sky was about to spit something out? Aizawa looked at Naruto for a long minute before asked, you came from somewhere else. I was on the job that night. Clearly you are not a threat, otherwise you would be dead right now. Oh, about a threat as any other veteran is. Naruto replied swiftly, raising Aizawa's anxiety, mostly for the boy in front of him. Were you a child soldier? Aizawa asked with some anger in his voice that at the back of his mind, he was doing the same with teenagers and pro-heroics. In a way, yeah. That was what the academy back in Konoha was for. Naruto started to explain everything. Once upon a time, Naruto would have had severe anxiety explaining anything about his treatment and about Kurama inside him, especially if he told anyone from his age back in Konoha. That was so long ago that those anxieties seemed so little now. Explaining them to a teacher in a different world was easy, especially since he had already shared this with people he knew here and they accepted him. Then All Might offered his quirk as my anchor so that would stabilize my powers here. Offered his quirk? How is that possible? Aizawa asked, feeling dumb for it because he was talking to an otherworldly kid that had 9 other super powerful chakra beings inside and had fought in freaking World War over them. Getting hung up about a transferable quirk was not a big deal anymore. For that, we have to go to the dawn of quirks or so I am told. Naruto replied with an unsure smile. The tale of 2 brothers. One thought to be quirkless and the other had the ability to give and take quirks. Yes, the origin of the quirk thief is here as well. You see, he wanted his brother to rule with him and forced a quirk on him to help with the brother's sick and weak frame. A strength stockpiling quirk. However, neither knew the brother had a quirk. Useless at the time, but the ability to transfer itself to others and with the other, they combined into the quirk known as One for All. Now All for One found his brother to be obstinate still and locked him away, hoping that would convince him. However, it just strengthened his decision to oppose him. Naruto paused, never having liked that story. But he continued with the blessing of the vestiges. Years later, All for One fought a war with others that opposed him. 2 agents found his brother, thinking they should kill him, but instead freed the sickly and neglected man and became his heroes. They were named Kudo and Bruce. Despite the escape, All for One ended up killing his brother, but the transfer had already been complete by then. Kudo and Bruce were the 2nd and 3rd holders respectively and used the power up to fight in their war, but it was not enough. Bruce transferred the quirk to the 4th, a man named Hikage Shinomori, and was told to hide. There he lived in the forest, building the power of the quirk until he felt his body nearly at death's door at age 40. Aizawa paled at that thought that his student may die soon, but something told him to wait. Something about that just did not add up logically. He went back into the world and found the 5th, a man named Daigoro Banjo aka Lariat. All for One managed to track him down and tried to steal the powered-up quirk but failed. The will of the user was too strong. Then Daigoro escaped and later started working with Entayuta aka Smoke Eater. That provoked a reaction from Aizawa because despite Smoke Eater being an underground hero at time, he was a legend amongst them. However, All for One found them again and tried to take the quirk again, but it had been transferred to Smoke Eater by then and so he killed Daigoro. N was on the run from All for One after that, and before he was killed in a seemingly freak accident, he gave the quirk to a nearby hero who tried saving his life. Nana Shimura, the 7th. She was known as the pro-hero Nimbus and later became the mentor to a quirkless boy named Toshinori Yagi. Again, that provoked another reaction from Aizawa, this time of disbelief mixed with a bit of rage. Mostly because All Might was so famous and reckless. Nana was dealing with the loss of her husband due to All for One killing him and gave up her child to protect him from the man. So, she latched onto 2 people, her best friend and partner in Gran Torino and then Toshinori himself. Soon, the day came when All for One came for her and before the fight, gave the quirk to Toshinori. Gran Torino took him to America where he would be safe to cultivate the power as All Might, and you see how well that went. It also seems my entrance that night interrupted All Might and All for One's duel to the death, where the slimy bastard made his escape. So All Might just gave you this power? Hell no, I had to prove myself. Naruto responded. He and Kana may have adopted me, but I wasn't just going to get his power like that. I had to earn it, and you sort of saw it when I was a vigilante with Pop Step, the Crawler, and Knuckle Duster. We took down the villain factory. Oh god, you had a hand in that takedown. No wonder Tensai was so smug about knowing who did it. Aizawa grumbled. So, One for All stabilized you place here? Yes, and no. Elaborate. I tried stabilizing myself before, during, and after the transfer with a technique called Sage Mode where I draw in the natural energies of the world. My initial attempt poisoned me, since this was not my world. During the transfer was not a good idea because the problem became worse and it gained sentience. Only after the transfer was complete could I use this world's natural energies for a short while before it tried to overtake me like a second personality. Because 16 other personalities of other beings inside you was any better. Aizawa deadpanned, his migraine when dealing with his most problem child became worse. It is more like 17 and at one point it was 19. Naruto clarified, not making this any easier for Aizawa. You see, I had fought and merged with my dark half a long time ago to be able to use Kurama's power for the war. Well, the corruption of the chakra brought him back for a time before my dark half punched it out and went back to sleep. The USJ fully ejected the corruption of natural energies, and it was the reason for my episode there. Filing that away for a future problem. Aizawa stated with a defeated side. He needed a drink or 5. Tell me, are you at risk of dying from one for all like that Hikage person? It would seem that having multiple quirks puts a strain on the body. No, actually. Naruto replied. You see, because of chakra, a shinobi is able to handle a lot more power. Some even have 2 bloodline limits, basically quirks from my world. Not to mention I am an Uzumaki, a clan with longevity. So far, I have been fine with having my Uzumaki biology, the legendary Rinnegan, one for all, and having access to the previous user's quirks. Though I will admit, I can only use 75% of what All Might was able to do right now. Seriously? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow at the ridiculousness of that statement. Why phrase it like that as well? Well, each user is supposed to cultivate the power once they are able to use the previous user's 100%. Naruto replied with a shrug. I was already strong as a kid, especially if I could hold back that gigantic snake in the forest of death. However, I mostly focused on speed and the power of my various Rasengans before and during the war. These last few years, I have been working on my strength, learning the powers of my Rinnegan, and fusing them with the quirks of the others. Every reference to Naruto's past spiked Aizawa's blood pressure. Kids should not fight in war. He was also against teens before heroes, but here he was as a teacher to make sure what happened to Oboro did not happen to others. He was failing at that this year with the constant villain attacks. Okay, he said after a moment. We will work on upping your strength with the equipment we managed to bring. Figuring out what our world's natural energies does for you would be a good idea, and maybe you can make something other than a Rasengan. I have a feeling you are limited there. I mean, you are not wrong. Maybe I can recreate other jutsu I have seen with the help of seals. Learning to figure out what the natural energies here does for me makes sense. I would rather not be caught off guard in a villain attack, and I am not durable enough to take a village flattening attack. As for my strength, I am basing a lot of what I can currently do 1-2 people from my village. Might Guy's techniques you saw during the sports festival. The other is our 5th Hokage, Air Leader, Granny Tsunade. She split the ground in our fight as a kid when I first met her with just her fingers. She is way stronger than that, by the way. Her strength could crack a mountain in half. By this point, Aizawa's face was buried in his hands as he tried to quell off a panic attack. Ninjas did all that. That is bullshit. Then a horrible thought came to mind. Problem child, you said a world war was fought over the tailed beasts. Dare I asked how many there were? That was the 4th war. The last 3 were fought between the 5 villages over petty squabbles. This one was the whole world again, a few guys, their army of Zetsu clone, a few reanimated village leaders, Madara Uchiha, and Kagaya the rabbit goddess, who we later sealed in the moon to prevent her will from trying all that again. God damn it, I should not have asked. Aizawa ground out. Let's get back with the others and get you some training. I need a drink. You would get along with Kakashi and Tsunade if you ever met. I have more stories if you want to hear them. No more stories for a while. Aizawa urged while walking away. He also really wanted to choke out All Might for giving such power to a child soldier. XXX. Hatsume, did you bring the infinity weight in that cube of your like I asked? Aizawa asked the crazy pink-haired inventor. Sure did teach. Mei sang happily as she made a silver exoskeletal device pop into existence, and like she was selling on an infomercial, she presented her new baby to Naruto and Aizawa. This excellent baby was inspired by Momo in her fight against you, along with a long-running idea I have been wanting to try. The infinity weight is a portable set of body weights designed by me and uses Earth's gravity against you. Not only that, it can simulate more gravity with my remote. Mei, did you just replicate the gravity chamber from the Dragon Ball Z show we used to watch? Naruto asked in disbelief. Yes indeed. Bulma and her dad were great role models for technological ideas. Right now, the limit is 10, or 15 times gravity, which I do not recommend starting off with. Mei explained as she snatched the blonde ninja and strapped him into the machine. Tapping the chest plate with a dial on it, she continued. This dial controls the whole thing. Have someone adjust the dial when you get used to the weight. As you can tell, this is just the prototype. We can make a streamlined version later with more weight. With that, she turned the dial to 2 times Earth's gravity and Naruto immediately fell on his back. Oh, I probably should have told you to brace yourself. Mei cringed a tiny bit at her thoughtlessness. Ya think? Naruto replied as he struggled to get up, already feeling his muscles screaming at him. The device was a bulky silver exoskeletal device that covered his arms and legs in thick club-like devices, making it nearly impossible to get out or adjust the weight on his own. While I have you, Mei responded cheekily. Can I borrow a couple of your nearly invisible clones? The limbo clones. What for? I am so close to cracking bullet time, I just know my eyes have that. Mei replied enthusiastically. Naruto paused for a moment before shrugging. Make her work for it, boys. Aizawa watched with some horror as Mei took out her guns from the cube and disappeared into the woods, the 3 laughing like tricksters in the wind. Yeah, Nezu needed to give him a raise soon. XXX. After training and dinner, the class found themselves in a hot spring area. Naturally it was separated by a wall so boys and girls could enjoy it together but separate in peace. The only one who did not like that arrangement was Denki, who was slightly more perverted than the others. If a certain great child was in the class, he would be a lot worse as they would have feed off each other's energy. Just imagine it, the lovely ladies. Denki stated dreamily as he relaxed in the hot spring closest to the divider between men and women. Just a wall between lovely naked ladies and us. The thought of it is dreamy. You must be having a hard time of it, Naruto. Momo and Kyoka are right over there. Despite the aching of his entire body, Naruto smiled. Nice thought, but we have no gotten that far in our relationship yet. It'll happen when it happens. Denki, I know enough cautionary tales to not cross that boundary. Gotta admit, that makes your relationship boring. Denki replied with a shrug. I doubt those tales are that bad. Here we go. Izuku groaned next to his best friend, making Naruto chuckle. Indeed, it may be boring to those on the outside, but I have run into enough ladies back home that could kill you in all sorts of ways. Sometimes just for being pushy. Naruto responded. I have seen sound waves incapacitate or even kill a person. Kyoka would not do the latter, but I would not push it. Momo can create almost anything just by knowing its composition. I need not go further on that subject. Instead, I will go to my godfather and godmother to really paint a picture. Oh, were they married? Tenya asked curiously. Naruto threw his head back and roared with laughter despite the pain he was in. The pervy sage wished, but never stood a chance with Granny Tsunade. Now, to understand Granny Tsunade, you have to understand that she was not a muscular woman, she just was very proficient with her super strength. Oh, manly. Was she your actual grandma? Eijiro asked. No, more like distant cousin, but I see where you drew that conclusion. Naruto replied, nodding to the hardening quirk user. Super strength and me calling her granny and all. Anyway, old Jiraiya was a self-proclaimed super pervert and decided he wanted to peep on the women's side of a local hot spring, only to find out Granny Tsunade was on the other side. Naturally, she found out and with her super strength, he beat him within an inch of his life. For context, when I fought her, she used one finger to split the street we were on in half completely, and then proceeded to finger flick me into a building. Your godmother sounds as scary as what my father says about my own grandma to keep us in line. Shoto admitted, gulping a bit while others looked nervously at each other. Still, the message was sent as Denki looked terrified of even thinking of peeping on the girls, and a little more terrified of what Naruto could do with his own strength. Now you know how scary women can be when enraged. Naruto replied with a shrug, though he sent a bit of killing intent to a nearby floating eyeball that zipped off in panic. Though both sexes are known to be scary when enraged. Better not to risk doing something stupid, just enjoy the hot spring. Whoa! A kid's scream from above as Kota fell from the high wall. Not that any of the heroes to be let him fall. Izuku most of all as he jumped out of the water and then zipped up to save the boy before he fell very far. Still, the damage had been done and he passed out in his panic. "Bring him down here," Naruto called out, completely ignoring his aching body now as he got up. Izuku brought the body over and Naruto directed him to put him in a nearby chair after seeing that all Kota suffered was shock from falling. Naruto moved closer to where Kota was so that when he woke up, the boy would know he was not in danger. Still, the fall got everyone's hearts racing and wisely moved the conversation to something more lighthearted. After a while, Kota did wake up with a start, but when he found himself in a chair by Naruto, he somewhat calmed down. "I hope you don't expect me to thank you or whomever saved me from the fall," he said suddenly, getting the room to quiet down a bit. "First, it was Izuku, the same kid you kicked in the balls earlier." Naruto started as Izuku waved to the boy. "And no, not really. It is just part of the future job." "So dumb, the concept of heroes." Kota grumbled as he sagged in the chair for a moment. He was still dealing with the fact he was still alive. After a moment, he lowly asked while looking away, "Who would I talk to?" Naruto nodded at that, still having not gotten up to face the boy. "Anybody really, but usually a fellow orphan can relate." At that, Tenya squawked and started robotically chopping in his direction while Fumikage grunted, but put a hand on Tenya's shoulder to calm him down. "Who told you?" Kota roared, ready to punch Naruto in the back of the head out of spite. "You did," Naruto stated simply, catching Kota off guard. "As a fellow orphan, I can see it in your eyes. I have related to quite a few orphans in my time and not all of them are as fortunate as you and I." "The hell do you mean?" "We still have people looking out for us," Naruto replied, quieting the boy. "Sure, they might not always understand our situation and may not be around all the time, but they still are there when we need them. They will talk about how our parents were heroes for doing what they did and try to comfort us all the same. Yet we know the pain of never seeing those we lost again. They would want us to keep moving forward as much as we can. You have Mandalay and her team looking out for you, despite their jobs as heroes. I had the third leader of my village for a time and then the fifth leader and a few others as well. They became my found family for a while. Then I got adopted. It gets better, trust me, you just have to get through these dark days. It sucks, I know." Kota looked at the back of Naruto's head with wide eyes for a second, but looking away with tears forming in his eyes. Everyone told him to accept the fact his parents died a hero's death and be happy about it. It was why he started hating heroes in the first place. They did not understand he was just a little kid who lost his parents. But Mandalay never said that to him, she lost family too. And neither did this teen in front of him. They understood and he was being hateful toward them. He killed them. What? Izuku asked in shock. The water hose duo, that man killed my parents. Muscular. Izuku pointed out in shock, the rest of the group silent, rattled. Naruto nodded to himself as he got out of the hot spring, got down to Kota's level and spoke again. And that Kota, is what I also saw in your eyes. The same eyes that Inari had when Gato took control over his island. Who had people that resisted publicly beaten and killed, including his dad. The same eyes that my old teammate had when his brother killed their entire family. Eyes that tell of vengeance and hatred. Tell me, what would happen if you killed that man? Would it bring them back? No, but I have to do something. By the time you get a chance, some hero, villain, or even a stray bullet will have ended him. Naruto replied, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders. For psychos like that Muscular, they hate nothing more than for you to live in peace. Peace is the best vengeance because it does not give them the attention they crave. But it still hurts. Kota screamed before plowing into Naruto for a tight hug. Naruto just let it happen and he gave a comforting hug back. It will for a while, but we and your family will be here for you. His classmates nodding as they gathered around them, hoping to distract the boy from his pain. From there, each of Naruto's classmates shared what their hobbies were with Kota in hopes it would help the boy. Over with the girls, Setsuna's eyes and Kyoka's ears saw and heard everything and shared what was going on. While they trained, they all promised themselves they would be there for Kota as well. XXX. The next day, Class B came upon Class A training early in the morning. Vlad had explained to them they literally had to break themselves in order to improve their quirks and just observing, they felt this was going to be a monumental task. Soon after, they learned that all members of the Wild Pussycats would be assisting them in their endeavors in any way they could. Plus, it helped that May brought various forms of equipment to aid them as well. Most of Class B did notice something a little strange through their first 2 days of training. Little Koda was joining them in their quirk strengthening training, though he looked to be having fun and other times he looked completely serious. He did not train as much as the UA students, but he did so mostly to stay close to them. It was something the Wild Pussycats observed as well, and while baffled at the sudden change, it was welcome. Though none more than Mandalay understood why, as they had a heart-to-heart and she supported him bettering himself. And Koda was having fun. When he trained with Naruto, he got to let out some frustrations by shooting off a volley of water shots at the blonde ninja, who used that training to get used to moving in higher levels of gravity, though there was an incident when the dial was hit and the gravity went up to 10 times gravity, creating a Naruto-sized crater since he was unprepared for that. Izuku helped analyze Koda's quirk a little more for him and found it was a form of hydrokinesis and not just a small water gun quirk like they thought. Izuku then proceeded to help the boy shape the water in the same way he could sort of do for his own lighting. Izuku was then punched out by an electrified water fist. Koda actually helped Mina form a hose of sorts to help shoot her acid further when not using bubbles. Kyoka showed Koda how sound affects water to be careful, just in case it was ever used against him. Momo, Setsuna, and Itsuka acted like big sisters and taught him to fight normally a little bit. It went like that with the whole class for 2 days, and with no one having remedial classes, they all got stronger in their own ways. XXX. Soon came the third night and the Wild Pussycats had a game set up for them. One class got to scare the other with the Night of the Forest at night and with use of their quirks. A test of courage. This time, however, Class A was expected to go first and scare Class B. Hitoshi, Kyoka, and Himiko were the first group to try and scare people. What with Himiko coming out of the bushes looking like random people, Kyoka providing some mood music to put people on edge, and Hitoshi would take command of one person of the group to scare the other. It was a pretty effective first scare. Music, fake danger, and fear of losing control of the situation. In Inasa's group, he made the wind rustle and sometimes made it feel like someone was behind you and they breathed down your neck. Shoto messed with the temperature to confuse and use a bit of firelight to cast looming shadows with alongside Denki's bursts of electricity. Fumikage and Dark Shadow had a lot of fun casting the shadows to scare people. Around the middle of the path, Naruto, Toru and Setsuna had a blast with their scare project. Naturally, Naruto sang a bit of Child's Play from the Chucky movie as his limbo clones. Setsuna and Toru invisibly poked people in the back and whispered things in their ears as Setsuna's head came for the final scare, leaving their victims running to the next one. Man, I did not think Bakugo could scream like a girl. Naruto chuckled to a dying of laughter Setsuna. I know. Setsuna roared after a moment. The way he clung to Abara like a scared puppy was too much. And then she wrapped him up with her hair like a little baby. I can't. Hey, do any of you smell smoke? Toru asked a little nervously. Both laughing teens froze and smelled the air. Yeah, a little bit, but it doesn't smell like Shoto's fire. Naruto commented, getting an odd look from Setsuna, and he assumed Toru was too. All he could see of her was a general outline at times. Look, ever since he learned to combine his elements, it has a cold smell, this has extreme heat and another weird scent in it. You idiot, that is a sleeping agent. Kurama's voice rang out in his head. And that part can't be good. Naruto grumbled when he noticed the girls getting a bit wobbly. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto caught hold of both girl and lightly shook them from the edge of sleep. Careful, seems we might be under attack, again. Is it too much to ask for in a normal carefree summer camp? Toru whined as they heard a voice laughing in the distance before the light of a blue blaze reached them. Apparently, Setsuna replied, a bit freaked out. Okay, so this is happening. Naruto growled, and before he calmed down and looked at the girls with a serious expression, they saw the other day when he took command of the class in the Forest of Beasts. Toru, I need you to take the left path and warn those coming in. That is too dangerous for this test of courage right now. Make sure they get back safely. Setsuna, take the right path and warn those ahead of us and to take them to safety. Both of your stealth skills are a must against whomever snuck in ahead of us. Stay safe. Right. As soon as the girls left, Naruto jumped to the trees to see behind and around him. Oh, yeah, shit hit the fan alright, and he was happy to see Izuku's green streak of lightning heading towards Kota's hangout spot at the top of a nearby mountain. The kid should be safe there from whatever they were under attack from. Should being the operative word here. As Naruto traveled around the tree tops, he caught sight of the fire starter along with a Deadpool wannabe and 2 more Nomu. That meant the one attacking were probably from the League of Villains. Just terrific. Man, I heard that wind guy was strong, but that sure was something. Scarface Fireman laughed aloud to his lackeys before directing one of the Nomu. You, head back to the portal and give Tamura's master his quirk prize. You go search for the one we are after. The one to shamble off in search of something was a freaky-looking Nomu with chainsaws for hands. However, the other was more worrying. It had the wild pussycat, ragdoll, wrapped up tightly in tendrils of hair, completely knocked out as it walked off to complete its mission. Naruto made sure to follow the hair monster while the fire starter and his wannabe friend walked further into the forest. However, Naruto did send a couple gifts their way. Boom. Exploding kunai, always a classic. Naruto replied happily before jumping down in front of the hair Nomu, a blank expression his face. By the way, I will be needing her back. Scree. It was not much of a talker. It merely screamed at Naruto and sent a multitude of hair all over the place, most becoming invisible. Naruto backhanded the 2 largest of tendrils away from him with ease. Yeah, I do not know that dialect of Japanese, but I am pretty sure you just told me to fuck off. Naruto deadpanned as he moved forward, but found his leg caught in nearly invisible hair. Raising an eyebrow at being caught too early, he went to cut himself out but found both hands bound and tied behind his back way too quickly for his liking. What made the situation worse was the thousands of hairs suddenly appearing and wrapping him up tightly enough to cause strain and blood to start leaking from the various cuts. Soon he was hanging right in front of the mysterious hair Nomu, dangling like a fish. It seemed to crane its neck to see him before the curtain of hair was removed from the face to reveal sunken blank eyes and rows upon rows of teeth as it screamed at him. You know, it is funny coming from me, but your powers are bullshit. Another horrifying banshee scream was the response to him suddenly cutting Ragdoll free of the hair and then disappearing into a ripple of space. Another ripple and the original Naruto gave a thumbs up before disappearing again. Ah well, let's put that pretty mouth of yours to use. Gimme a kiss. Naruto roared as the Nomu screamed again and took him into its mouth. The resulting clone explosion annihilated the hair Nomu from existence. The real Naruto reappeared to admire his handiwork but grimaced at the amount of chakra he would need to expend to create another Limbo clone. At least Ragdoll was safe. Kra-ka-kum. Naruto looked to Kota's preferred hangout spot on the mountain to see a massive bolt of green lighting light up the night and obliterate the top of the mountain, leaving it a smoldering crater. It seemed that Kota and Izuku had run into a powerful foe if Izuku was forced to use a thunder step of that power. However, that would mean another bolt of lightning of equal strength would touch down somewhere in the forest, probably nearby knowing his luck. Kra-kum. Yup, he was right, not very far away indeed. The resulting wind and static rushed towards Naruto at high speeds and he was thankful he anchored himself to the ground with chakra as it hit. As for the force and static, he let it hit him so that Fa Jin would absorb it all. Bang! Naruto moved his head from side to side when a bullet tried taking him out and then a small bolt of lightning followed soon after. Naruto looked in the direction to see who tried shooting him during his distracted state to see a teen around his age in dark clothing approach him. They almost looked like a pirate with that puffy white shirt, ripped-up jeans, steel-toed boots, and a black jacket with way too many zippers. However, the thing that stood out to Naruto was the porcelain mask with the depiction of a hawk on it and of course the style his black hair was in. Well, Muscular is probably dead and I thought for sure I had you during that rush of wind, but it seems your defeat of that Nomu was no fluke. Wait, you. Do we know each other? Naruto asked curiously, having a vague sense of déjà vu because that voice sounded familiar too. You, who trigger the visions. The teen said as he held his head in pain before ripping off his mask in an attempt to try and breathe better. Who are you? It was a ghost from the past, someone he thought he would not ever see again. Sasuke Uchiha. The fuck are you doing here? Was sending me here not enough? You know me. The now identified Avenger asked before his went still as his eyes went blank as Naruto screamed in his face and his own mind was screaming over everything else. XXX flashback. Sasuke stumbled a bit as the strong winds battered him from side to side, watching with satisfaction as Naruto and the tailed beasts finally left this world. Now no one would have the power to stop his revolution. He wasn't without mercy, he had let Naruto say his final goodbyes. It was what he received from Itachi that night after all. What have you done? Roared the Sage of Six Paths, still looking at the sky where his children used to be. I have removed obstacles to my revolution. Sasuke replied simply. Foolish boy, foolish son. Hagoromo growled in uncharacteristic rage. You always wanted to be alone, especially after I chose Asura to lead the clan. I had no idea your hatred reached so deep. This reincarnation has finally showed your true colors, colors I have seen throughout the years but refused to truly acknowledge. Fine then. Sasuke was not prepared for what happened next. Hagoromo completely ripped out his Rinne Sharingan and crushed it. Sasuke felt the effects immediately as he crashed to his knees as a pulse rocked him to his core, feeling weaker now. The cycle ends here, Indra, you have made sure of that. I only started this so you two would eventually learn to get along, but you have severed the connection between you completely, so I have served the cycle from you, no more reincarnations for you, Indra. This was your last mistake, your last life here. The fuck are you talking about? Sasuke growled, immensely pissed off that this old man would dare to take his best weapon. It means when you are killed for your transgressions in this war and in life, this is the end for you here, because if you choose to reincarnate again, it won't be in this world. Hagoromo sneered before pointing a finger at the moon, dispelling Kagaya's illusion over the world. With that, he faded and disappeared from Ninja World forevermore. The cycle had been broken in the worst way. And Sasuke was alone on the battlefield, clutching the spot where he was down and once more angry at the world. Or so he thought because he heard the distinct sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Sasuke caught sight of his former team leader, Kakashi, charging at him with a Chidori. Sasuke momentarily thought he deserved this death before his anger once more got the best of him. He still had power, more than enough to deal with this annoyance, so he sidestepped Kakashi at the last second, noting that Kashi had tunnel vision thanks to the loss of his own Sharingan. Too bad, he could use an eye right about now. Oh well. Sasuke activated his remaining Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and set Kakashi on fire with the Amaterasu. He stared at the screaming soon-to-be corpse with indifference before hurrying off before Sakura could do anything. It was funny to him that she would try. Sasuke ran to where he knew the 5 cage would be and set fire to the Tsuchikage and the Raikage, but that was all he was able to get before Tsunade rushed in and punched him away. His body rocketing far away. Years later, he regretted everything. The sage's last acts to spite him had been his undoing. Sasuke would never get his revolution because after he recovered from Tsunade's punch, he found that he walked with a limp and his right arm was mangled beyond repair, and though he tried, no one would help him. In fact, he was always on the run. Ninja from all nations, even the small villages, were always looking to take his head. In his final moments, he thought back to his life and realized it was not much of one. Always with vengeance and making stupid choices. He was alone his entire life after he lost his family, and he chose to stay alone, dwell within the darkness of his heart. Did he regret it? Yes. He thought he deserved being hunted down and paralyzed by medical ninjutsu, seals, and a stray Rasengan. She must have learned it as a memory to their wayward former teammate. Looking into Sakura's eyes now, he did regret turning her into this person that was forced to take him down. She had paralyzed him with medical knowledge, knowing his body could not take much more. Then sealed away his Sharingan and his chakra, leaving him bound to her mercy. Sakura's eyes showed no mercy, not small amount of love that she had for him so long ago. He had torn her world asunder and all that she had left for him was contempt. His own eyes stared back at him and he regretted turning Sakura in this. Once more, the familiar sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled his ears as he saw pink and crimson lightning form on her hand and plunge it in his chest. He accepted his death. Maybe if he reincarnated, he would do better. Lead a better life or help another with his affliction and drive them down a better path, for he knew where hatred and vengeance led. Nowhere. Nowhere but death. XXX flashback end. Sasuke Uchiha aka Hawkeye screamed until he came back to his senses. Taking ragged breaths, he looked around to see Naruto no longer by him. Only a single blue marble. "Oh, you are done screaming." A somewhat disinterested voice called out to him. Looking up, he saw the self-proclaimed master thief, Compress, standing on a branch before jumping down to take the marble in hand before pocketing it. "Good job distracting the blonde, though I was not going to approach until you came to your senses." What was that? Allies. Him and Compress were allies in this league of villains. Though his recent memories, his reincarnation here was slowly changing Tamura's mind about being a villain. Very well, he could work with that. Sorry Naruto, but he once more had to be thrown under the bus until he could spirit the blonde away. Though that would be harder now. I am not sure. Whatever illusion he projected into my mind, sent images of my torture and death. I did not know he could do that. I thought it was all song and dance. Seriously, that was Naruto's power here. Illusion was never he had. He did not buy it. This was still the original Naruto after all. He hid everything. Make sure we get a power dampener or something for him. I am sure Jiren has something. Compress replied carefully. Sasuke seemed different somehow. No matter, they got what they came for. It was time to go. He radioed that their objective was complete. The loss of Moonfish and Muscular were acceptable. Less actual psychos the better. As the two disappeared into the woods to get back to the portal, the air shifted before Ragdoll fell in a heap. Her mind muddled but going a mile a minute thanks to her quirk. If it had not been for Naruto and his strange limbo clones, she would be dead or worse right now. Her body sure felt like it was going to be the case. Those villains sure were something, but they got what they came for and she felt them disappear with her quirk. Her vision faded as she saw Izuku and Kota run up to her in worry, and she just only had one though on her mind. The heroes had lost.